Thank you for being in the room or online with us for the meeting. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'd like to call the Friday, August 4th, 2023 Commission meeting to order. I live in Langlois on the southern Oregon coast, and I'll let the other commissioners introduce themselves.
I'm Jill Zarnowitz in the Yamhill, Carlton area.
Mark Labhart, Eastern Oregon at large, and I live in Sister.
Bob Spellbrink, Siletz, Oregon.
Becky Hatfield Hyde. I'm in Brothers, Paisley, and the Klamath Basin some of the time.
Kathy and Khalil, I live in Portland.
Dr. Leslie King, Portland and Hood River.
Thank you. Director Melcher.
Good morning. I'm Kurt Melcher. I'm the Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife.
And Michelle, could you introduce yourself and tell us any logistics we need?
Good morning. I'm Michelle Tate. I'm here this morning to provide support to the Director and the Commission to be able to hold this meeting hybrid. I want for folks to be patient with us with technology. We are still, I realize it's been saying this forever, but we are still at the mercy of our connections and such. So when we are going to testimony, which we will have quite a bit today, I will be moving the testifiers into the room one at a time, and you will blip out for just a moment, and then you will reappear in the room. So please be patient. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. I also want to mention a couple things about the meeting. First of all, it's likely to be a long meeting, as you can tell by the agenda and the fact that we have a lot of people who would like to testify. Also for Exhibit C, which is the Memorandum of Agreement between the Grand Ronde Tribe and ODF&W, there's a time certain for that at 1:30. And we do have an executive session noticed and on the agenda that we will likely make use of. So with that, I'd like to go to the director's report.
Thank you,
Melcher.
Chair. Thank you, Chair Wall. We did provide commissioners the field reports to you all in written form. I would mention also today at 11 a.m. we'll be providing the Employee Recognition Awards, and then we have a little lunch outdoors. Hopefully, I don't think it's going to rain, but I'm going to say that just in hopes that it does rain, because we'll take it. And we'll offer our appreciation at the appropriate time to the staff that has been organizing that lunch. So, first presentation then today would be an expenditure report from Deputy Director Shannon Hearn.
May I ask anyone where our cards are
Sid?
for questions?
Oh, coming right up. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you. Very excited to be here today. It's going to be a great day. Shannon Hearn, Deputy Director for Administration, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioners, thank you for having me. In your packet, you will have a copy of the financial report. I'll go over it briefly, verbally. We're closing out the 2021-23 biennium at the end of June 30th, which finalizes that biennium. We were sitting at 64.6 million in unrestricted cash and 57.3 million in restricted cash for a total ending balance of 121.9 million. This puts the department well below spend rates, and we remain within available revenues. Because we are closing out the biennium, the July report and the August report are pre and post biennium reports. So we actually will not be sharing those with you. The next time that you'll see a full expenditure report accounting most likely will be at your December meeting, because you're not having an October-November meeting, and we don't have a real report to run on the 23-25 biennium until around Labor Day in September. Looking at the 23-25 budget, we did see our agency's budget bill signed on Tuesday. When this was drafted, we were still under continuing resolution, waiting for those bills to finalize and go into law. There's 4 other bills that affect our agency budget directly. Those will be wrapped up this week. So we've moved slowly out of continuing resolution. We're in the phase where we can start hiring, and we can do the projections on how to allocate those funds and appropriate them appropriately, and then look at any technical budgets needed next year. And I will give a full accounting of what's in the budget here in the next presentation. And then for audit updates, our internal auditor worked with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to finalize a desk review of federally funded programs looking at how they comply with federal civil rights laws. So that has been completed. The information has been turned over to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They'll get us a response back at some point, but that's been finalized. And then the ODF&W Audit Committee met, and they looked at the 23-24 audit list, and they chose 4 audits to have our internal auditor pursue. Those are the response that the agency does, the Information and Education Division programs and how they perform, how we're doing with employee recruitment and retention overall, and then the public records request process. And so the only other thing I wanted to mention on internal audits is that recently our internal auditor completed the land management audit, and so the audit committee got a review of that as well. And that completes my expenditure report. Do you have any questions?
Shannon, I have one while I'm waiting for other people that may have them. Thank you for the report, by the way, and it seems like we're doing well on ending balances and those sorts of things, which is great to hear. On the audits that you mentioned, the recruitment one for personnel, this agency's done a great job of advancing and hiring women into positions across the gamut of the agency. Will that audit also look at how we're doing on people of color?
Chair Wall, good question. So we do have information that we compile in an affirmative action report for the governor's office that contains a look at gender and racial and ethnicity as much as we can pull from self-identification of employees that have been hired. I know our internal auditor is really kind of scoping what this audit will be and what it'll be looked at, so I don't know if that's intentionally been derived in that scope. Her plan to do that audit is behind 2 of these other topics, so they'll be later in the year, so I don't think she's done that scoping yet. But we have that information to include.
That would be great, and if would you mind taking a look at that scope as it develops and let us know then on that one, because that seems like an important thing to keep track of, if you will. Yeah.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a couple other questions, Commissioner Labhart, and then
Okay.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I'm not going to let you get away so easy. So this budget, this is an amazing budget. You put a lot of work into it as well as the stakeholders did, and it's pretty amazing. First thing is we always get complaints about Natural Resource Agency's general fund. They don't get enough general fund. And so the 21-23, we went from 47 million to 23-25, 65 million, or a 39% increase in general fund, which is huge for Natural Resource Agency to get that big of a jump. So thank you and congratulations on that. Thanks to the legislature for their efforts to get that general fund. And then total funds, we went from 442 to 555, which is a 26% increase in total funds for the agency. So that says a lot about this agency, at least with the legislature, and that they it's strong support for it. So I just want to congratulate you on that. And I know we're going to have a legislative report from Debbie, but well done on the budget.
Thank you.
And we'll have a budget report from you, yeah. Thank you. Commissioner
Yeah.
Hatfield-Hyde.
I mean, that's basically what I just wanted to say too, is Shannon, I mean, it's a big deal to get this all pulled together and keep it going through the whole process. And I'm really thankful to you personally, to, you know, to everyone who's worked on this, you know. Debbie will be up later. But also to the legislature and to the governor for signing this. I was, you know, kind of wondering, okay, I hope we get it signed now, and then we did. So thanks go all around, and it feels like there should be. I guess we are doing employee recognition today, but it seems like there should be some celebration once we get to a final signed point. So
We'll add that for the September, because we're going to get into the budget in September quite a bit too.
okay,
So
good. All right.
That's a great,
Celebrations, more celebrations for good things.
and now we'll hear about the budget.
Yeah. Thanks, and Commissioners, we did have, this was just an expenditure report for the current biennium, and so then Brandy and Shannon are going to give you an overview of the 23-25 budget. but we appreciate your enthusiasm to compliment us on the work ahead of time.
Really good way to start. I do have a presentation. Do you want me to pull it up?
So you can just say dittos from what Commissioner Hatfield Hyde and I said, so when you give the report, so we don't have to repeat ourselves.
I'm good with that. The chair will let me go.
Commissioners, while we're getting this one pulled up, I will mention one thing, that we got the budget stuff a little bit later than we were hoping we would get it. You didn't have much time to review it. There will be, no doubt, a few questions today, but we will bring this back in September and have a chance to really identify not just our general questions, but this is a critical policy document, and what are the policy questions behind what we're asking, behind those questions. So we will be able to get into that in September. So please be thinking about your policy questions that you want to have discussed. So,
Very
did that
good.
give you enough time?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and good morning, and I really just want to say ditto. The work that goes into these, getting to a legislatively approved budget is really outstanding, and, you know, this is my first time as the Deputy Director of Administration, so I got to see more than just all the work that gets done at the legislature. I got to see all the efforts our staff put in throughout the agency to get us here, and then I also got to work directly with commissioners and partners and stakeholders, and so at the end of the day, this is a budget to celebrate for sure. So Shannon Hearn, Deputy Director of Administration again, and with me is Brandy Nichols, who's our Budget and Economics Program. I agreed to do all the slides as long as she'll take all the questions.
Seems fair, right?
Okay. Yeah, are we out of battery here?
There,
Something happened.
it moved.
I know, we'll see if it moves 10 times now. Okay, so building the legislatively approved budget, obviously we started with the agency request budget, then we got a governor's recommended budget, and then all of that gets packaged over at the legislature to consider in several bills. And the biggest one for our agency was Senate Bill 5509, which, you know, directly outlines that current service level in our budget. It is where the majority of the POPs go when they're finalized, and that's kind of your agency budget bill. And then you start rolling in other things, and that may include policy bills that have a financial with them. The four that are listed here are really the ones where there's a direct impact to our budget. And the conversation is around financing things. And so everyone's aware of the Christmas tree bill. It's also the omnibus bill or end of session bill. And a lot of those policy conversations get wrapped into funding through that bill. Not a lot of visibility into that bill until the very end of session. There's three other bills I wanted to highlight. Two are related to our deferred maintenance because the legislative body puts out two bills that all agencies must pursue capital construction funds from. So this year it was $55,005, and then the debt service in $5,006. And then this year, kind of special, we did a review and we couldn't find really where we've gotten lottery fund bonding prior to this. So 50/30, there's funding in there for the agency as well. So we've been waiting a considerable amount of time, it feels like, although in reality the governor has 30 days. Session just really ended just recently to see these get passed into law. When the governor signs a bill, immediately goes into law based on the effective date. But if that 30-day passes, additionally, these ones become law as well. And I think that's where we're at with these bills. I didn't actually check this morning, but I checked yesterday after noon. They have not been signed yet, but the governor has had to indicate what bills she will veto. And so that process has already been done. None of these will be impacted by any of the vetoes that she has listed out. So nothing in there affects the agency. So when you wrap all these bills together, this is where we landed overall with an agency budget. This is the legislatively adopted budget. I think this is what Commissioner Labhart was referring to. It's a comparison chart so you can see where we were at with 21-23 with our legislatively adopted budget. You can now see where we've landed high level with the 23-25 budget. You know, overall, we're sitting at 555.6 million in total funds. You can see, again, the percent of fund types in our budget. We remain pretty consistent at general fund. I'll say a lot of that, you know, percentages can be a little misleading in the fact that it doesn't show that there's been a change in general fund our budget, but that's because we've got a significant amount of federal funding going in. So if you look at the percent change from 21-23 on the far right, you'll see that across the board we've increased all funding types except for lottery funds, which have remained level. Boy, now this thing is really touchy. We did get a few changes in positions through POPs and other things. We did get additional positions, but as you guys have seen in both the agency request budget and the governor's budget, there's been these reduction exercises that the legislature was going to incorporate into our budget. And this slide shows where we landed with those reductions. So we have $500,000 that was moved from general fund to pay for state government service charges onto other fund, which is licensed dollars that will fund this. We also have to report on vacancies in positions. And so we sent that over very early. A lot of conversations with Legislative Fiscal Office and the Governor's Office about which positions they would take. They very much scoped out general fund positions to reduce general fund. The first one on this list, or the first line on this list, highlights two positions, a fish and wildlife technician and an office specialist, where they took the general fund, but they left us the position authority, and we have to backfill with other fund license if we want to fill those positions. They also took $264,000, a little over $264,000 from the anti-poaching campaign, which is all general fund spread across 3 agencies. Where they took it is specific to the services and supplies that we have to do the outreach and the campaign. So there's still money for the positions. That doesn't affect OSP or us position level at all, doesn't affect DOJ. It really is taking away funding to do the campaign and outreach at that level. Again, back to long-term vacancies. We saw them take 5 specifically there. We have 5 positions at Rock Creek Hatchery. They took 3 of those positions, mainly because, as they described, there's still conversations going on about the rebuild there. They thought, as an agency, we could forego these 3 positions until that conversation is settled. They also took 1 position from the Marine Reserves Program and 1 position from the Marine Mammal Project. Last 2 lines, there's services and supplies associated with this position authority. They took that for all of those positions. And then early on, they had abolished a Willamette Basin position in order to find the general fund match to fully fund those Oregon Conservation Strategy Farm Bill biologists that we were requesting in a POP. Oh, no, I did go. Okay, so you've seen these spreadsheets several times. I'm trying to go back. And I went back too far. Thank you for your patience today. Okay. These are the policy option packages that are incorporated in Senate Bill 5509. I'm not going to run through them in their entirety. I am going to talk about the ones that we've asterisked that were modified from what you've seen previously to tell you where we've landed. But we did amazingly well overall with these policy option packages that we turned in. I hope you guys can reflect back to where we were with agency requests and governor's recommended budget. And many of these did roll over, but there were a lot of conversations about whether additional policy packages were going to be added. They were very clear that there were going to be no new programs, but they were willing to invest general fund in several locations. So that's one slide. And then again, because we had so many policy option packages, we've got 2 slides here. We've done very well. I'm only going to talk about the asterisk ones. I do want to point out that deferred maintenance and debt service ones at the top. They were modified as well, so I'll talk about those, and they come through 2 different bills, and that's why they have a different style of asterisk. Okay. First policy option package, thank you, I was gonna highlight, is the change in the private forest accord. What came through in the legislatively approved budget is 10 million in general fund with 12 million in other fund limitation to run that PFA grant program. And you're gonna hear much more about that grant program later today. Additionally, we had asked for several of the positions that we gained under private forest accord to see an increase in services and supplies. We did get 2 of those. We're still in conversation with CFO and LFO about the other positions getting that increase to have a full biennium of services and supplies. The next pop I wanted to highlight was 107. There was a lot of conversations about water resiliency and funding a water package. This pop got modified into this. It closely met our request because it gives us an in-stream flow restoration biologist and a water planning coordinator to further work with water resources on integrated water resources strategy. And then similarly, we had asked for the Good Neighbor Authority position to be made permanent. It originally was matching the federal money that would pay for that position with lottery fund? General fund, man. Then it went to lottery fund, and then that got taken away. And then it was all federal fund, and so now what they've given us is we can do the federal funding, but if there's any match requirement, we have to fund it out of other fund license. Okay. Okay. Next one is the statewide stream temperature monitoring. This one was modified through that water package discussion as well. It establishes 2 positions to implement agency strategy for monitoring, analyzing, and reporting water temperatures. That's what's in the bill. And it also gave us the additional $750,000 we requested to turn over to USGS for maintenance and operation of in-stream gauges. I'll talk a little bit about this one around 5506 and the modifications that's planned. But that's a great injection into the water program for continued effort here under the water package. And then the Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund, we had asked for a permanent OCRF coordinator. And there was a lot of discussion around what funding would be given into the fund. Where we landed was 1 million in general fund and then 1 million other fund expenditure limitation. And that one specifically comes through the omnibus bill, and it should focus the work towards drought-related projects again, which we've seen in the past. And then I mentioned the Oregon Conservation Farm Bill biologists. This was a nice surprise. They made these 5 permanent. And they are around to continue to support the implementation of Farm Bill programs. Okay. On the administrative side, there was a lot of conversation about all this federal funding coming in. We had asked for 1 procurement and contract specialist. They actually said that we could hire up to 3. Of course, we have to fund them on other fund license. And this really gets around these federal contracts that we've increased by almost 200 contracts in the last 5 years pursuing federal funding, as well as having grant programs like OCRF stand up. And PFA is going to bring, of course, more contracts and agreements while we implement that grant program. So they increased the position authority there. And then I highlighted this one, the significant federal fund. We'd asked for about 20 million in a federal expenditure limitation under IIGA, knowing that we were going to pursue, and we have to put a number on it. We can't just leave it open-ended. They bumped it up because by the time they were reviewing our budget, we were at 41 million in that we're pursuing. So whether we get the money, the limitations there, we still have to go to the legislature and request to put in applications and use that funding, but we have the limitation ready to go pretty early in the biennium. So that's it for policy option packages. I'll run you through Senate Bill 5506. Was that it, or did I skip a slide? No. Okay. First off, very clearly in that document is a budget note. That budget note provides 1 million in general fund for a third party to complete an assessment of our state-owned hatcheries. It discusses that the assessment will cover operations, sustainability, and climate vulnerability. I know Deputy Director Colbert and her team worked very clearly to make sure that this kind of aligns, not kind of, definitely aligns with our ongoing and active assessment of our hatchery system, which you've heard about. And the department will continue to work with tribes to ensure that their perspectives and needs are addressed in the assessment. The budget identifies timelines for progress reports and final reports, and they are very tight deadlines. So I know Fish Division and their team have been working on the how of implementing this. Again, I'll say the dust just settled, so I'm here to talk about the mechanics of what's in the bill. Way more to come on this. And additionally, in Senate Bill 5506, there were some general fund injections for the water program. There's $100,000 to cover the legal costs for contested in-stream water right cases and protest resolution, which has been going on for decades. So it's really nice Habitat Division will have these DOJ costs covered. There's also this general fund shift from Fish Division to rebalance an investment in that statewide stream temperature monitoring package I talked about. Habitat Division and Fish Division identified those two high-level positions. It would be better to have it'd be better to have field representation and biologists in the field to do this. They're asking CFO and LFO to technically adjust the budget so that they have one high-level position and then two field positions. And we'll continue those conversations outside this budget being implemented. 5506 recognizes that House Bill 5030, that lottery fund bonding, has $13.8 million in there for improving fish and wildlife passage. The bond sale for lottery funds is set, and there's only one each biennium, and it is for March 2025. So we're talking with our divisions as well as CFO of how you implement that funding in the 23-25 biennium when the bond sale doesn't happen until March 2025. That's technical budget work that we do very well. So just to split that out, $8.8 million of that other fund is directed in the bill towards fish passage projects, and then $5 million of the other fund expenditure limitation, which is what lottery fund bonding becomes, will be deposited in the Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund dedicated for wildlife passage projects. And then there's the debt service for issuing those bonds that they cover through the lottery funding, which is really nice. A little different than general fund bonding. Again, I'll highlight what was changed through 5506. We had originally requested $5 million in our agency request budget for deferred maintenance. The bonding bill that came out allocates $2.5 million in bonding, so we were halved there. That bonding sale usually happens kind of earlier in 2004, and so we'll start implementing that. And then I won't cover this much. There are a bunch of statewide technical adjustments in omnibus bills, and so if you see those and you want to know more information on them, just let us know. And then thank you. That concludes where we landed with the 23-25 legislatively approved budget.
Wow, thank you. It looks like we have a question from Commissioner King, and then I have a couple questions as well, and maybe other commissioners will too. So, Dr. King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Thank you, ladies, for your presentation. And I'm the commissioner on the Budget Committee, so I also appreciate how much work this is. And I may be the only person besides you guys that actually downloaded and read that 84-slide presentation that you gave to the Ways and Means Committee. Was that it? That is intense. Just the slide presentation is intense and an intense amount of work. So I commend you for that. And I did read through it, and I've got some questions about it. I know that you know what those questions are because I've warned you. And I know we'll probably take a deeper dive of that in September. But some of the things that I wanted to ask about are related to that presentation and some of the dollar amounts that you had listed in there. And so one of the things, you had a couple of slides, one for wildlife, one for fish, in how much money is spent in outdoor recreation. And you divided it into hunting, you divided it into wildlife viewing, and then fishing was both commercial and then recreational. And what struck me about that is wildlife viewing beats all of them combined. Wildlife viewing is almost $1 billion. I could not believe, like, I thought it was a misprint. Like, I kept reading it and going back to the slide. I mean, it dwarfs even commercial, which is only $500 million. It was stunning to me. So my question is, if that is our biggest bulk, what are we doing, if anything, to support that aspect of our clientele, if you will?
Thank you, Chair Wall. Commissioner King. Yeah, so thank you for being on the Budget Committee and digging into this stuff so much, so that everyone else who hasn't done that legwork, and I can guarantee you many legislators probably didn't read that presentation like you did as thoroughly. A third-party consultant does a look at recreation in Oregon, and we supply them a lot of data, and then they report out both on how many recreationalists we have, so how many hunters, anglers, wildlife viewers, and then they do an analysis of what is spent in the state by those individuals, right? So there's a lot of modeling and information that comes in there, and then as Commissioner King noted, it's about 10.8 million. It's in that realm. People living here or visiting here that are spending those days in ecotourism, and they're here for wildlife viewing, and they're indicating that themselves, right? Like they're asked a questionnaire and a survey, and so yes. So your question is specifically, what do we do to support them? Obviously, we have this very small portfolio of wildlife areas that support that heavily, and our website now there gets information out about like, oh, it's steelhead run season, and you can see them at this falls, and you know, it's the middle of winter, and so you can see these big bucks out on our wildlife areas. So we put a lot of that information out for wildlife viewers, the same way we do for hunting and angling. It's nice that we don't have to go this road alone. I mean, we have wildlife refuges in the state, we have the Audubon Society, many partners that we can do to do this. I would say, and I know we're going to dig into this more, there's always more that we can do with these partnerships. I think you're right on. We have struggled nationally to determine how we turn this interest and this recreational activity into something that actually funds and supports healthy fish and wildlife populations. No one that I'm aware of has really found that key. Of course, we have the parking permit. Refuges require passes. There's permits that you need to get, but other than us, I don't know that really ties back to an injection of money until you look at maybe getting some funding from Dingell Johnson or Pittman Robertson when they're buying binoculars and other things that actually do have a tax assessment for that act. Certainly more we can do. That's the best. We have not figured out how to tap that group to actually get funding from them directly for that wildlife viewing exercise. We try and encourage that, but that's the best answer I have.
Right, and so, for example, like we have hard numbers, like we know how many hunters we have, we know how many anglers we have, we know how many commercial fisher people we have. But we don't know how many wildlife viewers we have. We don't have those hard numbers? Or is it the 10.8 is, like you said, the modeling, the guesstimate, okay. So it dwarfs numbers and money. It dwarfs kind of everybody combined by a lot. Okay. And that feeds into the question I always have, which is OCRF. Are we doing something to direct those people to OCRF, and maybe even if we can't get fees from them, can we get them to donate? Is there any kind of action outside of when you buy your hunting or fishing license where you can give to the OCRF at the bottom? Is there any way that we can capture the wildlife group to give to the OCRF?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King. Yeah, there is a way, and there's definitely a plan when OCRF launched to work with our partners. I mean, we have a huge contingency of conservation leaders partners that are there with us at that table, and I will say the pandemic maybe kind of stymied some of that. Some of the fundraising events that we were holding, these call outs for those groups. I did go on the Oregon Wildlife Foundation website and see if I could make a donation directly versus how I do it through ELS. And it was pretty quick and easy to do that. But I think your point has always been like, how do we direct people there? And I've heard from Oregon Conservation fund coordinator and habitat division, that yes, that is one of their focuses
That's
for
what
that. Yep.
Okay. And my last question, you touched on it briefly, and it was the last slide in our printed thing. I know there was a glitch that what we saw and what we had was slightly different or something, but it's about the deferred maintenance. And it was also in our director's report, which is in print form only, but it's about specifically the Klamath office. And I just wanted to understand a little bit about that. If you know, you may not know, I know it's kind of in process, but one of the things that I beat to death is net zero and our buildings and our own carbon footprint and all of those sorts of things. And I looked at that new construction that looks like a new building to me, and is there anything being built into that that addresses some of those concerns?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, this one we should probably spend more time on. I know that we have said in the past, when we're going to an architecture firm and we're designing, whether it's a renovation or a rebuild, we're really looking at the green law that we have to meet, and then we're asking that firm to look at kind of like the gold standard and the silvers and build those options into a design. And then we have to look at the funding available. And I get that funding, that answer hasn't been, really what you want to hear. I totally get that. But the green law is changing, and there's a different standard to hit. But I can assure you we are on LED lights and windows and insulation and heating units. We're hitting the green standard for construction. The additions to reduce our carbon footprint, we are including in these architecture looks and funding them as we can. And specific to the Klamath office, we're doubling our footprint there because it's been a very small office. It doesn't have a very good location for our customers to come in and do business with us. It didn't have a classroom, so we're expanding that. We're building to the green standard. And since you use this as an example, I will just say our East Region Manager, Nick Myatt, did an excellent job on a shoestring budget of finding a way to do that build and do it in a way in the future that you could add other components, like don't use a trailer, actually do a stick build so you can put solar on the roof if you want to in the future. The only other thing I want to make you aware of, and we can again continue this conversation in September if you want, is the Build America, Buy America Act has fully been implemented. And I talked to our engineer, and I just want to highlight for you guys, it's always been a matter of looking at the square footage and the cost as you're assessing these. And you can see with our deferred maintenance money, the pot that we're given, and where inflation is at, and the Build Back America has doubled the cost per square footage. And we know that because we can compare the Ontario office to what's been what the build is. It has doubled the cost of just a simple build. And that's unfortunate where we're at. Not that I don't support the Build America, Buy America Act, but that's the reality we face in allocating these budgets and trying to improve our facility portfolio.
Right, and so you are, I get that you're trying to do something. Like you said, we're trying to get at least, like you said, the LEDs, getting rid of plastics, at least have recycling or containers or something. Like we don't even have those in headquarters. Are we building in eventually the chargers or the capacity that the chargers can be added? Those sorts of things, those are the kind of discussions that you're having? I'm asking, I don't know.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, we are having those conversations. As you know, we have a carbon assessment. We have Andrea Hansen in our office at a high level policy, kind of leading those conversations. I'll use the EV charging stations as an example. Andrea is now fully taking on the effort to look at our portfolio and where we would put EV stations, the priority being headquarters, and getting an RFP out to start doing that here, and then what other locations. And it's pretty critical to take this look as we look at our carbon footprint. Obviously gas and travel was included that within state. We are moving more towards electric vehicles. We've been able in the last year to get one Lightning vehicle, I shouldn't name it, one EV truck, and test that out in the field. And so we're learning more and more, and that's what Andre will build into this priority assessment, because those trucks aren't going to meet our business need for field across the board. But there are some really low-hanging fruit locations like hatcheries and wildlife areas where they would. So she's putting together that package and that plan. And it rolls in really well for 25, 27 budget build, which will be happening at the end of this year.
As you say, like I'm on the budget committee, and here we
Just
go
start.
again. Thank you so much for answering all my questions.
Yeah,
Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yes, and I apologize if we're supposed to be asking these things in September.
I
But-
think we could identify the questions and put them in policy form by December is what we're trying to
All
do. So
right,
that they
well-
are policy issues, so it fits the budget process, yeah.
Yeah, for the next budget. Right, so I'm just, and you probably went over this in the slides, and I just sort of have lost track. The three areas that I have interest in understanding what happened is the Klamath reintroduction biologist and whether that's funded and under control. Yes, thumbs up?
Chair Wall, Commissioner
Okay.
Hatfield-Hyde, funded and under control.
Okay, good. The asked for, negotiated for funding that was in the private forest accord, that is,
Chair Wall.
I think there
Commissioner
was some
Hatfield-Hyde.
concern that the private forest accord wasn't gonna be match funded enough in relation to the agreement. Is that a deeper question?
Okay, I'll take it. Yes, so, I'm sorry, to catch everyone up, just so make sure. There was an agreement and there was an act that passed, and there was this understanding amongst those people that really there'd be a general fund injection at a level, and the original request was 20 million in our agency request budget, and of course, we only got 10 of general fund. And that funding would continue, especially as the timber tax on private timber then augmented the grant program. And so it depends on who you ask on whether it was adequately or fully funded, and to that terms of agreement, the legislative body felt that they had adequately funded in what they provided us and other partners.
Okay, so that kinda, all right. I'm not sure, it's not your fault, right? Like, that's a nice thing, right? And then, I'm really curious, and I think this is under 136, but wildlife services, what happened there?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. That was, you remember the conversation about it was on the reduction list, it was off the reduction list. It was a little confusing about where we'd land. It was not taken out of our budget, so it remained in as the current service level item.
Okay, good, thank you.
You, Commissioner Labhart, and then Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Okay, and I'll try to go quick, Chair Wall. So again, I'm going to be a little bit confrontational here, but overall, the budget's been great. So there's three things that I had concerns about, and you well know one of them, and that's the POP 113, the Wildlife Coexistence Funding, the $2 million of general fund didn't make it through the legislative process. And I don't know if we're overlapping Debbie's presentation next or not, but just really disappointed. You know, we had that a work group with staff and stakeholders. We met for a number of times, had unanimous consensus on what this program's going to look like, strong support in the agency, strong support in stakeholder groups, and we didn't make it through the legislature with that. So that's going to be a big issue for me in September and maybe beyond that. Another positive is the mine and purchase. Nick Myatt, you and staff to get the authorization for the federal funding there. It's huge. I just don't want that to go unnoticed. It's a big deal. So. And then last is my little disappointment in OCRF. We did get some funding, but it's other funds, and we tried for general fund, which we got last time. We didn't get it this time, so that'll be a big issue for me, is to continue that. It's a really popular program. It fits a strong niche of small grants that OWEB and other grant programs can't touch, and it's been a huge success, and want to keep that going. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and answering all the questions. As well, there's some disappointment, obviously, and that's nothing to do with what the department did, but certainly some impressive other things were added back in, or just added, period. But I do want to say that Brandy hasn't answered any questions, even though you said that was her job. So you fell down there. But anyway, you answered very good. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. One is the end of session bill put this budget note in, and in September, it would be useful, that's one place where I think it would be useful because we've done so much work ourselves already on the hatchery analysis, and we're trying to get that one finished, and what are the policy questions there that the legislature's asking would be very useful for us to try to frame up and know what those are, how they fit with our own and what we're trying to do. So anyway, that one is there. One that I just wanted to clarify, it looked like the marine mammals and marine reserves both did not so well. Either now or in September, I'd like to hear more about that one and what happened, because that one seems like we had a lot of people that worked for, the 10 years. At the end of it, we didn't get an increase to do some of the work. So what happened there? So it can wait until September, or if you have a 2-second answer now, that's great.
Chair, well, I'll give you the 2-second answer. Reduction lists are built off that long-term vacancy report. And legislators really feel like that's kind of the easiest, less harmful place they can take for it. And there's a lot of reasons positions are held vacant. I know our staff get a little frustrated as they're trying to make up budgets and things like that, and they hold things vacant, but it puts a target on it. And then the question will be asked, can you still perform what you're required to perform without those positions, because you have been doing it. Yeah.
Well, given the news stories almost every day about the ocean and the marine world, it just seems like this is one that we would want to be looking at.
But yeah, I was just add, Chair Wall, that in the particular Marine Reserves position that's being discussed here was actually not it was in the agency request budget, but it was not in the governor's requested budget. And so, as you all know, when the governor's requested budget goes, that becomes our budget. And so we do not advocate outside of what's in the governor's requested budget. Others advocated for that position being added back. Ultimately, it was not.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be talking before September, and see you in September.
All right, thanks Shannon, thanks Brandy. Next up, we'll have a legislative update from Debbie Colbert.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just have a couple slides we'll pull up. For the record, Debbie Colbert, Deputy Director for Fish and Wildlife Programs. Good to be here with you this morning. It feels like a year ago since session ended. I have to remember a lot of the details for our discussion today. So I think we're pulling up the slides, Michelle. Yeah. Okay.
Blue screen of death. There's a really great haiku about the blue screen of death. No one can hear you scream.
Well, I guess while we're waiting for the slides, just to kind of continue some of the kudos and thanks, I'll start my legislative report by just, I'm going to focus today on what passed, but as many of you know, honestly, I would say 95% of the work we do during session is trying to give legislators and the governor's office good information to understand the consequences of some bill ideas. And so one way to put that is, we spend a lot of time making sure bad things don't happen for fish, wildlife, and habitat during legislative sessions. And so that doesn't always show up in an end of session report, because those are the things that, we prevented from happening. And We do that not only internally, we just have such a great team. Each year, we put together a legislative team from each of our divisions, and they really do the heavy lifting in terms of bill analysis and fiscal reviews, and just, it's a lot of work. And we just had a great team this year. And then the other piece that just cannot be said strongly enough is our partners. When we're there, we provide a lot of good information as an agency, but good things happen in terms of policy and our budget because we have such dedicated stakeholder groups. Honestly, I have to be clear that those folks are the ones that are meeting with legislators, that are telling the stories about the importance of our mission and the work that we do on the ground, and trying to ensure that we have the resources and the right policies in place. So there's a lot to celebrate in the budget, and I think policy-wise, but again, I think the biggest thing to celebrate is the kind of relationships that we have and how those come to bear in these kinds of things. So still waiting on that. Well, I'll just keep moving. I just wanted to kind of just start by giving you a little context from the session. There was more than 2,900 bills introduced this session, more than any session in the last decade. There was a lot going on. About 650 of them passed. That's about just over 20% of the bills that were introduced passed. And this won't come as a surprise for us, natural resource-wise. The big themes of the session really centered around water and drought, and climate and renewable energy. Today, I just wanted to hit on a couple high points. You've seen my kind of legislative summaries. I'm happy to answer any specific questions. I would love to talk about, if we have a little bit of time, talk about the alternative revenue bill that didn't pass, because I think it kind of carries forward some of the conversation that y'all just had. So I'll just move through quickly and tell you a little bit about what happened with the department's concepts. We had 4 bills. We can move forward. Oh, I can move forward. Can I?
There one.
Okay. We had 4 legislative concepts introduced, and I'm very excited to say that all of our concepts passed during session. And, I think it was pretty exciting at the finish line. I don't know how closely y'all were tracking, but some of our concepts were in the last days and even hours of session. They crossed the finish line. So it was pretty exciting. One of those was House Bill 2527. This is our Wildlife Habitat and Conservation Management Plan program. We have had this program for decades, and it's a great program as a voluntary tax incentive program, similar to kind of the farm deferral tax, but this is related to folks that want to do good things for conservation on their lands. When it was written decades ago, it was very prescriptive in terms of the department's responsibilities around monitoring. And it really just got to the point where the more you enroll, the more we had to monitor. And so we had to pause this program a couple of years ago because we just couldn't keep up with the requirements around monitoring. So we went to the legislature. We worked really closely with Soil and Water Conservation District Association, Association of Oregon Counties, and we just made minor tweaks that give us more discretion around monitoring so that we can really focus on compliance where we have problems rather than kind of trying to chase this constant checking of the box and visiting all the lands. And so just that small change, we're going to be able to restart the program. When we do restart the program, we'll be bringing forward some related rules for you all to consider, where we really try to think about how do we be more strategic with this program. So when we almost like do it like a grant program where we announce we are enrolling landowners with this kind of land, prioritized under our conservation strategy, some minimum acreage, maybe kind of, in certain areas of the state, so that, again, we can be a little bit more strategic and manage our workload, but still get the great conservation benefits that we hope from this program. I'm going to keep just moving because I know we're in a hurry. So other concepts, just to tell you kind of what happened with them, we also wanted to continue a fish screen tax credit program, voluntary for landowners that install certain types of fishways and other devices. That one got extended again. Senate Bill 887 is what we call the regulatory streamlining bill. This was a bill where every year we bring these rules for you where we had to set these extremely complicated civil penalties by food fish for commercial violations, and we rarely use them. This allows us to just use the commission's current definition of market value and just say 2 times market value at the time of the landing. So just a regulatory streamlining effort that is going to make a good difference in terms of workload. The other really important area that we focused on was a concept in Senate Bill 886. And a number of years ago, we got authority to withhold certain species data. So really, the focus around this is location of, commercially important or sensitive, threatened, or endangered species, like collar information. But the way it was written, when we got the authority, said that the only way we could share that information is if we got a non-disclosure agreement from the entity that we were sharing it with. Well, that really has become a problem with partnering with a lot of our tribal, university, and federal and state agencies. So, you can imagine all of the money that we get to do research and data and monitoring from the federal government, and then we say, I'm sorry, but in order for us to give you that data, you need to sign this non-disclosure. and they have their own, Freedom of Information Act requirements. So it really was becoming such a source of difficulty in terms of implementing. So again, we were really happy to go in and just make a couple surgical tweaks, which says that we don't have to require non-disclosure for those public entities, but we can. So we still retain that discretion. While this bill was before the legislature, the Senate Natural Resource Committee did amend it. There was a lot of discussion during the Senate hearings on this bill around wolf collar frequency data. And there was some testimony about the department not sharing that information with livestock producers. So the legislature amended the bill and added a note that directs us to come back to the legislature, really timed well with our wolf plan review, and tell them about kind of conflict between wolves and livestock, any discussions that we have as we do our review around the release of wolf location data and comparing how other states treat that data. So that was an addition. Other bills, now I'm moving away from kind of our concepts to just kind of other bills that I think that you would be interested in. Obviously, I'm going to start with the commission statute. There were a number of concepts during the session to fix the internal inconsistency, which we had in statute saying that 7 commissioners, 1 from each congressional district, 1 east side, 1 west side. With the 6th congressional district, it added up to be 8. So we needed to kind of fix that. In the end, again, final minutes of the session, there was agreement reached on our commission statute, and it now retains 7 total members. And we moved to, instead of congressional districts, we moved to kind of a river basin approach for the appointments, the geographic areas, and there'll be 2, as you can see here, from what is called the Northwest region, 2 from the West Central region, 1 from the North Central, 1 from the Southwest region, and 1 from the East region. That bill doesn't become effective until January 1st, and so we are anticipating that all of our current commissioners that will be interested in continuing will slot into these new geographic areas. Just really quickly, a few more bills I thought you would be interested in. House Bill 2966. We were really excited to work with Senator Brock Smith on this one, and Trout Unlimited and others. He introduced an original concept that was very much focused on paying kind of a bounty approach for removal of non-indigenous fish. And we worked with him and others to amend his bill to give ODFW authority to issue permits for tournaments where the goal is to remove indigenous species of fish, and also allows ODFW to waive the beneficial use requirement in areas where non-indigenous species are adversely affecting native populations. This is going to be really helpful in places like Coquille, where we can go in and we have a lot more flexibility to work with folks in those areas to remove those non-native fish species. So we're very excited about that. It becomes effective January 1st. Another one, just because we talked a lot about water, I just wanted to mention that one of the tools in the existing toolbox for putting flow back in stream is called a split season lease. And that allows a water user to kind of use their water right for a portion of the year and then dedicate it in stream for the remaining season. And it always had a 10-year cap for water users. They couldn't participate more than 10 years, and it was scheduled to sunset. We were very supportive, as well as our stakeholders, in continuing that program, making it permanent, and also raising the cap for water users that want to do it longer than 10 years. From our perspective, that's more permanent, right? The longer they want to keep their water in stream. So we were really happy to see that passed. The last one, I saved the best for last. Oh, I forgot to advance that. Let's see if it catches up. Okay. I saved the best for last because I knew you guys would enjoy this one. So House Bill 3464, we call it the Beaver Bill. And we worked with a number of stakeholders through the course of the session. There was a lot of interest in different concepts about kind of how the state currently manages beavers. This bill was the version that ultimately passes, and what it does is it takes beavers off of the list of defined predatory animals. And what that means is that beaver management, I knew it was lagging, sorry. Okay. As you all will recall, beavers that caused conflict on agricultural lands, those were managed by the Department of Ag. And it's always been a little bit of kind of an awkward situation. I think this is a good place to land from a policy perspective. It gives our department full management responsibility for beavers, whether or not they're causing damage. And as we talk to the legislators, it really will just manage them like other fur takers. It gives us more of an opportunity to engage with landowners. If they have to call us to get a permit, it gives our local wildlife biologist a chance to talk to them about what's happening on their land, options they may have to resolve the conflict, and we can issue lethal take as well. But I just think it's just very supportive of kind of where the commission has been going in terms of our beaver action plan, and I think it's going to be helpful for that. It did direct the commission to do some rulemaking around, promoting non-lethal work, and also there is an exception for like imminent threat to infrastructure, where someone could go ahead and take the beaver, but they have to report it to us. So you'll do some rulemaking to kind of, sort out some of those details. And then once you complete that rulemaking, the bill will become effective. So more to come on that front.
And is 2024 the right date? So this is quick on that rulemaking?
December 31st, 2024.
That's quick.
Well, we're in 23, so that's
Oh,
a
sorry.
long way.
Oh, I'd already switched calendars.
Yeah.
Never mind. Pretend like I didn't ask that.
And we actually plan to bring this forward. Our hope is to bring something to you in June. So they just gave us plenty of time, but we don't see, we'd like to move quicker than that. So just wanted to kind of just finish by saying kind of what happens next. We are still reviewing, just make sure we are sorting through everything that passed, make sure we understand kind of what do we need to do rulemaking? Do we need to do legislative follow-up reports? All of that kind of stuff. We also, annually publish our code book, so we'll go through and we'll update the code book and get that published. And then I thought you might ask, but I am not aware of any interim legislative work groups at this point. So that always feels good to get done with session and not have a lot of work groups. So anyway, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you. So Debbie, this also goes without saying, you gave up 5 months or 6 months of your life as deputy to be at the legislature, and we have no idea the amount of work that you put in, working with staff, reviewing bills, talking to legislators, probably some of these, they want to do what, kind of things, and trying to shut things down that were just crazy, but also moving things ahead that were in the best interest of our fish and wildlife. I know you probably had some tough discussions with stakeholders and legislators over things, but I want to personally thank you for your work behind the scenes. We ended up with what I think is a really good legislative session. There's still some things that we would have liked to see, but I want to thank you for all your efforts. You deserve a big round of not applause. We don't need to give applause, but a big thank you for your work. So well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was a lot of fun, and I think we made some great relationships. There was a lot of new legislators this session, as you remember, and I just love it because, you reach out to them, just say, hey, want to get to know you, and they're like, oh, yeah, W. And then 2 weeks later, they're like calling you because they go, oh yeah, now I know why I care. So, it was just a lot of fun, and I think that we really did kind of build some good coalitions and relationships. I can't take any positions, but I really do hear the conversation you have with Shannon around kind of additional revenues and some, kind of wildlife viewing and kind of how are we supporting that. Our stakeholders introduced a bill, House Bill 3159, which would have raised the transient lodging tax, for, when you stay at hotels in Oregon, you pay a state tax. I just was really, they did such an outstanding job in, working that bill. It didn't pass. Ultimately, it would have meant about $60 million a biennium just for our Oregon conservation strategy. So it would have been a game changer in terms of funding those programs. But just really so impressive, the campaign that they worked. Maybe that one will come back in the future. But, I heard you, Commissioner Labhart, your disappointment about the coexistence POP and Chair Wall kind of like not the additional investments in marine reserves. And my observation is that we compete against ourselves. Like when we ask for more, it feels like our own awesome stuff competes against itself. And so, new lines of revenue are really, I think, critical to those new investments, or we will continue to kind of find ourselves. I mean, we got 2 new great water program positions, but they cut one of our existing. So again, I think that long term, I think those are the best opportunities to kind of support our wildlife viewers and conservation programs. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you. We have 2 more questions. So Vice Chair Zarnowitz and then Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, and then I have one.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know if there, for all your work too, and having worked in the legislature, with the legislature back in the 90s for ODFW. I understand the excitement you get when you start, and then by the end you're just like, oh, when is this going to end? But I'm really impressed with what did get passed in these bills, and especially, of course, the beaver one. That is so tremendous to have that. And I know some of the legislators, was it Owens?
Yes.
Yeah, Owens.
Remarkable job.
Senator Owens. Yeah, from Eastern Oregon supported that, and that was very, thought that was great. It was very, probably really supported getting it passed too. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yeah, I just want to, I think we could do applause, right? Why couldn't we? Yay!
It's really
For the
for all the
bud-
folks
yes.
Yes.
sitting at those tables and
Yeah.
elsewhere, so.
But it's a big deal to get through the session, and I'm,
Survive
just
it.
pretty pleased with, I'm thankful for you and all you did, and I'm thankful for the whole agency and the work that goes into making this happen. And I have a lot of appreciation, so thank you.
Thank you. I would echo what others have said about this and for the legislative session and the budget. I also have a couple questions. When we talk in September about the budget and look at the policy, look at those questions in policy terms, it would be useful, I think, to add in, and you were probably already planning on it, the wildlife funding, the 60 million, and where that might fit next time for the Oregon Conservation Strategy. The question I have is, did you find support we switched to the habitat, we have the Habitat Division well in place. Was there strong support in this session? Because there wasn't a big ad, but we certainly had a lot of attention on water and other pieces. So if you could just talk about that one for a minute, and I'll save the rest of the questions for September.
I just love to have a chance to brag on the Habitat Division, so I thank you for that question. Yes, a lot of support with our stakeholders, and I just feel so proud. During our Ways and Means presentation, when we got to our Habitat Division, and maybe it was Ways and Means, or maybe it was our drought presentation. I'm sorry, it's kind of running together, but it felt so good. One of the legislators, Rep. Owen, called specifically out our water program and Chandra and her work that she has done on the east side. We are trying to pursue in-stream water rights out in the east side counties, and it's been tough work. And he personally thanked her and her staff for how they have gone about the public outreach, our willingness to have conversations and help bring people along in terms of why we're doing what we're doing. So for me, it was just this moment of like, oh, that's wonderful, just wonderful. And I think the additional resources that we got in the water program really also reinforces that. But just, yeah, it almost felt like it was just the new normal. Just everybody sees that we have this Habitat Division and it's doing great things and continuing to kind of support it. So,
Thank you. All right.
thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Debbie. Next up, Commissioners, under our Adapting to Climate and Ocean Change Standing Report, we're going to have a discussion of our process and timeline for updating the Oregon Conservation Strategy. And as you all know, that is our State Wildlife Action Plan. That's what other states refer to it. We'll have Emily Van Wyk, Dr. Carolyn Eckridge, I believe she's online, yes, and Bernadette Graham-Hudson. So Bernadette, I don't know if you want to kick this off, or Emily, or how you all want to proceed.
I'll kick it off. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. I'm Bernadette Graham-Hudson. I'm the Wildlife Division Administrator. And we're excited to join you today to give you an update on the Oregon Conservation Strategy revision process that we're just kicking off. You know my colleagues from the last commission meeting, I believe. They presented, but their roles have changed a little. So Emily Van Wyk is our acting conservation strategy coordinator, and Carolyn Eckridge, who is joining us from the interwebs. She has changed roles, and she is now working with us as our strategy revision coordinator to lead the 2-year revision process. So we're excited to have her on board in that role. So as Kurt mentioned, the Oregon Conservation Strategy is our state wildlife action plan, and it was first adopted in 2006. And it's been instrumental in guiding conservation actions across fish, wildlife, and their habitats since then. You'll hear today about the importance of the conservation strategy as a tool, not only for our department, but also for our partners to identify priority areas for conservation and priority actions. The coordination work that Carolyn is going to be doing over these 2 years will really span the department and include include Wildlife Division, Fish Division, Habitat Division, some of our administrative programs, and also our external partners and stakeholders. Our conservation strategy has really been held up as an example for other states, and so we're excited to look for ways that we can continue to improve on that. Look at the revision as a way to build on what we've already done, and then also try to advance our implementation of those important conservation actions, which is really one of our highest priorities in the department. So with that, I will turn it over to Emily and Carolyn, and they can walk you through the revision plan.
Thank you, Bernadette. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Director Melcher, and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Emily Van Wyk, and I'm our Acting Conservation Strategy Coordinator for Wildlife Division. So along with my colleague, I'm here today to give an overview of our plan for the required revision of our State Wildlife Action Plan, or SWAP, the OCS, the Oregon Conservation Strategy. And I really want to emphasize, you may hear us call it each of those 4 things today, so just keep that in mind. It's our State Wildlife Action Plan. So, in order to ground this presentation, I went a little bit too far. So in order to ground this presentation, we'll first touch briefly on declines in diversity and how the Oregon Conservation Strategy in its current iteration is used as a tool for conservation. Then Carolyn will dive into details on the revision planning process, including goals, opportunities for engagement, and the timeline. Before we launch into any details on the revision process, I want to bring us back first to the 2 presentations we provided to the Commission this year as part of the Director's Climate Report. And this keeps going fast, so sorry about that. So first, we presented one on migratory birds and then one on amphibians, both describing conservation challenges for those taxonomic groups under a changing climate. The story for each of these presentations had the same framework. Our native species in Oregon, in the US, and globally are imperiled, with a high proportion of species threatened with extinction or extirpation. And while the current status for many of these species is already dire, existing threats to these species and their habitats are dramatically compounded by climate-related threats, making coordinated conservation efforts more important now than ever. However, as I laid out in each of these presentations, the ability of us and our partners to effectively conserve these species and their habitats is really limited by the availability of resources, including limited staff time, data describing their current status and trends, and overarchingly limited funding. During these presentations, we were asked by the Commission what tools we have to face this seemingly insurmountable challenge. And so today we're here to describe our primary tool and the upcoming revision, the Oregon Conservation Strategy. So due to these limited resources, it's really critical that we work efficiently and collaboratively with our partners, internally and externally, to build resilience for these native populations long term. This is where the Oregon Conservation Strategy, our State Wildlife Action Plan, has really been strong. And I'd like to give an overview of the Oregon Conservation Strategy in its current iteration as a background for where we're building from in the next revision. As we all know, this is our overarching state strategy for conserving fish, wildlife, and their habitats in Oregon. It provides a shared set of conservation priorities, not just for ODFW as a state wildlife agency, but also for our partners, practitioners, stakeholders, and all Oregonians. It identifies species, habitats, and areas of greatest conservation need, and recommends conservation actions at multiple scales. The goals of the strategy are threefold, and they emphasize the need to maintain healthy wildlife populations, prevent declines, and wherever possible, reverse declines in these populations. This is not a regulatory document. It's a voluntary, proactive approach to reduce future federal and state ESA listings. So the ways in which we've found success in meeting these goals. This one's not catching up with me. There we go. Yeah. So the ways in which we've found success in meeting these goals in light of the limited resources, time, staff, and funding is through partnerships and providing resources so that we can work with partners in a cohesive way towards shared conservation priorities. So our strategy works by focusing conservation actions. Instead of, as I'll often say, these random acts of conservation throughout the state, the strategy identifies focal areas for us and our partners to work on together. It also works by directing funding opportunities. So various grant structures, including some of the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Boards grants as well as the OCRF use the Oregon Conservation Strategy as criteria. The resource also helps to improve coordination between partners and is an important informational resource. So we provide our strategy online, and as an example of its utility, in 2022, we saw traffic from all states, 187 countries, and engagement from over 80,000 individual users. So as a condition for receiving funding through the State and Tribal Wildlife Grant Program, Congress requires that all states commit to reviewing and revising their plans at an interval of 10 years or less. This is a really important funding source for us, which, when matched with 35% lottery funds, fully supports the Wildlife Division's conservation program, including 8 critical positions for the agency working cooperatively with internal and external partners on wildlife conservation priorities. It also opens the door for competitive state wildlife grant funding for other projects we find as priorities. So Caroline and I are here today to share with the Commission that we're beginning the revision of the next iteration of the strategy. And as I've just described, we're not starting from a blank slate. We have a solid foundation to begin from. So this is an opportunity to update the strategy with new information and tools to ensure that it remains relevant for the next 10 years. Part of the revision process will be assessing the impact and successes over the last 10 years and looking for opportunities to tell that story. But what we already know is that both of the previous revisions of the Oregon Conservation Strategy, Oregon has come out as a leader nationally in what a state wildlife action plan can achieve, and we really are held up as a gold standard. So we're proud of being at the forefront of what these guidance documents look like and how to communicate conservation goals, both to our partners and to the public. We're looking forward to the opportunity to lead what's next for state wildlife action plans. Also, we'd really like to take this opportunity to enhance our engagement with a broader diversity of partners and stakeholders and make sure that the strategy resonates with diverse communities. So with that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Carolyn Eckrich, our new strategy revision coordinator, who'll dive into some of the details on what we can anticipate over the next 2 years. Carolyn, are you with us? And if you're speaking, you are currently muted.
Well, apparently we have lost Carolyn.
Do you want to at least start through it?
Yeah, I think
Or is that,
Chair what might be most effective or efficient. Emily?
It might be. Can we double check if she's available? Do we have that capacity? So she's still here. She is unmuted.
so it's a technical?
So it is a technical challenge. All right. Well. I'm just hesitating because she's remarkably well practiced at this and will do such a much better job than I will.
I'll fill 1 second of it, just because Exhibit A we don't need to do, there won't be minutes this time, so shortens the meeting a bit.
So it's us. Others can hear her online.
It's what?
So it's us. The others online can hear her.
Oh,
So can we navigate that?
Well, we'll just take a little pause here then, and
do the temporary rules.
if you'd like to.
Can we maybe move to the,
Oh, Michelle is working on it right now, I'm just told,
oh,
so.
okay.
Why don't we do that? Why don't you all just hold, and we'll hopefully get Carolyn back on to where we can hear her as well. And in the meantime, we do have, under the director's report, I believe, 21 temporary rules on the TAN agenda here that require your ratification. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on any of those.
Kurt, I have one. We're closing some of the, a mile of the main stem Mackenzie below Lieberg Dam. Can you say a little bit more about, is that a cold water refuge and that's why we're closing it? Is it heavily fished, and that's why we're closing it. Could you
Sure.
just talk about that for a second?
Sure, that's a closure that's related to fairly low returns of adult Chinook to the hatchery facility on the Mackenzie. And of course, the fish returning this year are, the age 4 fish returning this year are fish that were released early due to the September 2020 wildfires. And so we're seeing very low survival rates on that particular brood. And just to try and assure that we'll get some additional brood stock back, they closed the fishery that occurs right below the hatchery, which is of course focused on those hatchery Chinook.
Yep. Thank you. That helps. Anything else? Or if there aren't other questions, could I get a motion on this one, please?
I move to ratify the 21 temporary rules set forth on August 4th, 2023 agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to ratify the 21 temporary rules as just read into the record. Seeing no further questions, could I get a thumb vote on this one? Those in favor? It's everyone, Michelle, so we have a unanimous on that one. Did we take long enough that Carolyn is here, Dr. Eckrich? Doesn't look like it.
Sure.
You want a 5-minute break or do you want? 5-minute break, and we will give them a little bit of time to get this here, and then we can finish this one and move on to the next one after that is commission updates, other business, and then public forum. So, 5-minute max.
I will get to that, so we have a backup.
I'm sorry, guys, I don't know why it's all.
Yeah, can you walk around? No, okay. Then we'll do it like this. Go better, honey.
No, it's set the way that it's supposed to be. So, yeah. I need to find it.
They were like number 4 or 5 highest. I mean, they were above average, you know. So that shows you that those streets weren't affected that much. Definitely a big effect on that. Yes, even though they had to leave, the fire was coming, they opened the gates basically, let it go. But I guess a lot of them still hung out there. Didn't know what to do.
Can I have one of the Zoom meeting attendants speak so we can do a sound check, please? This is where I usually have Ken or Nick or presentations.
Looks like Carolyn might be talking.
Bill, do you happen to be available? Okay, thank you, Bill. Thank you, Carolyn. We're still working on it.
We got a backup plan. I'd rather it be us than somebody.
DVHS is where it's supposed to be.
There was another HDVS at the very top. Is that?
Third of
But
that
that's
one.
same as this one. They're the same. Those are
They're
the same.
comprehensive, we're good to go.
Same system settings. Yeah.
Carolyn or Bill, can we get another test, please?
Screen and been like, what?
We can hear them in there.
I like to read it like this.
Through YouTube?
Or through. I think that might be why.
Podcasts for Zoom on a laptop in there. So I hear them going, yeah, we hear you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Still working. Nope, that's not what I wanted. There It's on capture back in the back room, so it'll need to be adjusted back there.
Okay, I think we got it.
It's a fun cliffhanger, though.
Okay, Carolyn, one more test, please.
Yes, can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Sorry, guys.
That's okay. I'd rather us be a test dummy than somebody else, so. Problem solved. Feels great. See, I even printed my words real big. Ooh. And used my glasses. I thought my eyesight was getting worse since I went to the eye doctor. And it is getting worse. It's now 15:20. You're still okay. I'm still okay.
Yeah.
We're good to go.
You got the good stuff for the first anniversary. Yeah, I thought of you. Like all of that work and all that stupid down to follow her in the car.
Now I know how to print all of the notes. Now I know to print all of the notes. Chandler does great.
Like I remember being on the highway with the car over here, the whole scenario. I was just thinking, oh God. You're welcome. And say hi to your hubby and all that fun stuff. That was an honor.
We just completed the first 10-year revision of the Oregon Conservation Strategy, our State Wildlife Action Plan, or SWAP, in 2016. And in that revision, we reviewed and updated all sections of the Oregon Conservation Strategy. We incorporated new science, data, tools, and resources. And we facilitated access and use by developing a website which provides online access to all components of the strategy. We also added strategy data layers to Compass, our online data and planning tool. Because of the accomplishments of the 2016 revision, we're starting in a really good place as we approach the next 10-year revision, and our objective is to continue to build off of this success. I've been asked to check if you're here now, Carolyn.
Yes, I was here. I just couldn't hear the room. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Take it away
Okay.
with the back.
Okay, wonderful. So I'll start and say, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Director Melcher, members of the Commission, good morning. For the record, my name is Carolyn Eckrich, and I am the Oregon Conservation Strategy Revision Coordinator. Thank you, Emily, for covering the first slide. We have several goals for the 2026 strategy revision. As with the last revision, we want to incorporate new science, data, tools, and resources. A lot has changed over the past 10 years, and we want to incorporate the best available information, as well as fulfill our commitments in other state plans to review this information. We anticipate robust engagement with diverse stakeholder groups. We are beginning this process now and look forward to working with stakeholders to drive what resources we develop and to make sure that the Oregon Conservation Strategy is a tool that meets the needs of our partners. We will incorporate climate change throughout all components. Climate change is a major influence on our species and habitats. We will be exploring ways to incorporate this into our strategy revision, for example, by working with partners such as the Northwest Climate Adaptation Science Center. We also want to update available resources and tools. One way we will be doing this is by incorporating the results of the Oregon Connectivity and Mapping Project, or OCAMP. We'll also be updating the Oregon Conservation Strategy website, Compass, and the data layers that are provided. The strategy revision will also include a comprehensive review and revision of all chapters. Our key conservation issues will be reviewed and updated. We will have a well-defined and transparent process for defining species of greatest conservation need and strategy habitats. We will put all candidate species and habitats through that process to evaluate how they meet our criteria. Conservation Opportunity Areas, or COAs, are heavily used by partners, landowners, and the general public. We want to improve our recommendations in COAs and do a better job of keeping track of the great work that is being done in these areas. We will also work closely with the Marine Program to review and revise the Oregon Nearshore Strategy. As we start thinking about the revision process, there are 8 required elements mandated by Congress to be addressed in all state wildlife action plans. These elements provide a flexible framework to incorporate new information and changing circumstances into the plans while providing nationwide consistency. One of the many reasons why we must do this revision is to meet the requirements laid out in these 8 elements. By documenting how our revision has addressed all of these elements, we solidify our access to state wildlife grant funds. Additionally, because of this framework, any changes to the conservation strategy at any time need to be approved by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. 2 of the 8 required elements are partner involvement and public involvement, and these are 2 elements that are very important to us. To address these elements, coordination will be a large focus of the revision process. We also want to stress that this is a product that is for all Oregonians. Although ODFW leads the process, all of our partners, constituents, the public, all inform the revision. We will utilize outreach techniques from the last revision and also incorporate new approaches to seek input from a diverse set of entities. This helps to create buy-in and a sense of ownership, which in turn leads to increased implementation. We will utilize both a stakeholder advisory committee and a technical review team. We will be engaging our tribal partners and encouraging public participation. Because at-risk fish, wildlife, and habitats span boundaries, we will coordinate with states across the region to ensure that elements are compatible across plans. We will also provide you, the Commission, updates at key intervals over the next 2 years. We also want to highlight that internal collaboration will be ongoing. While the conservation program is within Wildlife Division and we lead the process, the conservation strategy is a product of all divisions and programs. We'll be working collaboratively with advisors from Fish and Habitat divisions and the Marine program, with representatives from each taking responsibility for reviewing and revising pertinent chapters. We want all staff to have a role and to provide feedback during this process. Finally, we want to provide a brief overview of some of the key targets we will hit during the strategy revision over the next 2 years. We are just at the start of everything now, having initiated the revision process about 3 weeks ago in July of 2023. Throughout the entire revision process, we want to emphasize that we'll be seeking feedback and participation to ensure the strategy continues to support the work of our staff and partners. We are targeting the spring of 2025 to have updated chapters available to begin the public and partner review process. We will be keeping you, the Commission, informed throughout, but when we are nearing completion of the revision in summer of 2025, we hope for an endorsement from you since we know that conservation is just as important to our Commission as it is to our department. The strategy revision is due to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on October 1st of 2025. In following submission, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will develop a technical review team that will then approve the revision in 2026. We hope that we have provided you with an understanding of the conservation strategy, the revision process, and our anticipated timeline for the revision. We thank you for your time and your patience as we work through all those technical issues. And with that, we will take any questions.
Commissioner Khalil, and then Vice Chair Zarnowitz, and then I have a couple questions as well.
Hi, thank you so much for this presentation. I have a question about the public participation portion, which you may not have an answer to yet. I don't know why I'm looking at the screen as though Carolyn can see me. But I'm wondering if you have an approach that you are going to take to public participation that will allow for perhaps more voices who may not have been involved in these strategies in the past. It has all the trappings of the same old people who always participate, being the ones whose voices are heard the most loudly.
Excellent. Chair Wall, Commissioner Cleo, thank you for that question. That's something that I think is a really important part of this next step for our revision. And so that's something that we've really been front loading on. Carolyn and I are both wildlife biologists. Our expertise is in birds and amphibians and snakes, and we could talk to you about that all day. And so recognizing that lack of expertise has led us to start reaching out very early on to our data scientists, our social scientists, internally as well as partners, to get an idea of how can we approach this public participation to start soliciting responses from groups we might not have reached out to. So Carolyn, if you can, speak to the meetings that you had yesterday and a week ago and how we're starting that process. But I guess the answer is we don't know yet, but we know we don't know. And so we're trying to find out an answer.
That's probably as good as we're going to get right now, but
fair enough.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil, and Emily, thank you. I'll just add that, as Emily mentioned, we have been having meetings already with some human dimensions experts because this is so important to us that we try to reach out to communities that are not represented right now. And so some of the advice we were given is to start thinking about how all of these different audiences fit into different groups, from our already involved, highly intelligent in terms of how the conservation strategy works and already participating, to people we've never heard from, are maybe leery of working with a state agency and have no exposure to the conservation program, and how we need to devise different strategies in order to reach all of those different audiences. So as Emily said, as we're just at the beginning, we don't quite have those strategies nailed down, but just to reiterate that that is something that we are already thinking about and looking at strategies in order to do just that.
if I can offer just a small point of advice, the environmental education community might be a great place to look. The Oregon Environmental Education chapter or whatever. Environmental educators are very good at community engagement and tend to work across a range of ages and stages to do their work. So let me know. I'm happy to connect you with that board.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, and it shows how you need 2 years at least to put this together for every 10 years. I do have a question, though, that how do you incorporate new information? 10 years seems like a long time, and studies are going on, and climate is changing rapidly. Just look at this year. And it seems like every year since 2014, most years have been hotter than the last. And so how do you incorporate new information into a 10-year plan after we've approved it?
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, that's a big challenge that we have, not just in Oregon, but all states that have these state wildlife action plans. So it's a 10-year turnaround time. And in order to do even minor updates, we need to work with the service, get approval, let them know that we're working on updates. And so it can be really challenging to make sure that it's updated, relevant, and continues to have value throughout the duration of that 10 years. So we do have opportunities if we needed to update in the interim, but it's challenging. And so I think a lot of the ways that we see maintaining that relevancy is linking out to other resources. So as you're seeing information update, or on our geospatial platform with Compass, making sure that information is up to date, that we're providing recent relevant data. So that is a challenge. I think because ours is available online, sometimes that can also be really challenging because it seems like you should be able to update this and keep it up to date as you're going, but because it has that very rigid framework from the service and when you can update and how you can update, it can be a little bit more challenging. We do have a little bit more flexibility than states that have it just as a big PDF tome, because that can be hard to dive into, but it is certainly a challenge. I think I didn't answer your question, but hopefully by not answering it, I'm communicating that challenge.
Yeah, well, thinking of the fish plans, for instance, those are basin plans are done every 5 years. Mm-hmm. And that incorporates very quickly, or as quickly as an agency can do it probably, additional information. So I can see that with the extent of how you incorporate all these different players and information, how that would be very hard to do a 5-year plan. You'd get done with one and start working on the next pretty much. Mm-hmm. But hopefully we can work with the Fish and Wildlife Service in the future and get them to be a little bit more lenient or
absolutely,
on this.
I will also point out that by working with all of these stakeholders and all of these partners and building that framework within the Oregon Conservation Strategy, it allows us to pull in these other policies and plans and really make sure that we're continuing to be plugged in with up-to-date information and linking out to other resources so that way it can maintain that relevancy even if we have that same structure and that same framework.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Khalil.
To follow up on that, I have a question about, so we have this larger strategy for the state, then do different divisions have their own strategic plans that fit into this strategy? That can be one way of mitigating that long-term focus by having like 2-year or 5-year strategies for each department or each working group or whatnot, but I don't know if that already exists.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Cleel, I would say certainly the divisions work to implement those plans. I wouldn't say we have formal strategic plans, but the conservation strategy definitely is incorporated into the work plans as we do our normal business.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I know this one is not an easy one to take on. I have a question that follows up a little bit on what Vice Chair Zarnowitz asked. In the slide you talked about incorporating climate change throughout all the components. What does that mean when you're looking at the strategy?
Chair Wall, great question. So if you look at our current strategy, we do have climate change integrated fairly well throughout. But there's an opportunity to be more intentional about that and an opportunity that we'd really like to focus on. So we've been working with the Northwest Climate Adaptivity Science Center in advance. So we're not just starting 3 weeks ago reaching out to folks, but we've been working with our partners to identify how we could better integrate that information. So take a chapter like strategy species. how is climate impacting individual species? Are you going to start thinking about climate refugia for species or vulnerability of those individuals? Or taking a chapter like strategy habitats, what are the climate impacts specific to those habitat types? And so instead of having a standalone chapter that's on climate change, we really try to, we're hoping to emphasize that climate is a component of all of these factors within the strategy. So this is something that we should be thinking about throughout and making sure that it is a part of the way that we're considering conservation at a landscape scale.
Thank you. I have a couple others that are a little more specific than, you talk about the Oregon nearshore strategy. Is that including the food chain? Are we going to be looking at the marine food chain as well as part of that, or maybe not? Or do we know yet?
Chair Wall, I'm not certain how to answer that question.
And she's looking to me, Chair Wall, and I. I'm going to turn just for a moment and see if there's any assistance from the.
Come on in.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Andrea Hansen, and I'm the Acting Conservation Policy Coordinator in the Director's Office. And I was the original, or the lead for the last 10-year comprehensive revision. So the Oregon Nearshore Strategy is a chapter, a component of the Oregon Conservation Strategy, and it's led by the Marine Resources Program. So we are coordinating very closely with them to try to integrate it better. We will definitely send that note to ensure that that is something that is looked upon. But they have to meet the requirements that Emily listed. So that will be something we will definitely get your input, the public's input, and better incorporate the two into a single strategy.
Thank you. That helps. I know how hard it is to take these that are 10 years, and you are the science group to a certain extent, but could you talk about, just for a second, your role? Are you primarily building the science and the platforms and the data for our strategy, or are you doing a lot of recommendations and implementation kinds of, how do you divide up the role that you folks have?
Chair Wall, now that I have Andrea next to me, I keep looking over to her. Andrea is an incredible mentor and a great resource that I'm glad we still have on board. So I think it's challenging. If you're asking the question, what are we doing with this revision? I think in a lot of ways, we're not building the science, we're collecting it. And so we're working with a variety of stakeholders, technical review teams, as many people as we can bring in, to make sure that we have the information we need. If you look at the strategy, we have chapters and species that we don't have jurisdiction over. So we have plants, we have invertebrates that ODFW does not have any authority over whatsoever. But this is a plan that's meant for all Oregonians. It's not just ODFW. And so we're building these resources, pulling folks in, and getting that scientific expertise. And so I see our role as gathering things and presenting it in a way, presenting that menu of recommendations, recommended actions that we can take collectively. So we're really limited in the resources we have internally in order to implement these goals, these conservation actions. And so it's really hinges on working with other folks, other expertises, and make sure that we're working towards that shared conservation goal.
And I'm not trying to put you folks on the spot, because when we talk about habitat, that's generally that's where we end up. We don't have jurisdiction, or we don't have the resources, or it's somebody, we have to rely on partners. And all of those things are absolutely true. And in September, when we talk about the budget and some of these other pieces and link it back to this, if we were to talk about a policy or a revenue stream that brought some big chunk of change that could support the Oregon Conservation Strategy, then that's clearly what we would need to be looking at as well. Is if habitat is the answer all the time or most of the time, then how do we translate this into big landscape changes for habitat that will support all these so the extinction trends maybe at least don't go so steeply down. So.
Sure. Well, I just add I think that's one of the most important roles of the conservation strategy, is to guide not only our own actions, but those of our restoration partners, other agencies, that type of thing. So by having the conservation opportunity areas, the priority wildlife connectivity areas, our strategy species, strategy habitats. It provides a lot of guidance to them to help, with, we're not the primary implementers, it's everyone. And so providing that guidance to focus it into those priority areas is one of the most important.
Thank you, that's helpful. Thank you. One more question, it looks like. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Chair Wall, I really didn't have a question, just maybe before we leave the adapting to climate and ocean change. I just had something I wanted to mention.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, okay, I just happened to look the other day, I saw an article about it, and then I went online to the NASA website and the Tonga volcano. I don't know if anyone's seen what happened there, but that was a big eruption that was under the sea, under the ocean. And so what it did, it blew an amazing amount of water vapor. It was just the right depth in the ocean where it blew a huge amount of water vapor into the atmosphere. And unlike normal eruptions like Mount St. Helens and such, where it blows ash and debris into the atmosphere, and then that creates maybe cooling, if anything. They said that the data shows like when the water vapor's up there, it actually helps increase the warming because it holds the temperature in, all that water vapor in the atmosphere. So maybe that's one excuse why things are super hot this year in places, because it was interesting anyway. I'd recommend anyway go to the NASA website and look up the Tonga volcano and they'll talk about it.
Thank you. All right, I think we're ready to move on to the next one. Thank you very much for this, and we look forward to this one a lot, as you can tell. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And we've already done the temporary rule ratification, so that takes us to commission updates, Chair Wall.
Thank you. And before we go to Commissioners Labhart and Hatfield Hyde, are you ready? Yeah. To talk about the WAFWA conference, I think we'll hear from Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yes, hello, everybody. My term is up September 1st, and I've chosen not to go for another 4 years, whether or not the governor would have accepted that. But I chose back in February and contacted the governor's office that because of I have a business and other personal things that I am not going to be giving another 4 years to the commission. Since then, obviously, House Bill 3086 got passed, and my planning to leave actually helped out, because then we have 2 commissioners that are in the northern Willamette Valley, and as long as, well, I guess you folks are new enough, you don't even have to re-up. So, but it's been great for me, having been an ODFW employee, to see what the department is doing now and all the exceptional people that that work for the department, all the many interested partners outside of the department, whether they agree with the department or not, and basically the passion for fish and wildlife. And since I've had my career was being a wildlife biologist, it's been great to come back to the commission as essentially a member who has wildlife expertise, and to be able to contribute as much as I can. So I'm still here to vote this time, though, so you can't give up on me yet. Thank you.
Can I do one first? Yeah, and then I will. I would not pretend to speak for everybody on the commission on this one, but I would like to say a couple things about serving with Vice Chair Zarnowitz. In terms of effectiveness and thoughtfulness as a commissioner, I would say it's been very high on both of those scales. The agency background has been, I think, remarkably helpful, both in terms of framing the policy questions, but also in terms of enormous respect for the mission and for the staff in the agency, and shaping things based on that background has been remarkably helpful to us. I think it's impressive that Vice Chair Zarnowitz reads the scientific studies and knows what to do with them and how to implement them and how to bring them into these conversations. And all of those things have added up to a commissioner bringing solutions and proposals that have advanced our ability to work through some remarkably difficult issues. So when people say you'll be missed, it's actually true. You will be, and it's been a remarkable pleasure to serve with you on this commission. So I thank you, and I think one or two other commissioners want to say something as well.
Yes, thank you. I would love to say something. I think that Commissioner Zarnowitz is going to be a big loss to this commission. I have so appreciated her tone and approach on the commission. I feel like I've learned things from her, from the way she comports herself on this commission. I feel like she is serious about the material, is prepared, reads deeply, understands the issues to the best of the ability we can, and has a good solid science background, which is helpful for this commission. But I also think something that I admire about her and have appreciated is that from a policy standpoint, she will step back and listen and try to craft a third path if it's possible to kind of lower the temperature on some things. And that's just a unique skill set, I think, that she does, that she brings. And I just feel like she's always on the ball. She's been here to serve fish and wildlife and communities, and I'm gonna miss her, darn it.
Well said.
Thank you.
Commissioner Spellbrink, did you?
Yeah, ditto. I think things were well covered. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate your attendance here and your input.
Thank you.
And I do have to say, I've really appreciated this commission. It seems like it's been a good, everybody's kind of gotten to know each other and have been working well together.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, the other two commissioners try to follow that.
Actually, Chair Wall, if I could, I would just also like to extend my appreciation to Commissioner Zarnowitz for the last 4 years on the commission. And of course, I've known her for at least 33 and a half of my 38 years with the department, maybe more than that. I don't recall for sure. But I did want to share that on February 14th, 1990, then Jill Zarnowitz was on an interview panel that hired me for my first biologist position at ODFW. So just share that and share my appreciation. Thanks, Jill.
Thank you. And with that, we will go to Commissioner Labhart and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Okay, well, hopefully I'm not gonna be the last commissioner, but I do want to say something, so.
Oh, okay.
So Jill, I want to thank you for your dedicated service for all the years with the department. I don't know your background in terms of what you contributed, but if it's anything even close to what you've contributed as a commissioner, the department is well served by your service to the department. And I would echo what the other commissioners say. It's been an honor and a privilege to have worked with you for these last 4 years. You are a dedicated servant. You care about Oregon's fish and wildlife, and you will be missed on this commission. So I want to just say thank you for your service to Oregon. Thank you for your service to fish and wildlife. You should go out of this commission thinking you did well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Khalil and then Commissioner King.
I was trying to think of what to say, because when Mary told me that this would be her last meeting, I was a little devastated. It's just a wonder to watch you work and just hear your calming presence and your measured tone and whatever everyone else has said. Absolutely, I double down on that. I know I only got 2 years with you, but I really admire you, and I hope to be half the commissioner that you were in the 2 years that I've worked with you, so.
Probably more.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner King.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall, and thank you, Vice Chair Zarnowitz. You will be sorely missed, probably by, I don't know if me by the most, but I love your energy. I love that it is the opposite of mine. I think that it is just so important, just that quiet strength that just, gets it done, understands, detail-oriented, just, you come up with something that all the rest of us forgot because you have done the work. You have studied and just really doubled down, as Commissioner Khalil said. And I would also say, I think a fitting achievement for you with that quiet energy that gets it done. You were in a division that was defunded, and you worked to resurrect that division. While you were a commissioner, you recreated your division that was lost. And so that is an amazing testament to you and your energy and your passion and drive for all of Fish and Wildlife, the service to the people of Oregon. We are all in your debt. We thank you, and I will miss you sorely, and hopefully you will join us in McMinnville, since that is your home ground, because I was so looking forward to a winery tour with you. So hopefully this is, farewell but not goodbye, and wishing you well on your winery.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay,
Now
back to
we'll
me.
go
Okay,
to.
so, we're switching subjects to the PowerPoint presentation. Commissioner Hatfield Hyde and I had the privilege of being commissioner representatives at what we call WAFA, which stands for the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies summer meeting, which it was in Santa Fe with Director Melcher, who's the chair of the American Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies for about another 6 months or so, I think. And
2 months.
how many?
2.
Oh, 2 months, okay. So, and then there was a number of staff from the agency that were also there at this meeting. It brought together about 400 U.S. and Canadian fish and wildlife professionals, and it was there to discuss biological management, land use issues, including commissioners and directors from over 20 states, managers, administrators, and other fish and wildlife related fields. Next slide, please. The conference started with, on a Monday, we visited the Taos Gorge Bridge in New Mexico, not far from Taos, New Mexico, and we talked about bighorn sheep. We actually did see one off in the distance, but we talked about the issues that New Mexico is facing with bighorn sheep and some of the same issues that we're facing with disease and populations and those kind of things. And then the evening started with a real privilege for us, I think, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde. We went to the governor of New Mexico's mansion and had a dinner with the other directors from the states and other. Next slide, please. That's the governor's mansion in New Mexico, and we had dinner at the governor's mansion with directors and commissioners from the other states. Next slide, please. So now down to business. Becky and I met with commissioners from other states to hear reports of important issues. We gave the Oregon report, which included answers to the following questions asked of us commissioners. What's the biggest success for your agency in the last 6 months? And of course, we have a number of successes, but we highlighted the recent memorandum of agreements with the Oregon tribes and the 15,000-acre Minot purchase. Another question that was asked is one emergency challenge concern for your agency. Agency recruitment is a major challenge, especially for technical, administrative, and entry-level biological positions is of great concern for this agency. Concerning landscapes level conservation priorities, what is your greatest multi-jurisdictional fish and wildlife challenge? And of course, there's many, but one that we brought forward was Oregon's ambitious goal of achieving 100% clean energy electricity by the year 2040. Is driving fast-paced push for new transmission and renewables across the state that affects us Oregon's fish and wildlife. And then the last question that we were asked was, within your jurisdictional authority, what is the best example of a highly effective state and federal conservation partnership, and why is it a success? There's a number of those, but we brought to the attention that ODF&W is particularly proud of the pinniped, and for those, that's seals, management on the lower Columbia River. This has been a huge success. It would not be possible without the collaborative approach modeled by Oregon, Washington, Idaho, the Corps of Engineers, National Marine Fisheries Service, the Siletz, Grand Ronde, and 4 Columbia River tribes. Next slide, please. We also mentioned that we were in the process of updating our mule deer plan and our wolf plan. Then we broke into groups in order to attend many sessions and workshop possible during the week. One session that I attended was review of the state's conservation plans, and Andrea left the room, darn it, but ours is called the Conservation Strategy. It's, SWAP, State Wild Action Plans. During this session, the chair of that subcommittee recognized Oregon's plan, which strategy, as the gold standard among the western states for plans that are well done. It's nice to hear these kinds of accolades regarding the department, especially when they are not solicited in any way. She held us up. Nobody was asking her to do that, but they said Oregon's conservation strategy is held up as the gold standard. And I think that's it, and I wanted to recognize Andrea while she was here, but she left, so because she was leading that effort. So end of report, unless there's any question. Commissioner Hyde, anything you want to add?
I just add a couple of things. One is I really appreciate Chair Wall sending us to this. I think one of the most valuable things about going to WAFWA is just to put Oregon, in a greater context of the West and the issues that are happening across the West, and getting to see that. I'm incredibly proud of Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, both having Director Melcher as our director, and also the tone of this commission, where we don't agree on everything. We just don't. But there's a real working tone on this commission, and I think that matters. And you can see by being at WAFWA, you can kind of see how other directors are operating, how other commissions are functioning or not functioning so well. You also get amazing little tidbits and ideas. For example, Washington State Legislature just passed a big funding package for Fish and Wildlife that would address some of those issues that we were talking about earlier, as Oregon, considered the lodging tax, or the fact that we don't have that Recovering America's Fish and Wildlife didn't pass. So there's just little things that you pick up by being there. But I'm incredibly proud of our staff, our director, and our commission. And that's not to say that we don't have a lot of work to do, but and also the other thing that I would say, and I don't know how this works, Chair Wall, is that next year's WAFL will actually be on the Columbia River, and it's hosted by Washington. So that's closer proximity, and I know we have to worry about quorum issues and stuff as a commission, but it's a good time maybe for more.
That's great.
More of us to show up.
Yeah.
And learn from these other commissioners. So,
Yeah,
thank
it'll
you.
be at
I really
Skamania
appreciate
Lodge.
it. What?
It'll be at Skamania Lodge.
Yeah, Skamania Lodge.
That's great. I didn't realize it was, I had
Yeah,
forgotten. that
I
it
didn't
was
know
there.
it either until I got there, but.
Yay.
Yeah.
Thank you both. We will move then to other business, and Michelle is going to run us through some date issues for 2024.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yesterday, I sent you out a list of dates to potential commission meetings for next year. Today, I'm just providing those to you. I'm not asking for you to adopt them, but I would appreciate if we could maybe take the time over the next month to take a look at those and give them some thought. And then when we are at the meeting in Bend in September, I will be asking for approval. I will also be sending you out a query about some ideas for tours and for workshops and potential locations for the upcoming year. And that'll be presented to you. The results of that will be presented to you at the September meeting.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions, Dr. King?
Just a question, and I think you partially answered it, Michelle. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Wall. For example, like this all is based on the old stuff where it says CD6, CD1, so obviously that will change to the new district stuff, or whatever they are, watersheds or whatever. And my other question is, like, February in Portland, does that have to be, I mean, did you just randomly pick it and we're doing the sportsman show again? Like, I mean.
You know, those actually do represent the new districts. Unfortunately, when they changed us to the river basins with the update change. They didn't catch that piece of changing us out of having to meet in each congressional district each year. That hopefully, you know, maybe in upcoming years we can address that. But this upcoming year, we are still obligated to meet in each
Oh, okay, so
district.
even though we're changing to this basin business, we still have to meet in each congressional district?
Correct, that is under a different statute.
Okay.
And so for the Portland noted in February, that is definitely up for discussion. That, you know, if we choose to participate at the Sportsman Show, then I would request that we have our meeting in Portland. If we do not, then that's up for discussion.
Yeah, okay, got it. And you said you're sending a survey or whatever, and that's where we'll have further discussion about.
Correct.
these-
Early next week, I will send out a survey for you guys to have an opportunity to share your ideas with me about what you'd like to see coming up as far as locations and potential workshops, and if you have some ideas about tours that we'd like to consider.
Thank you so much.
Especially on the tours and workshop people, if you have them, that would be great to get those down now, so. Thank you. Public forum, and on the public forum, what I would mention is that we give 3 minutes to each person, and this is our chance to hear issues that aren't on the agenda, and a lot of them are things that we would not normally hear, so it's great to have this chance to hear from people. We have several, and if we have time at the end, we will go ahead and take Exhibit B, but we have an 11 o'clock time for our employee recognition, so we will stop there. So let's go ahead with John Carter, and if that name is not right, then John Krauthofer. And if you'll give your name
Good
for the
morning,
record in case
Madam
I got it
Chair,
wrong.
Commissioners, Director Melcher. I'm John Krauthofer. I've testified in here off and on for the last 40 years. I testified before this commission before it was actually formed, when it was the Fish Commission. Worked with the department on lots of different issues, got regulations changed and everything. Last year I came in here about issues that I thought was gonna happen to the Nehalem. With the closure of Tillamook Bay on the wild fish harvest, a limited harvest up on the Columbia Buoy 10. I thought the impact was gonna be too much for that system, especially with our new techniques of catching them, has turned the average angler into a good fisherman. You can look at our catch rates, they've gone way up the last couple, 3 years. Staff in Tillamook agreed with me, but they'd already made their proposal to you, so I asked them, have you amended your proposal after they agreed with me? Their answer was no. I went, well, why? No answer. So this year, we have bag limits are a little more liberal. Tillamook Bay are going to be able to harvest a couple wild fish. We don't know what's going to happen to Buoy 10 yet because it just opened the day before yesterday or 2 days ago. We don't know if the season is going to be open after the Buoy 10 closes on the Columbia. So I'm worried about more impact on the Nehalem again. Now we've got the same number of fish bag limits in Nehalem as we had last year. We have a little more bag limits in Tillamook. We've got a 2 fish limit in Tillamook regardless of whether they're hatchery or wild, which is better than last year. The problem with the Nehalem is that our summer run, and it's a unique run, it starts in late June, July, August, is much stronger than our later run. Much stronger. I was there the day before yesterday. There's lots of fish there. The problem is that the staff is set up so you're only allowed to harvest one between July 1 and September 15th. Now, if you haven't fished that fishery, you've gone to Buoy 10, you've moved down to Tillamook, you got your 2 fish. After September 15th, you're allowed 5 more. That's the weakest part of the run. It doesn't make sense. They've got the bag limits 180 degrees off. You should be able to harvest more fish in the stronger part of the run than you do in the weaker part of the run. But I've fished that river exclusively guided on it for the last 25 years. I've been a guide for 50 years. But unlike most guys, I've concentrated all my effort on those 3 basins, Tillamook, Nistuck, and Nehalem. Our spawn counts last year, that because of no harvest in Tillamook, were up about 60%. Well, it's gonna be if you don't catch the fish. You're gonna get more fish on the spawning grounds. Nestucca was up a little bit. The Nehalem was down 50% because we over-harvested those fish. Not because the numbers didn't come back. It's just with these new pro-troll methods of catching them, and Commissioner Spellbrink can attribute to it, it's put some anglers right into their place. It's very, very effective. My suggestion is to turn that around, let more fish be harvested in the strong part of the run and less fish in the weaker part of the run. But you've already approved it, you just did on temporary rules. The problem with these temporary rules this year, there was no opportunity to come in with a back and forth. I came in last year, I had 5 minutes. If I talk to you and you respond to me, I know whether you understand me. If I look at your face, I can tell whether you understand me. And unfortunately, some of you didn't understand what I was saying. And I just want in the future, I don't want some little kid to come up to me and say, John, you know, you were a pretty good fisherman over your 50 years of guiding, but why didn't you just save some for us? It's gonna happen. Our coho issues. We haven't had spawn count numbers in Tillamook Bay for 3 years, since 2019. The other basins up and down the coast have got their spawn numbers. Why haven't we got them? The excuse I got, we couldn't find anybody to do it. Well, we've got 5 or 6 people in that office. Why couldn't 2 of them go out and get our coho spawn count numbers? The other basins didn't have any trouble finding people. We just didn't get it done. When I asked them why it took till June 29th to set our seasons, the answer I got was, well, I guess we dropped the ball. Now, how can people figure their vacations and stuff if we don't get our seasons set till the 29th of June? We used to get it done in April. That's all I really got to say.
Thank you, John. I'll just check if there aren't questions now. People do hear what people say in these public forums. I want you to know that. And people listen carefully. They read everything in these packets, so people do listen. The time's up, so we'll stop there with
Okay.
yours, but I appreciate it, and you do get heard.
One other thing, and Director Melcher and Mr. Lauhard and Commissioner Spellbrink will understand this. Somebody needs to look real heavily into the destruction of the eelgrass in Tillamook Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. The next people are Tez Stair, Shane Stalling, David Moskowitz, and Mark Strangeland, and then Bob Salinger. So Tez, that looks like it must be online, and go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. My name is Tez Stair. I own and operate the Dogwood Motel just past milepost 26 on Highway 138 along the North Umpqua River. I live in North Umpqua Village. I'm testifying today regarding the planned closure and repair of Winchester Dam as it relates to the current exceptionally low numbers of summer steelhead in the North Umpqua River. I understand that repairs to the Winchester Dam are necessary for the continued functioning of the dam, and that these repairs have been needed for many years. However, I disagree with ODFW's plan to close passage through the dam during summer steelhead migration when returns are at critical historical lows. Closing the North Umpqua to fishing has already hurt my business. I've had a number of reservations canceled this week, and I expect more cancellations and fewer new reservations as word of the closure spreads. That said, I support closing the river to fishing if it means protecting the future of summer steelhead along the North Umpqua. Closing passage through Winchester Dam, however, would undermine this conservation effort significantly. Historical steelhead migration data from Winchester Dam shows that 10% of the summer steelhead make their migration during the 3 weeks in question, and closing the latter at this time will kill many of those summer steelhead. To accomplish repair of the dam while minimizing fish disturbance, ODFW should require the use of a cofferdam or a similar approach to allow repairs to the main structure of the dam while keeping the fish ladder open. Additionally, I would ask that ODFW require that Winchester Dam fish ladder be repaired and retrofitted to conform to state fish passage standards, which it currently does not. So, in summary, if Winchester Dam is to continue to provide value to its community, it must be repaired. However, I would urge you to ensure that fish ladder remains open during these repairs. Please do not make a bad situation worse by further reducing the number of summer steelhead returning to the North Umpqua this year. We need as many returning fish to reproduce as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Tez. Any questions, commissioners? I know we're hearing lots about this issue from a lot of sources, so thank you for that, Tez. And we will go to Shane Stalling and then to David Moskowitz. And I think Shane is also online. Go ahead.
Hello, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. My name is Shane Stalling, and I am a Coos County resident who's deeply invested in the well-being of the North Umpqua River's fish populations. Just like Tez, I fully support the closures to help protect the wild strain of fish that spawns in that river and gives us reason to go up there. Although I am also gravely concerned about the recent developments surrounding the closure of summer steelhead fish passage at Winchester Dam. And I'm here to emphasize that there are other options that should have been implemented before closing fish passage and worsening the situation by putting migrating fish in perilous positions. The decline in summer steelhead runs in the North Umpqua has already surpassed alarming levels, and the very recent closure of the river due to low returns is clear indication of the severity of the problem. The river is now closed to angling for 2 of the past 3 summers, and blocking this fish passage at Winchester will trap summer steelhead in extremely warm water when they desperately need access to the cooler waters above the dam. I echo Tez in saying an alternate to closing fish passage would be to require cofferdams built, make the dam repairs while keeping the fish passage open. And I understand construction is already underway, but I'm, again, deeply disappointed this alternative was not required. The current solution saves money for a few while doing irreversible harm for many. It's essential to take a fish-first approach to this issue and considering both the impacts of the dam and the environmental factors affecting the river's health. As a frequent visitor to the North Umpqua, I stay at the Dogwood often. I urge us to be committed to being responsible stewards of the river, its fish, and its inhabitants. So I implore the Commission to consider a fish-first approach and engage in efforts to address the dam's continued failure to meet state requirements. I urge the Department and the Commission to ensure Winchester Dam meets the state fish passage regulations in a way that protects and enhances the future fish runs of the North Umpqua. To repeat the words on the wall behind you, you're here to protect and enhance Oregon's fish and wildlife and their habitats for use and enjoyment by present and future generation. The river needs the state to step in and require a solution that ensures the survival of the summer steelhead and the future prosperity of this cherished run of fish. Time's of the essence on this one. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Shane. Appreciate the testimony, and we don't have questions right this minute, so we will go to David Moskowitz.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz. Oh, let's see, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, the screen blipped and I was charging ahead. So, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, Director Melcher, David Moskowitz with Conservation Angler, and I'm going to try to cover a couple issues within my 3 minutes here. Really appreciated the budget and legislative reports from Shannon Hearn and Debbie Colbert, and it was great to work with ODFW staff for the session and generally mostly heading in the same direction on things. I wanted to just point out that regarding the budget note, this is a very significant requirement for assessing Oregon's hatchery programs and investment and operations, and could help pave the way to start to address some of the deferred maintenance that is out there, but also really take a hard look at a number of things. But the slide you saw in the presentation is fairly narrow in scope, and so I just wanted to highlight a few things. There's a requirement that the report that ODFW will do to a third-party, set of third-party folks. And it requires an economic cost-benefit analysis that looks at the total cost of producing hatchery fish at each facility, and also looking at what some of the benefits might be. That's a significant piece of work, and the department's going to be under a fair amount of, well, the contractors will be under a fair amount of pressure to complete this by probably January of 2025. It allows for continued work on the climate vulnerability element that the department has been working on since 2021. I would say that what would be really helpful, there's two things to note. One, I urge the department to engage partners and stakeholders and the tribes to develop the scope for the RFP that's going to have to be put out to get this going. And it'd be really worth engaging us, the interested public, and the tribes at the beginning and along the way as much as possible. And one of the things, while that sounds like a lot of maybe that's staff time that's not funded, one thing that didn't get noted, there's $1 million in Senate Bill 5006, the end of session bill, to help fund this study. So it's a big change from the study that had to be done in 2021. It's $1 million. We hope that the public will be able to get involved in setting the scope for this work, which is going to be really important, kind of looking forward. What does the hatchery investment in Oregon look like in the next 100 years for a 100-year-old system? And then in the remaining time I have, I just want to point out that in the Columbia River, returns are coming in. We basically had the lowest forecast ever, and the returns are coming in slightly better, but they're still just 65% of the current 10-year average, which is the lowest 10-year average in history. And if you look back to sort of more productive times, it's even lower. It's about 31% of the most productive time that occurred within the past 20 years. So we continue to have this steelhead problem, and all we have to do is turn our attention. It's not just the Columbia, where there's a bunch of dams, but it's on the Umpqua as well. And I just want to concur with the statements of Mr. Stair and Mr. Stalling, and say that it seems inconceivable that ODFW would allow a passage delay to be approved for this dam repair in the heart, not the heart necessarily, but in a significant portion of where the wild steelhead are crossing. And it is unbelievable. And not only for summer steelhead, but lamprey. There are thousands and thousands of lamprey that are going to be lost when this work is done. And I guess I kind of wonder, with the Native American tribes that are so concerned about summer steelhead in the Umpqua and lamprey, where are they? Have they been involved? And did the ODFW and the Winchester Dam folks confer with them? It's a travesty, and I concur with all the things that they've said about the North Umpqua, which is a treasure of Oregon. And thank you very much for this opportunity, and I really appreciate that from Director Melcher and Michelle Tate. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dave. I don't see questions, so we will go on to Mark Strangeland. And please introduce yourself in case I got your name wrong.
Good morning, Chairman Wall, Vice Chairman Zarnowitz, Commissioners, Director Melcher. It's Mark Stongeland.
Sorry.
That's all right, no problem. So my name's Mark Stongeland. I live in Salem, Oregon. I'm a utility arborist, a fishing guide. But today I'm going to be speaking as a husband, a father, and a lover of wild fish and wild places. I am testifying today regarding the Winchester Dam on the North Umpqua River and the current status of summer steelhead on the North Umpqua. I have enjoyed this wild river since 1985 and has become a big part of my life. My kids were raised on its banks and in its flow. So in these times of low fish returns, I'm concerned that the ODF&W is allowing a 3-week blocking of the fish ladder. As has been said, that during the tail end of the peak summer steelhead migration, where the 2004 to 2014 run data shows about 10% of the run comes through at that time, during that 3-week time frame. And also, as has been mentioned, this latter closure seems counterintuitive and contrary to the intentions of the river closure. If the department deems the fish runs are in a perilous condition and a closure is necessary to protect them, how does it make any logical sense to then block the river and flow and upstream migration to the cooler water that these fish need during this critical time? The blocking of the latter will no doubt kill summer steelhead, and this is unacceptable. So I have some questions for the commission. Where's the engineering plan for the work that is going to be done? It sounds like it's going to happen on the dam, and who's overseeing its implementation and its completion? How is it possible that work of this scope can be done without permits? Just the other day, my tree crew had to do an emergency tree near the power lines on a tree that was about to fall into the highway. I had to go to ODOT and get a permit so that we could do that required work. Everything needs permits and oversight. Why not here? How can we, the people, the state of Oregon, be assured that this type of emergency work will not need to be done again in the near future? Who represents the dam owners, and will that person or persons be offering any assurances that this work will be done in a way that will be in compliance with the state fish passage regulations? Who holds them to account? So in conclusion, I implore all of you on the commission, please make the dam owners adhere to state fish passage regulations to allow uninterrupted flow, passage to both upstream and downstream migration of these fish. These fish deserve our attention, they deserve our devotion, and without everyone on board, they will disappear before our very eyes. We urge you to take action as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any commissioner questions? And again, we are hearing a lot about this one, so I appreciate you coming and talking about it. So
Thank you. Yep, thanks.
And we'll get your name right next time.
That's all right. It's a tough one. You got to think like the Swedish chef, Stangalan.
Got it.
Thank
Bob,
you.
thank you, sir. Bob Salinger.
Good morning, Chair Wall and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Bob Salinger, and I'm the Urban Conservation Director for Willamette Riverkeeper. This morning, I'm going to first testify on behalf of the Oregon Wildlife Coalition, and I really appreciate the comments that were made this morning on the budget. You actually hit all of my issues, so I'll be very brief on each one. First, we are very, very concerned about the lack of funding for the Marine Reserve community engagement and outreach position. We see this as absolutely essential. Incredible amount of work has gone into this process. Community engagement is one of the statutory obligations. We're not sure you can really meet it without that. But more importantly, we've got to build upon the work, the very good work that's been done, and the recommendations that came out in the last year for how we move forward. We really hope that you will try to find a way to fund that either internally or shoehorn it into the 2024 session, but we really don't feel like you can go without that position. Number two, Commissioner Lappard, thank you very much for your comments about the coexistence funding. That was some really, really excellent work, and it was very disappointing not to see that funded. It gets to Commissioner King's comments earlier about how do we engage the wildlife watching population, which is growing and is actually dwarfs fishing and hunting populations now. That package had 5 biologist positions to engage urban populations. It had a funding for a coexistence campaign. It was all about engaging those folks and getting them involved, and hopefully getting them investing as well in a bigger way. So we really hope that that will move forward. We're committed to trying to move it in this session if there's a way to do that, and certainly in 2025. I was really pleased to hear the comment about HB 3159. That was the bill for the transfer lodging tax, and that would have provided $30 million a year for ODF and W to implement the conservation plan. And it did actually get, I think, a very positive reception in this session. It didn't get all the way through, but I think a lot of groundwork was laid, and we'd love to continue working with you on that going forward. I think it's the best conceived package we've seen to date to really get a big investment into ODF and W for the conservation strategy. I'm going to switch hats back to Willamette Riverkeeper for the last part. And one thing I just want to flag for you is we are seeing a real assault on urban wildlife habitat in this legislative session, unprecedented. Some of the housing bills would have rolled back protections for environmental zones, fish and wildlife habitat under Goal 5, the Willamette River Greenway, and tree codes. They would have gutted them. The single biggest assault on urban conservation efforts under the land use planning system since it was put in place 50 years ago. 2 days ago, the Housing Committee for the Governor proposed that we abandon regulations to protect isolated wetlands in the state of Oregon. That would have a tremendous impact on fish and wildlife populations as well. The housing crisis is real. We need to address it, but we cannot sacrifice the progress that we have made on fish and wildlife habitat on urban landscapes over the last 50 years. There's a huge education challenge in front of us, and I'm not sure exactly what ODF and W's role is in that, but I think getting to decision makers and really helping them understand that protecting habitat on urban landscapes is critically important from an environmental perspective, from a biodiversity perspective, and from an equity perspective. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. We do have a question. Go ahead, Commissioner Phil-Hyde.
Thank you, Bob. I just want to offer another thought about that, is that this same sort of issue is happening in our rural landscapes, in our federal forests, in our, all over the east side as well. So it's not just an urban problem.
Good point. Commissioner King and then Commissioner Labhart.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. And I agree, Bob. When we talk about environmental justice, it is important to note that it is not just an urban thing, that there are rural aspects to it as well. And I saw some of your comments in Oregon Live. A lot of the things that I really agree with, we need to start to move, like, in terms of not just understanding urban ecology, which, has been a big jump, I think, for the agency to kind of get there, but also understanding that homelessness and the homelessness crisis and the affordability crisis and all of the things that are happening with housing and what's happening with the environment are linked. We've all seen the trash camps and all of the human excrement and the needles from all the homeless camps. That ends up right in the river. Untreated sewage. And it's happening, as Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde explained, it's happening in the rural forests. It's happening right before our eyes in a big, big city. But the problem is the same. And we need to start to kind of link that more and talk about how we think about, look at something holistically, which is some of the comments I know that you've made, that this is a bigger, broader, larger issue. And maybe coming with different funding streams of how to get that addressed. Because you're right, until, it's a game of whack-a-mole. Like, you're not going to solve one thing without solving the other.
Thank you. Commissioner Labhart.
It's not a question of Bob, just a comment. It just seems like, in as many years as you've been participating in legislative processes, it just seems like sometimes we propose a new concept or a new idea in the legislature listens to it, and it seems like it always, not always, but sometimes takes more than one legislative session. So I would just encourage relentless engagement. Keep at it. So we want to get these things through.
As my friend Mike Hauk says, endless pressure, endlessly applied. Thank you for all your work on that, too, and Commissioner Khalil as well.
Thank you. Thanks. We have the employee recognitions starting at 11. We have 15 minutes. Can we start on B? Exhibit B?
Yeah, Chair Wall, I would suggest we start on B and move expeditiously. If we're close to finishing at 11, we can go, a few minutes past the 11 o'clock hour and try and get that one done before lunch.
Okay, that would be great. Then Exhibit B, Private Forest Accord Mitigation Fund, and we have Sarah Reif. Are you doing it solo today?
No, I have Andy Spurka joining me as well.
Okay, Andy.
Administrator Rice.
All right, and we are going to move quickly. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Director Melcher, and members of the Commission, Sarah Reif, Habitat Division Administrator, and here with me today is Andy Spurka. He is our Private Forest Accord Grant Program Coordinator. We bring before you Exhibit B, which is a recommendation for approval of the draft Oregon Administrative Rules for the Private Forest Accord Mitigation Grant Program. I'll take a couple slides to provide you with the background and context for these OARs, and then I will pass it to Andy to walk you through the primary elements of the OARs. In the interest of time, I think Andy and I are going to move really quickly through this presentation, but we do have the chair and vice chair from the advisory committee who did register for public testimony as part of this, and if it's okay with you, Chair Wall, I might ask that we offer them a couple minutes when Andy and I finish up in case they would have to wait until the end of the day.
Okay, oh, yes, we will try to do that, and we have one other person signed up, so we only have those two plus one other person, so
Okay.
we'll try to do those before 11.
Very well, thank you very much. And I just will also take this opportunity to wish Andy a very happy birthday today.
Happy birthday.
I won't embarrass him by leading you all through a rousing rendition of Happy Birthday to You, but I will just point out that we gifted Andy with his very first commission presentation for his birthday.
So don't give him a hard time.
Yes, read between the lines. Go easy. Go easy. Okay, so the Private Forest Accord was a historic agreement reached between conservation organizations and timber industry representatives designed to enhance aquatic resource protections in the Forest Practices Act while providing long-term regulatory assurances for the timber industry. The accord, reached in 2021, called for modifications to the Forest Practices Act, Oregon Department of Forestry's development of a habitat conservation plan, and acquisition of an incidental take permit, a federal incidental take permit, to address a suite of aquatic species. The Private Forest Accord Mitigation Fund was established in the 2022 legislative short session as part of the Private Forest Accord's comprehensive bill package. The purpose of the fund is to support projects that benefit the aquatic fish and wildlife species covered by the anticipated HCP, Habitat Conservation Plan, serving as an offset to the impacts of certain forest practices on private lands. I just hit a button.
Uh-oh, something happened. Dear.
Phew. Senate Bill 1501, which was the primary bill approved in the 2022 short session, is the bill that established the mitigation fund. The statute called for the department to develop OARs to lay out the administration of the grant program, which is what we are bringing before the commission today for approval. When built out, this will be ODFW's largest grant program. For example, right now we have $22 million in the fund. The committee, and this is also laid out in Senate Bill 1501, there is an advisory committee created as part of this, and that is a governor-appointed committee. With the package, we also received 2 full-time positions, including Andy's position as well as a staff assistant to handle the administrative component. And in the statute, it calls for commission approval of expenditures with advice from the advisory committee. So to get into the specifics of the OARs, I'm going to pass it to Andy.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zanowitz, and members of the commission. As Sarah said, my name's Andy Spurka, and I've been on with the department since December of 2022. The slides here provide with you an outline of the draft OARs, which you have been provided in your commission packets. These OARs describe the purpose of the grant program for applicants. They should be able to pick up these OARs and know the in and outs of how to apply for this grant program. They illustrate the interface of the Advisory Committee, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Fish and Wildlife Commission, discussing the important aspects such as eligibility, evaluation criteria, and the result of a tremendous amount of collaboration with the Advisory Committee and the public. Thank you.
You bet.
The grant program is stood up in close collaboration with the Mitigation Advisory Committee, who have been holding monthly public meetings. That committee is made up of 12 members, 7 of which vote, 3 industry, and 3 aquatic conservation reps, with 1 Oregon and Conservation Recreation Fund Advisory Committee rep for the voting members. It's also made up of 5 non-voting members who represent the state and federal agencies involved in PFA and serve as technical advisors to the MAC. This group continues to be essential in developing this robust grant program and its foundational documents. The draft OARs outline the PFA grant program in terms of the grantation process and the funding pathways. The OARs call for an annual solicitation for funding requests and identifies 2 funding pathways that the MAC may consider, those funding pathways being regular and urgent grants. Regular grants are what we expect most applicants to apply towards. This is going to be offered once a year. It's your standard planning and implementation grant that you see, such as OWEB. There is no match required, and we do expect it to be a relatively competitive grant fund. We're also offering a funding pathway called urgent grants. These are offered year-round. These are for time-sensitive projects with a demonstrated critical need, such as the last portion of funding needed for a dam removal or filling in on funding that was pulled out last minute for a high-priority project. These do require enhanced requirements for applicants, such as pre-application meetings, presentations to the MAC to defend the need of the project, and the ability to demonstrate the readiness of the project, amongst a variety of other requirements. We do expect far less applicants, but it's nonetheless a very important grant funding opportunity. We've worked hard to make this an easy-to-apply grant program with broad eligibility in a wide range of projects. Those eligible to apply include local, state, federal agencies, tribes, nonprofit and for-profit organizations, universities, and colleges. Although individuals are not listed, they are encouraged to apply with one of the eligible entities. Projects don't need to be on forested landscapes as long as they demonstrate the conservation benefit to the Habitat Conservation Plan covered species. The statute and rules allow for a wide range of project types such as fish passage, restoration, and barrier removal. End of the day, the biggest need is to tie proposals to uplift of one or more of these covered species that you'll see on the next slide. As long as the project can demonstrate a connection to the uplifting of one more of these species in the state of Oregon, they may be considered eligible for funding. We are working, of course, closely with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA, and ODF to align our priorities. The OARs provide clarity. OARs provide clarity to applicants and outline the application process. They articulate the grant evaluation criteria so that applicants have a clear understanding of how projects will be evaluated by the program and the advisory committee, such as the criteria that you see listed on this slide. Although the OARs are intentionally broad in their outline of the grant evaluation criteria, the annual grant solicitation or request for proposal, as it's commonly referred to, will further refine the requirements and criteria each year when it's released. The additional level of detail will be made clear to the applicant in that yearly released grant guideline document. We do anticipate future solicitations to begin to focus in on priority actions or geographies, which will likely shift over time, of course. And we really work to facilitate opportunities for public participation in the development of these rules. The MAC, the advisory committee, of course, provided in-depth review, including thorough review and comment from the ex officio agencies participating on the committee. But we also encouraged and received public comment during the advisory committee public meetings in the last 7 months. We provided a draft rule set on ODFW's PFA webpage and included a portal for public comment. Through that portal, we've received 3 formal comments, which in summary were majority focused on the importance of allowing land acquisition and conservation easements as an eligible activity and a request that pre-award costs associated with land acquisitions be included. The department reviewed these comments and discussed the issues with the advisory committees. You'll see in the draft OARs before you that land acquisitions are an eligible cost and pre-award reimbursable costs may be considered by the advisory committee and the department on a case-by-case basis. With that, I'll hand it back to Sarah.
Great, thank you. I'll just make one note that we did this week contemplate an addendum. We contemplated some potential amendments to the OARs, but upon further review have determined that those amendments are no longer necessary. So we're asking you to just revert back to the clean set of administrative rules that you were given in your packet. And so that concludes our presentation. Staff's recommendation is that the commission approve the draft OARs as provided in your packet. A draft motion has been provided here for your convenience. Before I invite the chair and vice chair up here, I want to just thank the advisory committee as a whole for volunteering so much of their time in the development of these draft OARs and their commitment to the purpose of the Private Forest Accord. And so with that, Chair Wall, I would recommend that we invite Chair Bob Van Dyke and Vice Chair Chad Washington up here to say a few words before we break for lunch, or break for awards.
Yeah, great, thank you. Let's go ahead with the two of you, come on up. And we have one person from the public. We'll see how far we get with this. Go ahead, and if you'll introduce yourself for the record, that would be great.
Certainly, thank you. Commission members, Director Melcher, for the record, Bob Van Dyke, Forest Grove, Oregon. I'm the chairperson of the Mitigation Advisory Committee. A couple quick things I want to share. As you saw from the slides, there are 7 members of the committee. What the statutes that created the committee said is that 6 of the first 7 should come from the authors groups for the private forest accord. And the reason it had that in there is because we envisage this committee as a place where parties, the conservation community and the timber industry, can work together and collaboratively to provide good things for habitat. We haven't had enough forums like that in the state. Too often we're just fighting each other, frankly. So that's part of the purpose of a committee. And I was a part of the Forest Accord, working for Wild Salmon Center, and Chad's company here, he'll speak to, was signatory of the Forest Accord as well. So just wanted to share that little bit of background. Our first meeting was in February. We're eager to start dispersing these monies. So we've been working briskly, and it's a critical step today with the OARs. I just want to say the committee unanimously endorsed the copy that's in front of you today. 2 quick things in closing. One is thanks to Andy and Sarah, but particularly Andy, who's carried a really heavy load by himself. Or largely by himself, bringing us to the point today. So I want to get that on the record. Secondly, I want to say that the Forest Accord called for $10 million per year from the state to be contributed, and in this last round of budget, so that would be 20 in a biennium. And in this latest budget, there was only 10 in the governor's budget, and that was what was approved as only 10. Now, there was already 10 from the earlier session that was put in there and what has been carried forward. So we actually have 20 million. That's where the $20 million number comes from, plus some tax revenues on top of that. I just want to say, I hope and the committee, I guess I should speak it for myself, there was some discomfort with not honoring that commitment. But given that the committee was just getting up and running, we felt like, okay, it's fine. We understand that we're not ready to give money out yet. But in the future, my organization, I hope others will certainly be hoping to advocate for the full funding of this program, as that was a critical part of the overall Forest Accord. So thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you, Bob.
Great.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Chad Washington. I'm with Nuveen Natural Capital, and as Bob mentioned, we were also signatories to the private forest accord. We were named Greenwood at the time, but have since transitioned to Nuveen Natural Capital. And I just want to echo Bob's comments about this committee being an example of how conservation groups and timber industry interests can come together and work on projects that benefit these covered species, and kind of be an example of how we don't need to go be fighting each other all the time. It's kind of fun to work with each other instead. And with that, I'll just close. I know we're short on time, so just sitting here to show that we can work together on these things.
And I have to say, appreciate that the working together and the results of this one. It's been remarkable to watch. So, and your brevity is great too, but especially your work on these. So it looks like we have a couple questions, and then we'll look at whether we can immediately vote or if we need to wait until this afternoon. So
Is there another person?
the other person just walked out of the room, so we'll have to see if he comes back in. Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall, and thank all of you. This may be a question for Administrator Reif or our birthday boy.
Do you want to come back up?
This is something I know I hammer Sarah a lot about OCRF, meaning how are we getting this out there? Or is it too early in the stage to really know, like, how do people find out about this? Are there criteria for the amounts of grants, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Because I'm thinking like something like the Harborton Frog people. This seems like something perfect for like a wildlife passage thing that they could apply for. Just throwing it out there, but how would they even know? And are we creating that now, or is that, where are we in this, I guess is the
Yes.
general question.
Thank you. Chair Wall, Commissioner King, appreciate that question, and it's very timely. We are in the process of developing a communication strategy with our colleagues in I&E and with the advisory committee, while already doing some work to get the word out. We should be launching a updated version of our webpage in about a week, and then you will start to see more of a full court press, including public service announcements on radio. We're building our different lists, email lists. Right now, we do have a listserv for the Private Forest Accord that only has, I think, about 125 people on it right now, but we'll be growing that. But we're also going to take advantage of everyone else's networks and lists as well to start pushing out plain language information for all people about what the program is, what is eligible, how to apply, and our building, we know we've only got about 6 weeks until we open that first solicitation, so we are literally talking about getting the word on the street starting next week.
Right, and are we doing things like outside of our channels, like one of the things that I brought up in our last meeting is that we want to avoid, like, the OCRF say becoming an echo chamber, like 40% are people that something we funded for. Like, how do we get bigger, broader, making sure that we're getting outside of like the usual, same groups, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you, Commissioner King. I think that has been a goal in our communication strategy, and so we intend to be very mindful of that. I think that's where things like public service announcements will come in really handy. We do have a QR code already that'll be plastered all over our information that we put out there. There will be social media, and we'll be asking our networks and our partners how to broaden our reach as well beyond the echo chamber. And I imagine that, we're in our very, very infancy. This will be our first launch. We will be keeping that goal in the forefront as time goes on as well. And who we miss this first round, we'll try to hit in subsequent rounds.
Thank you.
Add to that, Sarah?
Please.
Just as you all have sat here and listened to public comment and are going to carefully consider it, Bob and I are sitting here listening to your questions, and will also carefully consider them in the development of this communications plan to make sure it is inclusive and thoughtful and intentional. So thank you for those comments. It's helpful for us to hear.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Did you
Go
have something,
ahead.
Andy?
Yeah, Commissioner King, I was just going to add, we've also engaged in presentations in the last about 3 or 4 months with different constituents across the state too, to get that word out. We are preparing a public webinar in the next few weeks.
Thank you. Commissioner Labhart and then Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Okay, I'll
Then
be
I have-
really quick. I know we're way over time, but this is a question for both Bob and Chad. This has been a really heavy lift. I reached out to Mark Stern, who's I think the one member that wasn't on there, who's a member of the OCRF. I want to just quickly read his sentence, and I want to see if you agree with it or not. He says, "Mark, we've had a good discussion on the OARs with the forced practices." I'm from the old school, sorry. Private Forest Accord Advisory Committee, and I think everyone is comfortable with the current version. We tried to provide adequate specificity, but also included soft language, may include, including but not limited to, may consider, so that we can adapt and adjust as we go forward. We hope to have the first RFP this fall offering up to 10 million. We will clearly learn a bunch as we see the scope, scale, size, and quantity of proposals. The RFP will likely provide additional guidance to the potential applicants. Overall, I would say the grant process is a little more structured and formal than OCRF, but more flexible than OWEB, Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. It feels like good middle ground for a program that may ultimately have 20 to 25 million to grant out each biennium. Do you two agree with that?
I would, thank you.
Yeah, I do as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
I just want to, I know you guys are running up against celebration and lunch, but this is a really big deal, and it's very important. And I think when I look at natural resource conflict in other areas in Oregon, the success of this is, could be a catalyst for other things, which I would be really hopeful for. And so I am glad to hear that, the expectation is to get to the funding amount that's needed, because that's the other piece that I think is when we don't have the funding to do the work on the ground, but we still have the scrutiny, it's not good, right? So that needs to be part of the message, which is we can do a lot of good things, but we can't do all of the things because no one can unless we have clear funding that can make that happen. But I'm just very thankful for you guys, and I think it's just really with it to have a QR code already. And to Commissioner King, I will say I have used a QR code recently. Because of you, I'm no longer a dinosaur when it comes to QR codes.
Just want to make a couple comments real quickly, and then we'll go to the vote on this one. We talked earlier about habitat's always the hardest part to get to, and it's what everybody points to. And this gives us a great chance to get to some of those landscape level habitat solutions that we're all looking for all kinds of things. I also appreciate that this committee dealt with, that the staff dealt with, the not just restoration, which is absolutely critical, but also protection, so that we are hanging on to those irreplaceable properties where if we don't have something happen to them in the first place, then we have protected them either with acquisition or easements, both of which are difficult and they need to be done well, but it's a critical piece. So thank you for getting to that. And I agree with Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde saying this is a very big deal, so thank you for that. And I didn't have a question, but I just wanted to make sure I said that about the support for acquisitions and easements, which is a hard thing to deal with, so thank you. Let's go to a vote or a motion, if anybody would like to make a motion. Oh, sorry, the other witness just came back in the room. So we had one more public testimony on this one, and we're really under a time crunch. So Bob, if you would like to add something, come on up. Thank you all.
I did not sign up to testify in this one, just a general testimony.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
So you're good.
Then we're good to go with a motion, if somebody would like to make the motion.
Okay, Madam Chair, I would move to adopt rules for the new Division 97, implement the private forest accord mitigation grant program as proposed by staff as shown in attachment 3.
I'll second.
2 seconds.
Everybody wants to say.
It's been moved and seconded twice that we move to adopt rules for a new Division 097 as read into the record. And could we have a voice on this one, Michelle?
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Hatfield-Hyde,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. And we will go now to employee recognition, which seems absolutely appropriate at this point. So, Director Melcher.
You get to come here.
I know. Try not to feel like that.
Well, when do we not? But yeah, the whales, that's, I've been going through that, there's a recent study. That was funny, that just got published.
Oh my gosh, you just seem like you've just been having a great time.
Oh, really?
It's great.
Okay. Can you hear me? Is this working? All right, I got a thumbs up from Alan. Well, commissioners, this is of course, my favorite segment of the annual cadence, you might say, of commission meetings, and this is the month where we give out our recognition awards to employees around the agency, around the state. And these are, the importance of these are that these individuals and these teams they were nominated by their peers. So leadership didn't just decide who to nominate. They're nominated by their peers, and then the initial nominations are reviewed by a peer group, which includes prior award winners, and then they make their recommendations to the director, and I just pretty much say, yeah, I agree. These are great nominations. So we're here to recognize these folks, and then, of course, afterwards we have lunch, and we'll offer formal appreciation to our team that's been organizing the lunch, including Nadine Hurtado, who's for at least 15 years has been leading the charge on the employee recognition barbecue, as well as many others. But we'll make sure we get them in here perhaps at the start of our meeting, when we restart our meeting after lunch, to give them formal recognition. So first up on the docket here today, and I'll confess that I know most of these folks, but there are a few that I don't actually know. But we'll start off with Michelle Cloudy, I believe. Is Michelle here? Oh, there she is. Come on up, Michelle. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
Nice to officially meet you. I think maybe we've met somewhere over the years, maybe not. Okay. And so Michelle was nominated for an Individual Pride Award by her colleagues. Michelle works in the Roque watershed in the Central Point office, I believe.
Yes.
She was nominated because she just brings not only an exceptional attitude to the job every day, she's skilled in all the things that are important for someone that's dealing with our customers and supporting our staff. She's providing, she's of course multitasking like all of our staff have to do, but the service that she provides not only to our customers but to our staff, the diligent and hard work with a smile always on her face, drove her coworkers to nominate her for this award. And so here she is, and don't run away yet, because we are gonna do a photo opportunity real quickly between each award winner. We'll get their photo taken with the chair and myself holding their award. So Michelle, where's our photographer? Oh, there he is right there. Come on up here, hold this, stand between myself and the chair. Thanks a lot. Round of applause. Okay, next up is Mark Herford. And I believe Mark is he in the room or is he online? There he is. Congratulations, Mark. Thanks for being here. And Mark, just for context, Mark's position actually came up in some earlier discussion because Mark is our Klamath Basin Reintroduction Coordinator. He's engaged with the Klamath team. He's over, I think, are you located in Bend still, or are you down in Klamath? Klamath Falls. So you're in Klamath Falls. Mark, he comes to us, I think you've been with us about 6 years or 7 years. But so he's been with the department for about 6 or 7 years. He brings a broad range of experience on fisheries and fish science. His knowledge in the Klamath Basin has been instrumental in our efforts to really, we put the plan in place for reintroduction a long time ago, but of course the dams are just now coming out, so we're really in the, I guess I would say we're in the home stretch. He deals with a lot of coordination, working with our tribal partners, as well as other agencies, both state and federal agencies, to ensure the success of the program. And of course, it's not all entirely defined. in some cases, we're taking a little bit of a laissez-faire approach to reintroduction. In other cases, we know we're going to have to be more aggressive than that. So Mark is just a great representative of the department, and appreciate him as he's been in a limited duration position for several biennia, and of course every biennium we come up with the, oh my gosh, his position might go away now, but he's not. So appreciate it, Mark, and thanks a lot. Photo op. Thanks a lot. Congratulations. Okay, next up we have Chris Lorian. Is Chris in? Oh, there he is. Congratulations. So Chris is, and I think commissioners, you all probably know Chris because he's made several presentations to the commission over the years, and I think most recently in terms of the Rogue South Coast Plan, or Rogue Multi-Species Plan, as well as the Coastal Multi-Species Plan, as well as several directors' report updates. But Chris has been with the agency a little over 15 years. He started out as a spawning ground surveyor and worked his way up in the agency. He's worked in both in the Salmon Life Cycle Project out of Corvallis, and then most recently for at least 5 years you've been in headquarters here. Of course, Chris had the challenge. You know, we were midstream, if you will. Pardon the metaphor. We were midstream in the Rogue South Coast Plan when January, February, March of 2020 came around, and he had to pivot to essentially a full virtual stakeholder engagement. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm making this up. Okay. It's not written down here. It's not written down here. Yeah, he's trying to block it out. But nonetheless, you know, truly like so many of our staff around the state having to adjust to that, Chris just, you know, was a consummate professional. I would say that Chris's demeanor is one of just calm and respectful. He's very thoughtful, but it's not easy to get him. What's the proper terminology to get him riled up? Exactly. You can't rile him. So thanks for the assist on that. So with that, Chris, we're going to get a little team photo and provide you with your. Okay, next up is Kelly McMillan. Kelly is here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Kelly is one of those employees I see almost every day because she works here in headquarters in the Information Systems Division. Kelly started with us as a contract employee, I think, maybe a little over a decade ago, and you've been with us for a little over a decade. She was instrumental. If you know, we're an agency that all of our business processes were on a Unisys mainframe. Programming language was COBOL, and of course that is ancient technology. I'll say there are still some agencies that are on it, but we, through the agency's initiative, we decided we have to get out, we have to get off of this, and we did it on our own. She was really, I think the last step for us was moving our commercial fish ticket program as well as our Codeware tag data program off of COBOL onto a modern, where are we on, S+? Windows, yeah, so into a modern programming platform, and Kelly took the lead on that. She's always a team player. Her colleagues nominated her not only for that important work on the Unisys transition, but also for the institutional knowledge that she brings to the application development team, as well as the fact that she's just a consummate team player, always providing guidance and aiding others in troubleshooting, and they recognize her as such a valuable asset to their application development team. So with that, Kelly, I'm happy to present you with the plaque. Okay, next up is Mike Moore. Is he in the room? Congratulations. Yep. So Mike, and actually I've probably known Mike, weren't you at E.E. Wilson? Yeah. Yeah. So I've known Mike for almost 20 years. Mike started out with the department like so many staff. He's been with the department now almost 20 years. He started out, I don't know if it was your first job. You were at E.E. Wilson, I remember. Were you the manager? Was that your first job? So you were a technician there?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. And he worked, of course, in the agency, worked his way up through the ranks. He's now in the East region, and he's the habitat biologist, I believe, in Klamath Falls. But you've made several stops along the way. I can't remember where you were between Klamath Falls and E.E. Wilson.
I was in the Dalles for a while.
The Dalles, yes. He was in the Dalles office also for a while. Mike is one of those folks, again, who comes to work every day with a positive attitude, a can-do attitude. I know he takes one of my initiatives very seriously, which is prioritizing safety on the work site. And he's just truly a pleasure for not only the staff, but also for our customers and constituents to work with. He's also had the pleasure, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, of camping out on private pastures in the Wood River Valley in our collaborative work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to deter wolf depredations on cattle. But that was before you were the habitat bio, so he left the camping / wolf hazing behind, and now he's the habitat biologist in the Klamath watershed, and we're just incredibly pleased to have him on the team, as are his co-workers who nominated him. So, Mike? Okay. Next up is Justin Primus, and I think he might be online. Is that correct?
Yes.
I am online if you guys can hear me.
There, we can hear you, Justin. Thanks.
Right.
And Justin is attending virtually, probably from, looks like, the Baker District office.
Yep, that's correct.
And Justin is, he's been with the department for 17 years. He's contributed to wildlife management in both the Baker District as well as on the Elkhorn Wildlife area. In his last 13 years of experience at the Baker Field office, Justin's decisions throughout the seasons are made with his great historical knowledge within the district. He handles, commissioners, he handles the full array of wildlife-related issues, from depredation investigations to responding to cougars in the neighborhood and bears in the city foraging garbage, whatever it may be. He has just incredible customer service, and is truly a pleasure for staff and customers to work with. He's been a team player, and over the last 10 years has mentored a number of student interns and temporary employees in various wildlife management projects. And again, his positive attitude and his great work ethic has driven his coworkers to nominate him for this award. And Justin, we can't have the handshake or the photograph, but we do have your award, so we'll put that in the mail to you, or we'll send it home with Nick. Maybe Nick will bring it home to you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for everything you do.
Thank you, Director.
Okay, next up is Michelle Tate. And Michelle, I don't have to tell you all what Michelle does, and because commissioners, I know you experience it, maybe not daily, but certainly at least weekly. Michelle has been with the agency for 22 years. Started out in the wildlife division, I believe, and then for the last 8 years, she's been in the director's office working directly for me as my executive assistant. She was nominated. I did not nominate her. She was nominated by her coworkers, although I certainly support the nomination. She was nominated by her coworkers for not only the excellent customer service, but also just the broad experience that she brings to the job, to the director's office, from all the work in the wildlife division over the years. She served as our agency legislative coordinator for at least 2, maybe 3 legislative sessions. She's she's just truly a go-to person and someone that we rely on so heavily, not just in the director's office, but across the agency. As you all know, over the last 3 years, she has had to adapt immensely to our online meetings, and of course, early on, we were all online, and maybe those were challenging, but it's at least a little bit easier than managing the hybrid model, where you have some folks testifying remotely and others testifying in person. You know, she just brings a great positive attitude to her job, always available. And I would say also, and this was mentioned on a few other folks as well, but just the calm approach. You know, as you see, we're having. I know inside she's probably not calm, but at least on the outside, the calm demeanor when faced with technology that does not work is just truly appreciated. And I think that's it. Unless you want to say anything, Michelle. Okay.
I just want to add one thing to the one for Michelle. Of course, everybody on the commission appreciates what Michelle does. I think it's safe to say that exactly no one on this commission thinks that Michelle's job is one that they could do. It's just remarkable what you get done. So thank you.
Okay. Trying to keep us on time here. Gary Vonderow. I saw Gary in the building here. Gary has been with the department for 16 years, and I think I've known Gary. Oh, well. Oh, I got bad info. Oh, 16 years as the assistant. Yeah, okay. Well, they didn't put that. See, my handlers didn't get it right. So tell us, how many years is it, Gary?
That's
18. 18. Okay. Well, it's not that far. It's like when you're 12 years old, you know, and you write down how old you are. You write down 12 and a half. I have that on my higher education card. My age, 12 and a half. It's a true story. So Gary has been just a solid go-to person in the Coos-Coquille 10-mile fish district. You've served, I think, not only as the assistant district fish biologist, but also the step biologist for a time in that district. He's just such an important member of the team. He's working with our not only our customers and constituents, but with our tribal partners, in particular the Coquille tribe, on a number of initiatives, but most, perhaps arguably most importantly, our efforts to try and remove invasive smallmouth bass in the Coquille system. As a STEP biologist, and we have a STEP award coming up, or volunteer award coming up. We'll talk a little bit more about STEP. He works with this diverse set of volunteers, and they provide such an incredible service for the department in their service to us as volunteers. But it's not. It takes management. It takes relationships, because they have they're individuals, and they have their own perspective on things. So Gary has just always successfully navigated, I guess you would say, that step role. What is this? Oh, and just another testament to Gary, he's also worked with students from the Oregon Institute of Marine Biology, which is my alma mater, and I actually went there for a term or two, but I don't know, you were probably you weren't even born yet probably, but Gary he's also working with the American Fisheries Society, and like many of our districts, college interns as they come to the agency. He's a true role model and an exceptional contributor to the department's work. So Gary, congratulations. This is where the chair and I needed a box. I said the chair and I needed a box to stand on for that photo. Next up is Rachel Wheat. And there she is. Congratulations. Rachel is, I think commissioners, you all probably know Rachel because she's made several presentations before the commission. She, of course, works in the Wildlife Division of the Conservation Program as our Wildlife Connectivity Coordinator for 5.5 years. Man, time flies. And then, of course, she has just very recently completed our what's known as the OCAMP, but I have the cheater notes here. It's the Oregon Connectivity Assessment and Mapping Project, which I think for those of us who were at the Western, at least when I was at the Western, I heard many folks commenting on the work of Oregon and Rachel in particular on that particular initiative. Wildlife connectivity is something that we can all support. I mean, it's supported across the spectrum from, it doesn't matter the stakeholder group or the constituent, everyone supports it. And we're bringing some more focus to that work in Oregon through the science that Rachel is providing. And lastly, I would just say that it's not just about big game migration corridors. Of course, those are important. As I think as maybe you've heard me say before, when you're driving a car down the highway and you hit a deer or you hit an elk, you know it, and the deer or the elk knows it. But when you're driving down the highway and you run over a frog or a salamander or a snake, you may not even know it, but the animal knows it. And so the work that Rachel's doing in really making it clear that this connectivity work has collateral benefits. It's not just about big game. It's so refreshing. So with that, Rachel, I have your plaque. Thanks, Rachel. Okay, last up on the individual awards, we have some other awards to individuals, but in terms of individual employee award winners is one of the things where, as I said, commissioners, the staff nominates, and then a group of staff peers basically scores the nominations and makes recommendations to me. But from that, then, I do get to select the Director's Pride Award. So the director gets to pick one distinguished individual award winner. And I have selected Brenda Miller for that. And Brenda also is a member of the Information Systems Division. She's works at our service desk. But I think, and of course, I selected Brenda because she provides such great service, and she's a resource that not only all employees rely on, but also one that I rely on. She's one of my go-to people. There's several, but I'll go and just say, "Hey, Brenda, what about this?" And then she'll troubleshoot it for me. But I selected Brenda not only because of that, because like me, she started out as a temporary employee at ODFW. At least that's what it says here.
Yeah, it's right.
She started out in probably, I'm guessing it was in the basement of the Mill Street office where we had the data entry portals. I don't know what we called them back then, but I'll just call it that for now.
Word processing.
No, not even that, just key punching. And that was, so that was 1, 2, 3, 4 headquarters ago. That was 4 headquarters buildings ago. I remember that building too. I didn't work in it, but I did go to it. And so Brenda has been with the agency for just shy of 39 years after starting as a temporary employee. She started as a temporary employee 1 year ahead of me. So she's got me beat. And just a side note, I found an old employee directory. Remember, Jill, we used to get the employee directories that printed. Yeah, I do too. And I found one, I think it was from 1989 or 1990, I don't remember. And I was flipping through it. And Brenda and I and a handful of other people are the only ones who are still in that book, or who are still here that are in that book. So that's just a little piece of trivia. So Brenda's a team player. She provides exceptional customer service and just been a incredible contributor to the department over the years. So that's why I selected Brenda as the Director's Director's Pride Award winner. Congratulations. I also ran into Brenda once about, it was almost probably 20 years ago. No, 15 years ago.
Maybe 10.
I was in Portland, southeast Portland, running a charity Christmas tree lot for my kids' school. And who came in to buy a Christmas tree but Brenda Miller. So, thanks, Brenda. We're going to go to the Team Pride Awards now. And commissioners, as I mentioned, these awards are nominated by their colleagues, scored by a group of employees, and then from the Team Pride Awards, I get to select, from the Team Pride Awards, I get to select one director's team. And so in reviewing the teams this year, I couldn't select one, and so we're just giving them all director's team awards. I don't know if they know that yet, but so they're all getting director's team Pride Awards. So let me go through the teams, and I promise I won't talk about each individual team member nearly as much as I just did about the individual folks. So we'll go with the first director's team, and that's the in-stream water rights team. And I know there's some of them in the area. So we have most of them in the room. I think I think Stan French is online, or he was, but we'll make sure. So that, commissioners and colleagues, the in-stream water rights team, and I know you all on the commission appreciate the in-stream water right work that we do. The legislature gave us the authority, I think in 1989, to apply for in-stream water rights to hold for the sole purpose of providing fish and or ecosystem benefits. And over the decades we've been applying, but then hadn't applied, and then we restarted that really aggressively here, I think 4 years ago, Chandra. We started starting applying again aggressively for in-stream water rights. I'm going to read each of your names just so you get appropriately recognized. But we've got Francisco Pickens. Raise your hand when I call your name. All right. Jacob Sleesman. There's, yeah. Stan French. I think he is online. Yes, there he is raising his hand. Spencer Sawaski. Spencer. Pete Marcos. Donette Facera. Oh, there's Donette. Ann Hayden Lesmeister. And Chandra Ferrari. And so this this team, there's kind of three components to this team. There's the field component that they're going out, they're making the measurements to develop the underlying information that we need for applying for in-stream water rights. There's the science component that's working with that data and making the appropriate calculations, and I can't remember what the terminology is right now, Chandra can correct me, and then there's the policy component that's working on policy, that's reaching out to communities, and I think you heard reflected earlier how Representative Owens had spoke so highly of Chandra, and I think it was our budget hearing and the work that she's doing. So this team is just incredibly important to the department. We've obviously beefed it up here in the last several years, and they're just doing our important work, and we want to recognize them. So congratulations. We're gonna crunch together for a team photo. Okay, next team is our Klamath team. And our Klamath team, commissioners will all call their names first, is Annika Marriott. I know there she is. Ted Wise, Mark Herford, Benji Ramirez. Is Ben here? There's Ben. And Bill Tenniswood, I think I saw online. Yes, Bill is online. So this, commissioners, this is the team that's really working, and they're engaging on the Klamath Dam, I'll just call it project. Of course, a lot of the groundwork has been laid, and all the FERC and all those things, those boxes have been checked, and the project is moving forward. In fact, COPCO 2, I think, is perhaps functionally out right now, but the work's not done. There's a whole lot of work that goes in, a whole lot of coordination, a lot of work with regard to Oregon's commitments to take the Parcel B lands to, anyway, so working on recreational planning. So a lot of work that's still going on, really kind of behind the scenes, but critically important. And with that first dam coming out, we just felt it was entirely appropriate to recognize this team for their continued work. And the other three will be out next summer, I think. Ted?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Power goes off January 4th.
Yep. There we go. So congratulations. Oh, you've got your awards already? Thanks for the work. Congratulations. Okay, our next team is our payroll team. So I'll call these folks out. I know some of them are in the room at least. Kathy Perard Kennedy, Cheryl Seymour, Daphne Trimpe, Deborah Kuchia, Vianamin Kristev, Natalie Sutter, Juanito Senarilis, sorry Juanito, and James Spencer. And Commissioners, this team was nominated because, as you probably, or maybe you don't know, we migrated to an entirely new payroll system about around January. I think January 1. Perhaps we started in December, but we migrated statewide to a new payroll system, and there were some pretty serious bumps in the road. Especially, I will just say, bigger bumps for some other agencies. But this team has had to not only manage the change associated with the new payroll system, but also go back literally and fix thousands of lines of data entry in our payroll system to properly reflect the costs that should have been, contracts that should have been charged. But despite all that, we've been held up as a model agency for the way that we implemented the new Workday payroll. Each of these folks, they're creative, they're nimble, they're adaptive. As I said, they're working in a new platform and one that maybe didn't quite fit the state mold as well as it could have at the beginning, but they powered through, and their work is not ignored by all of our staff. And I think we just felt it was appropriate that they got a Team Pride Award for all the service they provide to our staff. So thank you. And I think, let's see, did you already get your awards? Oh, here we are. Somebody's handing them out. Okay, good. Thanks, James. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thanks, Natalie. Juanito? Congratulations. We'll get a team photo here. Okay, the next team is our contract services team. Okay, come on up. I'm going to read their names. We've got April Brendan Locke, Kathy Blem, Alan Hansen, Jake Howard, Marcus Jones, Maria Rodriguez, Patty Whalen, who I believe is on virtually, yes, and Ashley Wright. And I think, Commissioners, I've said this before, but you know, I really, from my perspective at ODFW here, I take kind of the Antarctic expedition approach to our employees, in that every employee has a role in us achieving our ultimate mission, and none of those employees are more important than others. The folks who are working behind the scenes on the business side of the agency are just as important to us being successful as our scientists or our outreach coordinators. They're just, from my perspective, they're highly valued, and I think hopefully that these awards reflect that to a degree. But this team is, and we heard a little bit of the talk about it earlier, but we have, not only has our budget been growing in terms of general fund and other fund and contract dollars for specific purposes, but our budget's been growing with things like the Private Forest Accord Mitigation Fund, the Oregon Conservation Recreation Strategy Fund, huge new influx of federal dollars associated with BIL or IIJA. And our contracting folks are working behind the scenes, processing contracts and grants to make sure that we can put these projects on the ground. They've been doing such an exceptional job of that, we had, I think at one point we had, April, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's not in the notes, but I think at one point earlier this year, we had 220 some contracts that had to be put in place before the end of the biennium. In the next, 5 months before the end of the biennium. And they've just been doing just incredible work at that, and we felt it was so important to recognize them with a team award and a barbecue lunch. So thank you. Yeah, congratulations. Jake. Alan.
Let's go down the road.
Thanks a lot. Okay, next up is our Manager Mentor Award, which was new last year. We just started this award. And this year's recipient is Dwayne Jackson. I saw Dwayne and Laura here. Dwayne, come on up. Dwayne recently retired, but he came back for his award, so that's good. He's still working, yeah. And Dwayne, let me just say, Dwayne received multiple nominations for this award from staff. He received those nominations because in his 29-year career with ODFW, he has mentored, I think, well, it's countless numbers of staff, both at the entry level in terms of seasonal employees, EBAs/BSAs, but also at the kind of mid-career professional level, encouraging their work in science, encouraging their work in publishing, the work that we do publishing science. And so I think it's very fitting, and I'm not going to read all the names of the folks. I'm not going to read all the names who nominated you or who were otherwise mentored and coached by you, but I think it's just entirely appropriate that Dwayne will receive this Manager Mentor Award. So congratulations, Dwayne. Okay, next up, we're getting close to the end. I think I'm going to make it by noon. Next up is Katie Pearson. Is Katie in the room?
She is on vacation this week.
Oh, okay. So it sounds like Lynn gets to come accept the award for Katie. No, we'll just let you take it home. So Katie Pearson was nominated for our new Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Award. Katie works in the Marine program, and I don't have her bio. I think she's relatively new to the agency, but no. I'm glad she's not here, so I can't be embarrassed.
About 10 years, she was with Marine Reserves, and then she worked with out of Bend. I don't know what she was doing
Okay.
before coming to us for the last 2 years.
Okay, so she has been with us for a little while. I think I've met her then. I just don't remember it. But Katie has really taken the lead in the Marine program on their work on diversity, equity, and inclusion, developing monthly learning sessions for staff that she co-hosts with other Marine program staff. She's leading discussions among peers about DEI in the workplace, and just is incredibly encouraging to staff to complete individual learning on both DEI concepts, both for inclusivity and for personal growth. She is has really worked to create a safe space for staff to ask questions, make mistakes, and to learn. And Katie advocates for grace with her colleagues as well as other staff as they champion this as an ongoing process. So I wish Katie was here to receive her award, but we'll just make sure she gets it in the mail or otherwise. Okay, that completes the department staff awards. Now we have a couple other awards, 2 more remaining, and the first one is the Dave Lisha Volunteer Award. And Dave Lisha was, he was a step biologist for ODFW for about 25 years, both in Roseburg and then later in Clackamas. And Dave was, he was passionate about volunteers, he was passionate about the STEP program, like I think all of our STEP biologists are, but Dave certainly was as well. Dave was tragically killed in a car accident, literally a quarter mile from the Clackamas office after leaving work one evening. And so we started a Dave Lisha Volunteer Award. I knew Dave, you probably knew Dave as well. There's probably a few other folks left that remember Dave, but we started a Dave Lisha Volunteer Award. In Dave's memory. And this year's award goes to the Ligon family, and I hope I'm pronouncing their name correctly.
Ligon.
Ligon. Very good. That's why, come on up. Ligon family. So the Ligon family, I got it right this time. The Ligon family is Walter, Judy Alice, Judy Ann, Kenneth, all Ligons, and Susanna Mace, Myesis, and Elvira Hernandez.
Yes.
Very good. Commissioners, these folks were nominated for this award for their just exceptional service to the department, and as you heard me say before, we can't do what we do without the participation of our volunteers around the state. The Ligon family has volunteered many hours to support the agency. They routinely complete all the maintenance and operation of the E.E. Wilson Archery Range, the shotgun range, the angling pond, the game bird show pens, hiking trails, photo blinds, and the World War II Memorial Garden. They're also involved as we have some youth hunts. As you probably recall, we receive up to 2,000 pheasants, live pheasants for those hunts, and the Ligon family is involved caring for those birds prior to the hunts. They have been instrumental, not just in these activities that I've described, which are really focused on maintenance and keeping the facility in a good place, but also involved in our hunter education, our I&E workshops, outdoor school, our youth outdoor day that we host at E.E. Wilson, as well as class field trips. They have a long history of helping districts on special projects, like repairing our bear bait stations. Yeah, who got to do that? Yeah, whoever drew the short straw. Actually help at the agency functions with putting on our agency functions, and then also delivering. This is a Sign of the Times, or Sign of the Times a year or two ago. They also work delivering N95 masks to our surrounding counties and offices. So, with that, I want to thank you. We've got a plaque for each of you, or maybe you all have them already. Now here they come. I want to thank you for your service and wish you many years of future participation with us.
I just want to thank everybody for allowing me to do this. I enjoyed being in Oregon. We first come up here in 2001, my wife and I, at the White River Junction, and that's when we started hosting. And I fell in love with Oregon and the people. So I love the seafood, and that's why I'm here. I enjoy it, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, yeah, the other guy.
Okay, next up, last one on the list, but certainly not the least, is our Land Stewardship Award, which is a new award this year. We have Maria Yeager in the audience. No? No? Okay. Maria Yeager apparently is not here, but Maria, actually, we had one of our field staff come to us last year, not too long before this meeting, and they wanted to nominate Maria for an award, for a recognition award, because she's just so helpful. And we said, you know what, that's a good idea, but the time is not, we can't do it on 3 weeks' notice, so we added it to the queue for this year. Maria is a private landowner. She's been a cooperative partner with ODFW and the Siuslaw Watershed Council for many years. She owns property on Fiddle Creek, which is a tributary to Silk Goose Lake. Her work on this property is long-standing. She's been doing restoration work. It was actually one of the first or earliest watershed restoration projects in the basin at the beginning of the Oregon Plan. It's a model restoration and one that now boasts one of the strongest coho salmon returns on the coast. But it's not just for that. It's also because she's such a great partner with us. She welcomes us on her property with a smile on her face. She helps our crew. And it's just for our field staff that deal with, with landowners on the full spectrum of pleasant to very unpleasant. She is on the farthest on the pleasant scale. So her work at Fiddle Creek is just amazing, and our staff want to recognize her. So thus she's receiving this Land Stewardship Award, and we will make sure someone delivers that to her. And with that, okay, we give a round of applause. Anything you want to say? I have one other thing too. So I did mention we're going to make sure we formally recognize our volunteer crew that's here cooking and did all the ordering and all the planning for us, especially Nadine Hurtado, who's taken the lead and has been doing this for many years, but we'll make sure we get that recognition in at the start as we return. So,
Just real quickly, I'd like to add, I spent years in state agencies, so I have enormous loyalty still to the work that people in these agencies do and respect for what they do. And even more than that, for those of you who aren't in the room all the time for these commission meetings, which is probably a smart move on your part, but because you're not, you don't hear what this commission says about the state staff all the time. And it's not just they respect what the staff do, but this is a commission, I think, that has recognized what that takes and what it is that the people that are in those cubicles all the time are in the pickups all the time and doing all the work and thinking about all this stuff, and the volunteers as well, of course. So thank you seems small, but we absolutely send our thank you to you for the work and for all that you do all year long in all of those jobs. So thank you. 1:30, we have a
1:30, we'll return to the meeting at 1:30.
time specific.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, back here. and get started. And we are, of course, starting off with Exhibit C, which is the memorandum of agreement between the Grand Round. I realized I was saying the name of the tribe wrong until lunch, so it's good I sat by who I sat by at lunch. So between the Grand Round and the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Department. So, Davia, Chair Kennedy, and I think there are a couple other people who are coming up with you. Colby Drake?
Yes.
Okay.
And Kelly?
Kelly Dirksen?
Yes.
Is he, okay. Thank you. And just so people know, what we'll do today is hear from this panel, hear from other people who are going to testify, and then the commission will have an executive session. We hope it will be short, and then we will come back. So that's the plan for today. So I think, Davia, that you're set to introduce it.
Yes. Can you hear me okay? Like this?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Wall, or good afternoon, Chair Wall, Director Melcher, and members of the commission. For the record, I'm Davia Palmieri, currently the... Whoops. Ready? Currently the Land Resources Program Manager in the Habitat Division. I'm joined today by Chairman Cheryl Kennedy, as well as Colby Drake and Kelly Dirksen from the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Round. Chair Kennedy and her team will be covering the tribe's history in Oregon and their interest in working with the department. But before I turn it over to her, I have just a few remarks on behalf of the department. The department's mission is to protect and enhance Oregon's fish and wildlife and their habitats for use and enjoyment by present and future generations. This mission aligns with long-held tribal governance, their knowledge of maintaining functioning habitats, and their care for the plants and wildlife that has sustained the tribe since time immemorial. Growing our partnership with the Grand Round, in addition to the 4 other tribes in Western Oregon over the last year, is a pathway for the department to improve outcomes for fish and wildlife in Oregon. The tribe has access to different resources, forums, and opportunities than the department, and they can use these opportunities to influence the ability of Oregon's lands and waters to support fish and wildlife for future generations, and it is to our benefit as a state to support them. We've been working collaboratively with Grand Round for many years, including agreements for the tribe to manage fish and wildlife on their reservation lands, to manage their members' participation in shell fishing, and operating ceremonial fisheries at Willamette Falls. And now I'll turn it over to Chair Kennedy.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Kennedy. It's good to see everyone again. I'm the chair of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Round, which is a treaty tribe. I want to thank Chair Wall and all of the commission members and the ODF and W staff for being here today and for hearing us on this issue. I came before, or I was at the June meeting where we were not on the agenda, and so I'm grateful for this opportunity to be here today, and I have a hopeful heart that our words will be received in a good way. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, and I remember some of the remarks that were made from the various commissioners from that meeting, and thank you for the remarks that you made, and I do appreciate it. So as we move forward, I just want to tell you a little bit of history about who I am. I'm the great-granddaughter of the Willamette Valley Treaty signer, Chief Wachino. The treaty was signed January 22nd, 1855. My people were placed here by our Creator, and we lived on these lands from time immemorial. We know the land, it sustained us, and we cared for it, and continue to do so today. Place names are from my people, and they remain today. Many of the names you recognize. I was raised by my grandparents and taught cultural ways that included taking food and living off the land. And that food was the fish and wildlife were for food for us to live on, and we were not to waste the food. I was taught how to prepare, preserve, and share the food. We hunted, fished, and gathered. I am proud of my heritage, and although I suffered through termination and displacement, and now finally enjoy restoration of my tribe, I assisted in the restoration effort of my tribe, and I listened to my leaders at that time were Margaret Provost, Merle Holmes, and Marvin Kimsey. All are no longer here with us, but I know that their spirit is. Our restoration bill passed November 22nd, 1983. I also served on the first Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde Tribal Council. And during that time, we had 2 years in which to come forward back to Congress with a land bill. And in doing that, we had to negotiate with the state of Oregon for any land that could be returned to us. That might include our original reservation. At that time, the state of Oregon refused to work with us unless we signed a consent decree. We were held hostage. The choice was remain a landless people or sign the decree. Very few tribes in the United States had to suffer this type of hardship. My children were born during termination and were robbed of enjoying hunting, fishing, and gathering as I and other family members knew. They fished and hunted and gathered as other Oregonians under the rules that all Oregonians abide by. Today, I urge you to sign the memorandum of agreement as you have signed for other tribes of Western Oregon. These other signed agreements have not undergone the scrutiny and revisions that the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde have had to. In the spirit of working on solutions and listening, keeping our heart open as well as our ears, we had several meetings. We have made concessions on the geographic area, ensuring that there were no overlapping boundaries. We added at a recent meeting held July 24th that we would insert in our MOA that any tribe's rights would not be affected by our MOA. The meeting was between the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, ourselves, and ODF and W staff. We had done an outreach to the Umatilla tribes who also had expressed wanting to meet with us. We invited them to the meeting as well, and because of conflicting schedules on their part, they weren't able to attend. However, their attorney did attend. Later, you will hear from one of our councilmen, John George, who did follow up with a dialogue with Chair Brigham. One of the things that you've seen today is our people who came together here. You can see the importance of what this means to the heart and soul of the people of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. We've gone for many, many years without this type of an arrangement. And so I urge you today to listen carefully to all of my people as different ones have signed up to testify, taken time from their jobs and the things that they do in order to express what's on their hearts and what this means to them. Again, this agreement does not affect any other tribe. It is not about treaty rights. It's about an agreement with the state of Oregon. We've worked with ODF and W staff, and we are good partners. We show appreciation, and I want to congratulate you on the effort that was made today to recognize your staff. I think that's a wonderful thing. I think partners are great. ODF and W has proven to be a good partner, but it's on two ends. We also have to be a good partner. And so we have been. We have many stewardship opportunities that we've attended to, many other agreements that have been entered into by your commission, and I thank you for that. One of the things that you also heard and seen today was the songs and the drumming and the children that were here today. As we all know that the future is ahead of us, and that affects our children. So what we do today matters for them. My children were born during termination. They didn't have this opportunity. My grandchildren, they're all getting to be adults themselves. They have not enjoyed that. I want to see that my great-grandchildren will have an opportunity that those two generations did not have. I know that for myself, hunting and fishing is very important as a way of life. That was how we lived. I was born in the 40s and experienced depression, just coming off of the world wars, all of the rationing that had to take place, and you had to live. Whether you were native, I believe, or not, you had to live off the land. So today, I want to urge you to sign this memorandum of understanding. It's who we are. It's part of our soul. The connection to the land and to our way of life is part of our soul. As all Native Americans who lived here on this lands that we call North America, that's part of who we are. So I do have the staff that Davia has mentioned here with me to talk about other parts of what is happening, but I want to just tell you that I appreciate the work that you do. It's not easy. It's not an easy job where we just sit there and we all smile and say, oh, that's wonderful. There are moments in time when that does happen. But other times you're dealing and grappling with issues. But the thing that you do as stewards of Oregon is to make sure that the policies are upheld. And that's what we're talking about here today, is the policy and law of the state of Oregon. And I thank you that I know in your hearts that you wouldn't be sitting here unless that was part of your character and your makeup. And I thank you for that. I will go ahead and turn this on over to Colby Drake.
Thank you, Cheryl. Can you guys hear me all right? Excellent. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, and the commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity today. For the record, my name is Colby Drake. I am a member of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, and I'm also our Natural Resources Department Manager. I'm very excited and proud to be here today to represent my tribe and my family on this important matter. I was born and raised in Sutherland, Oregon in Douglas County, and I'm a 7th generation Oregonian and many generations before Oregon was ever a state. In my life, I wear many different hats and have many different roles, representing different groups in those roles. One of those roles is as Natural Resource Manager. I get the opportunity to represent my tribal government in matters concerning stewardship of our natural resources. Another hat is, as a tribal member, I get to represent my tribe and Indian people in situations like today. Another hat that I wear, though, is as a husband and a father of 2 tribal youth, representing my family and my ancestors that came before me. Another hat, though, I wear is as an Oregonian, representing the citizens of Oregon as a lifelong 7th generation Oregonian. While wearing my manager's hat, I was able to work on this agreement over the last few years, and I had the opportunity to see how effective the relationship can be and has been between Grand Ronde and ODF&W. We've worked collaboratively with ODF&W staff while making difficult decisions related to this agreement, like the other tribes in Western Oregon before us. At every decision point during this process, I have to put each of my different hats on and consider how each of my decisions could related to fishing policy could impact other people and other families. Excuse me. I'd like to bring up that my father is not a tribal member, but he's still an avid fisherman in Southern Oregon. Utilizing the state's licensing and tag process similar to many other Oregonians. Before I can support or make a decision related to fishing policy, I need to verify that my decisions won't impact my father's experiences or other Oregonians' experiences, as I need to try to keep their interests in mind. He is a supporter of this agreement and he is also believes in the tribe's balanced approach to stewardship management of our natural resources. One of the other hats that I wear is as a father for my two tribal children, 7 and 10 years old. They both love the outdoors. They look forward to going on adventures every available weekend. And this past hunting season, they were both able to experience the opportunity of processing an elk taken by their uncle. And without these agreements in place, that experience may not have ever happened. These wildlife agreements between Oregon and Grand Ronde are very valuable, and I want to see this continue on for not only my children, grandchildren, but generations after me. I say all this to point out that I've worked on this agreement and helped create it over the last 2 years with many factors taken into consideration from many different perspectives and groups that I represent on a daily basis. I'm confident that this agreement between us, Grand Ronde, and the state of Oregon through ODF&W and the process that we followed will result in an overall benefit to all parties involved. As I mentioned at the beginning today, I'm very excited and proud to be here, to be able to represent my tribe, my family on this matter, and hope that the commission will look favorably on my testimony provided today when you make your decision. I look forward to implementing this agreement and for the benefit of all the groups that I represent. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can everyone, I can hear myself. I know you can hear me.
Yes.
So Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher, thank you again for the chance to speak to you this afternoon. I am a lifelong Oregonian. I was born in Portland. I grew up in Eugene. I have spent all of my 60 years, every one of my 60 years, in the great state of Oregon. I've had the privilege and the honor to be the Fish and Wildlife Program Manager for the tribe for the last 28 years. When I grew up in Oregon, education about Oregon tribes was not part of the curriculum of any public school I ever went to. I suspect it's not a lot different now. And it's somewhat shameful for me to admit that when I started with the tribe, I didn't know much about Grand Ronde. But I learned. And what I learned was very difficult. So much has been taken from Grand Ronde. So many awful things happened to Grand Ronde through the years. And yet they are a people that persevere and care for the people around them. For the last 28 years, I have been part of a team to try to bring some things back. I sit next to people that have done that, and behind me are a whole bunch of people that have put in probably longer than 28 years to address things. And today, hopefully, we can take a step together. What motivates me is probably two major things. One is to do right by the tribe that has given me this opportunity, and for the people of Grand Ronde that I love. But another motivation I think I might share with you, or I hope I do. As an Oregonian, these things that should not have happened are part of our legacy as Oregonians, and I don't want it anymore. I don't think any Oregonian should want it anymore. We may not have been the people that force marched Grand Ronde tribal members off of their ancestral lands or taken their lands, or even wrote the consent decree that limited so much for the tribe. But we can be the people that start the healing, and I'm hoping that we are just that group. I understand how difficult today can be for you. I know the difficult spot that you are in. I know that it will take courage to move forward, but I pray you do it or you understand. Because I think we all Oregonians should have this blight removed from our record. So that's talking about loss. Let's talk about gain. So this is Martina Gilbert. For 50, well, wait, let me just backtrack. We lost Martina last year, so it has sort of sad part to it. But for 56 years, Martina hunted for an elk and never got one. She drew the first tag for under the Tribal Wildlife Plan and got this elk. So that Tribal Wildlife Plan was a plan developed with ODF&W staff, the tribe, and was approved by the commission in 2014. Tina was determined to show us what that plan actually meant. And she came to Natural Resources Office to show us that elk. There, she looks like she has her full breath, but she didn't when we saw her. Her hands were still shaking. She had trouble speaking. But what was 100% clear is how impactful that decision was and how impactful this plan was that gave her that opportunity. I talked to Cheryl a little bit about this. I feel like I'm in this unenviable or impossible position to try to put to words the value of what that meant to Martina. And Cheryl said, well, it's soulish. It goes down to your soul. We've all, hopefully, most of us have had a great day fishing or hunting, but this is way beyond that. And if we take this step together, there will be other Martina Gilbert stories. I guess that's my big regret, or the thing I feel bad about, is that there were many people that had a hand in that plan. There were ODF&W staff, there was the commission in 2014, there were even tribal teams that didn't get to have that moment with Martina. For all the world, I would love to give you folks that moment too. And although I don't have the words for the value and the of what that meant, I'm hoping you have some glimpse of the power and the good that you could do with your decision here today. And then lastly, I would just like to touch on co-management. So all of our guys on our team see co-management. We know what that means. That means work. But we are not afraid to work, and it's pretty apparent that people on your side are not afraid to work either. And we've had some great successes together. We have tracked coho salmon throughout the Willamette Basin together. We've worked on numerous Pacific lamprey projects. We are actively working on salmon recovery with you, and your staff have had a hand in us acquiring 2,500 acres that are fully dedicated to the preservation of fish and wildlife resources. We've done everything from rescuing bears together to providing office space for some hardworking ODF&W folks in Oregon City. But this plan will open the door further, and I'm anxious to do it. We have had a chance to meet with Steve Niemela, and Kurt may correct me if I don't get his title right, but I think he's the North Willamette Watershed Director. He has assembled a great team that I know we can work with. And I know that this plan also has a provision that says that in 5 years we will review it. And I look forward to that moment, because in 5 years' time, we're going to have a good day. We're going to have a lot of positive things that we can talk about that we accomplished. And the last thing I would close with is, I think it's valuable to recharge your batteries to see what you've accomplished. And while I can't give you your old Tina Gilbert moment, I openly invite you to come see some of the handiwork of your predecessors or of you today. Come with us out on the river. Come see some of the 2,500 acres that Lindsay and her team do just short of miracles on restoration work. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to add something, Davia?
Well, I've got my presentation, which is not as interesting, probably.
No,
But are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Kennedy and Colby and Kelly. And maybe I'll ask Colby to co-manage and go back to the beginning for me if you can. So I put Kelly's picture at the end of the presentation. So one of the department's key goals here is to enhance tribal voices in support of our shared interests as they relate to fish, wildlife, and their habitats, and solving the multiple crises we see on the horizon, especially related to climate change. The agreement is extremely similar to the 4 other agreements that the Commission has approved in the last year with Western Oregon tribes, and it does 2 primary things. First, it establishes a voluntary cooperative partnership to collaborate, share resources, and work as partners to develop and implement plans to protect, restore, and enhance fish and wildlife in their habitats in Northwest Oregon in a specific geographic scope. And it also sets up a framework for tribal members to participate in subsistence and ceremonial harvest under tribal licensing. First, before I get into the details of the agreement, I want to recognize that tribal rights related to fish and wildlife are not being addressed here. Those kinds of rights are established federally and through the federal court system. Any hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering opportunities authorized by the agreement derive solely from the authority of the state. The framework we are describing is voluntary and based on the existing authority of the Fish and Wildlife Commission. There's 2 layers to the authority to enter this kind of agreement. First, the Commission has expansive authority over fishing, hunting, gathering within existing state laws, generally the take of wildlife. This includes the determining the time, place, and manner in which wildlife may be harvested, as well as the amounts of wildlife harvest and issuing permits for that harvest. The second piece of important authority that the Commission holds for this agreement is the authority to enter into agreements with any person, including tribal governments, for the development and encouragement of wildlife research and management programs and projects. The draft agreement was negotiated bilaterally between the state and Grand Round on a government-to-government basis. So going into the agreement itself, I'll start with the geographic scope, which is in Section 5 of the agreement, if you have it in front of you. Maybe I should have let you be in charge. So the geographic scope includes the wildlife management unit shown here, which includes the Wilson, Trask, and Stop Mountain units on the coast, and the Willamette and Santiam units. Within these units, the Columbia River, upriver of Bonneville Dam, is excluded. And then rather than following the eastern boundary of the Santiam unit, the eastern boundary is defined by the summit of the Cascades. I'll note here that portions of the Columbia River downstream from Bonneville Dam are included in the geographic scope, but would be subject to a separate process that I'll describe in a few minutes. And those exclusions are hard to depict on a map of this scale. This area was proposed by the tribe as it includes most of their federal service area, which both the state and the federal government recognizes as the area in which the tribe administers certain federal programs under tribal self-determination. The federal service area was generalized to associated wildlife management units to create clear and known boundaries for Grand Round members who might be in the field. It's also important to note that the agreement would only apply to non-reservation and non-trust lands and waters because, as Kelly was talking about, we already have a process in place for reservation and trust lands, so this kind of fills in the gaps. There are 2 other provisions related to the geographic scope on Section 5. The first is to clarify that any harvest activities pursuant to this agreement must be with the permission of the landowner. The second relates directly to places where ODF&W is the landowner or manager, in places like wildlife management areas or the marine reserves. So this provision indicates that tribal members participating in these areas will follow the rules of those areas. So for example, the harvest closures in marine reserves will apply to tribal members, and requirements to possess and use non-toxic shot on certain wildlife management areas will also apply. We do have a provision here that will allow the tribe to request special opportunities that do not align with existing rules, and that could be for ceremonial opportunity, for example. And finally, I'll highlight here that the agreement does not in any way exclude the department from entering into agreements with other tribes covering a similar geography, and does not establish any sort of exclusive use of lands or waters or resources in this area by Grand Round. It also does not supersede or otherwise affect in any way the opportunity for other tribes related to the management or take of fish and wildlife in this geography. So within that geographic scope that I've described, the agreement starts with a cooperative management provision. It's a critically important policy statement for the department, and Kelly kind of summarized this well, where we've already been doing this kind of work that will coordinate our respective resources, authorities, and influence to pursue shared priorities for fish, wildlife, and habitat. The intent of this section is that we'll have an annual meeting between the department and the tribe to discuss plans, opportunities, and challenges for the region. Again, that Kelly kind of already mentioned starting that work. The department has multiple commission-approved plans that are relevant and full of descriptions of the actions that the department needs to take to improve outcomes for fish and wildlife populations. So the annual meeting is an opportunity to identify complementary roles in implementing those plans and actions to become more efficient and effective. We expect that our staff will brief each other on upcoming actions under those plans, identify areas of overlap, and we expect there will be many, many meetings beyond the annual meeting to work on the details of those things. I'll note that within the agreement, this section is much shorter. There's a lot fewer words devoted to it, but that's just because it's legally simpler. It's no less important. So next I'll move on to Section 3 of the proposed agreement, which outlines how tribal members would be able to harvest natural resources under the agreement. The intent of this section is to increase opportunities for tribal members to harvest fish and wildlife resources consistent with tribal values rather than state values. That's been the prevailing framework for their harvest since the creation of Oregon, as well as since the consent decree in the 1980s. And when I say increased opportunities, I really am focused on making sure that opportunities are the most relevant for tribal members in terms of subsistence and ceremonial purposes, not necessarily increasing the volume of harvest. Many members of Grand Ronde already participate in hunting, fishing, or trapping by purchasing a license from the department. We expect that as a result of this section of the agreement, there will be a shift where members will continue to participate in hunting and fishing, but they will do so under a tribal license instead of a state license. Therefore, we don't anticipate seeing a large increase in participation or a large increase to wildlife populations, just a shift in the paperwork associated with that take. This potential harvest applies to all of the wildlife that the Department of Fish and Wildlife has the authority to manage, includes finfish, lamprey or eels, shellfish, crustaceans, mammals, and birds. I really want to highlight it's about ceremonial and subsistence harvest. It does not authorize the tribe to implement commercial opportunities to take wildlife, but it is likely to result in different or larger bag limits for some species for tribal members than non-tribal members. And then I'll end by highlighting that there is an opportunity outlined in the agreement that there could be commercial harvest opportunities, but anything associated with that would go through the commission and a future public rulemaking and public process. So within the details of how we would determine tribal harvest levels, the agreement lays out a framework that includes an annual meeting at which the tribe will present the department with a list of species as well as proposed limits and areas for harvest in the next year of the areas of relevance. The limits and areas requested will vary between species, and I'll just highlight my asterisk that this doesn't apply to the main stem Columbia River, which I'll talk about in a minute. So in these annual meetings, ODF&W staff will be guided by our existing commission-adopted plans and policies for what is an acceptable level of harvest, and that we will be seeking mutual consent between the tribe and the department on these limits. If mutual consent cannot be reached, there's dispute resolution clause followed by mediation, and if we cannot agree, one of the two parties can exit this agreement. So there really is strong incentive to reach that mutual consent every year. Once the limits for each species have been identified, the department will issue an annual implementing permit under this agreement, and that will be incorporated into tribal licenses and tags. So once we have reached mutual agreement or mediated agreement on limits and areas, the tribe will have the authority to determine the method and timing of ceremonial and subsistence opportunities for their members, and the tribe will issue the necessary permits, licenses, or tags to their members in order to participate in the opportunities. The tribal members will follow all Oregon revised statutes, as the department and commission don't have the authority to exempt anyone from those. And there's a non-comprehensive list of those statutes in the agreement, but I'll just highlight one as an example, which is that you cannot shoot from a moving vehicle. The tribe will adopt the relevant statutes into their rules, so it'll apply to tribal harvesters. And then there's a commitment in the agreement that we will share relevant data every year, which includes harvest data that the tribe collects and any data that is required to help us determine an agreeable limit. And finally, the tribal members will be carrying tribal identification and the permits as appropriate, and that is to aid in the goal of law enforcement, as Grand Ronde has the police force, and Oregon State Police will be working with them on that. So I mentioned a few times that there's an exception in the process I just described, specific for the Mainstem Columbia River. Because of the complexity of fisheries management on the Columbia River and co-management with 4 other tribes, the federal government, and the state of Washington, it's the intent of the department in Grand Ronde that Grand Ronde members would be able to continue to participate in the state's recreational opportunities on the Mainstem Columbia River, but with a tribal license instead of a state license. With that in mind, this provision authorizes Grand Ronde members to fish on the Mainstem Columbia River within the geographic area of the agreement, only during state-adopted fishing seasons and following all state regulations. In addition, Grand Ronde members would be restricted to 1 daily limit, even if they hold a state license as well as a tribal license, and will participate in the state sampling that informs all of those fisheries. This provision was recently included to respond to concerns we've heard from the tribal parties to U.S. vs. Oregon, and ensures that Grand Ronde's participation in the Columbia River fisheries would remain within the state's recreational impacts. Moving towards the end of the agreement, starting on page 6, not 10, I apologize for that, there's a variety of legal provisions. First, a summary of the dispute resolution provisions that I laid out earlier, and a statement that we do intend to not have to use that provision. The next is an aspirational goal of pursuing a prosecution referral agreement. This is about seeking for law enforcement against tribal violators of Fish and Wildlife Code to be prosecuted in tribal court. But for the department, that is something that we can seek to work with attorney generals and Department of Justice and the police to do, but cannot put in this agreement. So there's a commitment to reach for that. There's a equity and cooperative management agreements provision, which says that now that we have negotiated multiple agreements, if there is a change to one, that another tribe comes up with a great creative idea, that we would be open to adding that to this agreement. And finally, on the term of the agreement, it's intended to be a perpetual agreement that defines the relationship between the state and the tribe as it relates to fish and wildlife for a long time. It will become effective once signed by both parties. As Kelly said, there is we'll revisit this every 5 years opportunity. And it will become effective once all the rules are in place for the state and for tribal council. It would not go into effect if one of the parties did not have rules in place. And then the final provision about funding and available authority envisions a long-term future where something dramatic changes in state government or tribal government, where one of the 2 parties no longer has the authority that we talked about earlier to enter this kind of agreement, that it would dissipate the agreement. And finally, a few of the provisions in this part of the agreement help us respond to some of the concerns that have been raised by other tribes, and some of those concerns we expect you'll hear today. First, in section 6F, addendum 1 that is in your packet seeks to clarify that nothing in this agreement shall be construed to establish, expand, adjudicate, diminish, waive, limit, or otherwise affect ancestral, aboriginal, treaty, statutory, equitable, or other rights of any tribe. The effect of the agreement is solely on the state, Grand Ronde, and their members. We also highlight that the federal government is not a party to the agreement. And as I mentioned earlier, rights are established at the federal level. And this agreement is not intended to replace the existing consent decree. Grand Round is working with the federal government in a separate process related to their consent decree. I'll turn now to a quick summary for the commission of engagement we have had on the agreement. Grand Round and ODFW had a preliminary meeting about beginning negotiations for this agreement almost exactly 1 year ago. And I remember that because it was 1 week before I left for my family leave. Our negotiations actually began in late December because of that absence on my part. So the bilateral negotiations took place in early 2023. The agreement was publicly noticed and sent via a letter to all 8 other federally recognized tribes at the end of April. The Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation and the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs both requested consultation with the department. This slide has a brief summary of the timeline for when those meetings occurred. And you'll note that we intended to present this agreement to the Commission on June 16th, but chose to delay to allow more time for those conversations to occur. Both parties agreed to some revisions to the agreement, including the change to the eastern boundary of the geographic scope that I mentioned that limits this to west of the summit of the Cascades, the changes to the main stem Columbia River that I mentioned as well, and we reshared that agreement on July 17th. We did hear back from the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs and the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation that they wanted to discuss this again. As Chair Kennedy referenced, we met with the Warm Springs on July 24th. There was an invitation for the Umatilla to join that meeting, and they were not able to, and we were not able to have a bilateral meeting with them. Those tribes are extremely concerned about encroachment by this agreement on their historic, usual, and custom areas for hunting and fishing, and I expect you'll hear that in testimony later. So here's a quick summary of the changes that we have made that the state believes addresses some of those concerns. The specific process that we've created for the main stem Columbia River to assure that Grand Round fishing would remain within Oregon's impacts as part of this being a state agreement. The revision of the eastern boundary of the geographic scope explicitly assures no overlap with Warm Springs ceded lands from the 1855 treaty. We added a provision to exclude property held in trust for another federally recognized tribe. And added the intent of the parties that this agreement is not a successor to the existing consent decree and therefore cannot and will not define the rights of Grand Round now or in the future. We also added an emphasis on the exclusion of impact to any tribe as our intent for the agreement. And then I'll end on implementation. If the agreement is adopted today, it will become effective through creation of administrative rule. And then we would hope to kick off implementation between the department staff and the tribe staff with a summit to talk through the details, ensure that our staff at all levels understand the intent and the expectations under the agreement, and begin conversations about shared opportunities for fish and wildlife conservation and habitat restoration in the next few years. We'll lay out a path forward for that coordination and discuss the limits and areas for tribal members to hunt and fish under this agreement. After that, Grand Round will adopt their harvest regulations and the Oregon revised statutes that we mentioned earlier. And then we hope that this will kick off an annual cycle that moves smoothly into the future. So thanks for your time and attention on the details of the agreement. And I'll just check in if Chair Kennedy has any other remarks.
I don't, and thank you for the question, though. I just want to let you, the commission, know that we have met and we have made many concessions. If you've seen an earlier map, but each time it has diminished in the areas that we had proposed. So we have taken that seriously and appreciate the work with ODF&W staff for working with us as well as other tribes. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair Kennedy. So then I will leave you one more glimpse of Tina and with a summary of the issue and our staff recommendation, which is to adopt Oregon administrative rules which are in attachment 4, and to implement the agreement, which is attachment 3, including the addendum 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions of Davia first, and anybody else on the panels? No questions? Davia, I just want to make sure that in any of these discussions, there's a room full of years and years of things that one has to think about, and in any conversation, that's the case. But at the simplistic level, I think I heard you say a few times that this is looking at a co-management, so a sharing of the state's authority, the existing state authority. And I want to make sure I'm not being overly simplistic, but I'm looking at it in that way. Is there anything you would say to correct that or change that? Because I'm looking at it as this is a sharing of the state's authority.
Chair Wall, I would not say anything to correct that and possibly refer you to council for more if there is more.
No, I think that's a fair description.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just a question, will we have other time to have staff come back up, ask questions after?
Yes, we will. I think the way the day will go, and it may change as we get into it, but I think the way it'll go is we will hear from the panel, then we hear from a lot of people who would like to testify, and it's quite a long list. We can ask questions again at that point, and then we'll go into executive session. If we have more questions and discussions, we have one more shot at it. So that's how I'm looking at it right now. If that works for everyone on the commission, that's what we'll do. So I see no other questions right now, so thank you to the 4 of you, and we will start with a long list of people who would like to testify. Some are virtual, most are in the room, but actually the first 3 people are ones we'll hear from online. So the first 3 are Leonard Krug, Brian McLaughlin, and Anthony Broadman. And after that, it's Corrine Sims, Aaron Ashley, and then Jeremy Takala.
Brian is here.
Oh, he is? Brian is in the room? Okay. Then let's hear from Leonard Krug and then Brian. He's in the room? Okay.
Yeah, Brian's right
Oh, okay.
I'm working on getting Leonard into the room, so we can go ahead and go Brian and then come back to Leonard.
Okay, Brian. And just so everyone knows, not just to you, Brian, everybody, we have a very long list, so to the extent that you can be brief in your remarks, that would be really helpful.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Director Melcher, my name is Brian McLaughlin. I live in Portland, Oregon. I'm a little bit sheepish to go first here today because I think there's some others that deserve that more than me, but I will go. As you know, I've provided lengthy and detailed comments identifying significant concerns regarding all of the tribal MOAs that this commission has considered. While some of my concerns have been addressed, which I appreciate, a number of those concerns have not been. Nonetheless, I have not opposed the approval of any of the MOAs. Unfortunately, the situation is different here today. The Columbia River Treaty Tribes oppose the proposed Grand Ronde MOA. And should you approve it, they have indicated in written correspondence that they are prepared to possibly commence litigation to establish usual and accustomed treaty hunting and fishing rights in Western Oregon. But for the opposition of the Columbia River Treaty Tribes and the threat of litigation, I would not be testifying here today like I am. But threatened litigation by the treaty tribes scares the heck out of me, and I have professional experience in this area. Here we are. I want to emphasize 3 points. The threatened litigation poses an enormous risk to the state's public fisheries on the lower Columbia and Willamette rivers. If usual and accustomed rights were judicially validated, under settled law, the treaty tribes would be entitled to 50% of the harvestable surplus. That would result in a significantly more than 50% reduction in the state's ability and opportunity because of the intersection of ESA impacts, catch balancing, and the tribal methods of harvest. You can ask Director Melcher how much it would be reduced, but you can look at the Columbia River Management Agreement, it'd probably be about 2/3, I think. And on top of that, any fish that were allocated to the Grand Ronde or Siletz or other tribes under the MOAs would come off the state's share. This would decimate Oregon's public fisheries on the Willamette and the Lower Columbia as we know them today. Second point, approval of the MOA could gravely injure the state of Oregon's co-management relationship with the Columbia River Treaty Tribes. I cannot emphasize this enough. A healthy co-management relationship is necessary to a functional fishery, and all you have to do is look to your sister state in Washington and see a dysfunctional and often acrimonious relationship between the state and the tribes in Puget Sound and on the coast, and to see how it has affected recreational and commercial fishing there. My fear is that this could seriously damage a good working relationship on the Columbia River, and I don't want to see that damaged. The third and final point I want to make is this. The Commission has a legal duty embodied in statute to act in the best interest of the state and its citizens. The Columbia River Treaty Tribes litigation threat poses a substantial risk to those interests, including your statutory mandate to optimize public recreational benefits. You have no legal mandate or obligation to approve the Grand Ronde MOA today, and there's no circumstance that would prevent you from taking more time to work out a compromise. In my view, a political solution, a compromise, is likely to better serve the interests of all parties than a judicial one. So I strongly urge the Commission to pause, take no action, and to renew efforts to work out an acceptable compromise. I mean no disrespect to any tribes here today or their interests. I simply don't want to see this devolve into very divisive litigation. I grew up in the Puget Sound region during the fish wars. I know what that's like, and I don't want to see it come to here. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Michelle, is Leonard here?
Yes, Leonard is on now.
Go ahead, Leonard. Oh, I see.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Director Melcher, Chair Kennedy, and Commissioners. My name is Leonard Krug, and I wanted to let you know that today, the Oregon Anglers Alliance is excited to celebrate and welcome our friends, the Grand Ronde Tribe, as part of the collaborative community that works to restore our fisheries and the ecosystems that depend on them. As you may know, the Oregon Anglers Alliance focuses on habitat hatcheries and sustainable harvest. We are very encouraged by our dialogue with the Grand Ronde and their recent support of the Rock Creek Hatchery. We believe this proposed agreement will open the door for greater co-management, resulting in increased opportunity to work together to ensure that salmon are more available to all people of Oregon. The Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde have for centuries understood the value of land, water, and fisheries stewardship. Oregon's tribes have collectively made a sizable contribution to fisheries science that we can no longer ignore, and the Grand Ronde Tribe is no exception. It is mutually important to all tribes and other Oregonians as well that our fish and wildlife management goals meet the cultural, subsistence, and recreational needs of our current and future communities. We look forward to a future of working together with the Grand Ronde and others to attain these goals for the betterment of Oregon's natural resources. And finally, I need to close by saying thanks to everyone that's here today for being a part of this historic day.
Thank you, Leonard. We'll go to Anthony Broadman, and then after that, Corrine Sims. Go ahead, Anthony.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff, my name is Anthony Broadman. I'm General Counsel for the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians. These are comments I offer on behalf of the Cow Creek Tribe. As you know, Cow Creek has supported each of the tribes who have brought agreements before you for your consideration, including Siletz, the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw, and the Coquille Tribe. As Chair Keene stated in her letter in June this year, Cow Creek supports the Grand Ronde Memorandum of Agreement. The Cow Creek and Grand Ronde tribes have a long record of collaboration on multiple matters, including natural resources. And Grand Ronde has committed to work together on these issues of mutual concern affecting hunting and fishing in Western Oregon. Over the years, Grand Ronde has been an excellent partner to Cow Creek, and it anticipates that the proposed MOA will benefit all Oregonians and help facilitate tribal self-governance. So on behalf of Cow Creek, thank you for consideration of the Cow Creek Tribe's position and its support for Grand Ronde and your commitment to consulting with and hearing from tribes on ODFW's important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. We'll go on to Corinne Sims.
For the record, it's Corinne Sams.
Sam, sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the Commission and Director Melcher. My name is Corinne Sams, and I'm an enrolled member of the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, as well as an elected leader, Fish and Wildlife Commission Chair, and the Chair of the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. On behalf of the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, CRITFIC, and its member tribes, I am testifying in opposition to the proposed MOA between ODFW and the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. I urge you to take no action on the proposed memorandum of agreement to off-reservation and non-trust land hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering between the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. Oregon has failed to complete good faith consultation with our member tribes, and the proposed MOU will impact and affect the treaty reserved rights and interests of the CRITFIC member tribes. The Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation of Oregon, the Confederated Tribes and Bands of Yakima Nation, the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, and the Nez Perce Tribe. Collectively, treaty tribes created CRITFIC in 1977. As you know, these four tribes hold treaty reserve fishing rights on the Columbia River and its tributaries as adjudicated and defined by over a century of federal district court, Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and the U.S. Supreme Court decisions. The Supreme Court in the United States has repeatedly recognized the significance of our treaty reserved rights to fish on reservation and off reservation, usual and accustomed places, holding that, in quote, not much less necessary to the existence of the Indian than the atmosphere they breathe. This treaty reserved right to fish is a property right protected by the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. The right to take fish includes a right to cross private property to access those areas, imposing a servitude upon the land. It also is well documented that treaty tribes have historic and current close ties to Willamette Falls in the Willamette Valley, including fishing at the falls and the lower Columbia River. We have watched as Oregon has entered into a series of these agreements with other Western Oregon tribes. Up until this MOA, the negotiations and resulting agreements followed a similar pattern. The state of Oregon and a tribe would enter negotiations, and the geographical scope of the agreement would generally be confined to the tribe's service area or a substitute of that service area. And the geographic scope had the potential to overlap with treaty reserved usual and accustomed areas of any of the treaty tribes. The negotiation would reach out and ask them about potential concerns. For instance, the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians contacted Warm Springs and agreed to remove parts of its service area from its MOA. Also, the Confederated Tribes of the Siletz Indians contacted Warm Springs, Yakima, and CTUIR, and after extended discussions, agreed to remove Willamette Falls and the lower Columbia River from the scope of its MOA to avoid any potential conflicts with the exercise of treaty reserved rights by the treaty tribes. The MOA currently before you, however, took a much different track. Neither ODFW nor Grand Ronde contacted any of the treaty tribes while the MOU was being negotiated. The first notice these tribes had of the MOA was the notice the Secretary of State after the agreement had already been negotiated. We are astonished and frustrated that neither government approached us, given their awareness of our sensitivity to fish and wildlife matters at Willamette Falls and the Lower Columbia, and the broad geographic scope of this MOA. Immediately upon learning of the MOA, the treaty tribes voiced our concerns and requested consultation with ODFW on the MOA. You have letters before you from the Warm Springs Tribe and CTUIR and the Yakama Nation. After those concerns were voiced, the Grand Ronde Tribe hastily assembled 2 webinars for the agreement. Both were non-substantive, and provisions of the MOA were not discussed, nor could they have been, because they lasted less than 10 minutes. In response to these requests for consultation, ODFW agreed to meet with some of the treaty tribes. ODFW met with the CTUIR once, but has yet to schedule any request for further consultation. ODFW met with Warm Springs once, and then at Warm Springs' request, held a joint meeting with Warm Springs and Grand Ronde. Unfortunately, the meeting with Warm Springs appeared to merely be a check-the-box meeting. The Warm Springs offered revisions to the MOA that would address their concerns, but no meaningful discussions of those revisions occurred. Accordingly, consultation with the CTUIR and Warm Springs cannot be considered complete and has not yet even started with the Yakama Nation or the Nez Perce Tribe. If you are being told that consultation has occurred and our tribes are merely unhappy with the result, that is false. The broad geographic scope of this MOA has the potential to impact the treaty reserved rights of the treaty tribes. It is important to note that these tribes' off-reservation fishing rights were reserved by ratified treaties and have been judicially confirmed in the series of the Ninth Circuit and the U.S. Supreme Court decisions mentioned earlier, as well as in continuing jurisdiction case of United States versus Oregon, filed in the U.S. District Court in Portland in 1968. The treaty tribes are resolute in protecting the Columbia Basin and its fisheries. Both are vital to our culture and our way of life. As a member of sovereign respect to Oregon, the treaty tribes have implemented restraint in unilaterally exercising their reserved fishing rights in the Willamette Basin. Oregon's reluctant to fulfill discussions of our reserved rights in fisheries management in the Willamette Basin, in good faith, has unnecessarily escalated tensions between the state and the treaty tribes. I strongly recommend that the Commission exercise restraint with respect to the current posture of the draft MOU and request that ODFW complete its consultation with each of the Columbia River Treaty tribes that has raised concern about the MOA. Otherwise, I fear that ODFW and the Commission, by extension, is walking the state and the treaty tribes into protracted litigation regarding treaty reserve fishing rights in the Willamette and Lower Columbia River. For more than half a century, Oregon and the treaty tribes have consciously and sometimes actively made a choice not to have that battle. It would be most unfortunate if hasty decisions led to a different result. I just want to point out, for nearly half a century, our collective fisheries management work has exhibited our commitment to this resource. In 1980, the 4 tribes obtained amendments to the Northwest Power Act that called forth the fish and wildlife obligations of the federal hydro agencies. The 4 tribes co-created the Fish Passage Center and programs for spilling water at the federal dams to save salmon. In 1985, the 4 treaty tribes helped create the Pacific Salmon Treaty between the United States and Canada and its domestic implementation legislation. If it weren't for the treaty tribes, the Pacific Salmon Treaty would not have secured benefits for the Columbia Basin's Chinook stocks. In 1996, the 4 tribes developed the Wakanishmewit, the first holistic plan offering a blueprint for salmon. The 4 tribes established a world-leading fish genetics laboratory in Hagerman, Idaho, with the research benefits tribal, state, and federal fisheries management. The 4 tribes secured the meaningful commitment to lamprey restoration in the Columbia Basin when in 2008, the Corps committed to a 10-year, $50 million suite of actions. And finally, in an effort that took more than 15 years, the 4 tribes helped secure much-needed amendments to the Marine Mammal Protection Act to reduce sea lion predation for salmon and steelhead. This proposed MOA will negatively impact and affect the treaty rights and interests of the CRICFIC member tribes. As your commission is aware, there has been many challenges over the years brought by the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Rounds' effort to expand their ability to fish in the areas of CRICFIC member tribes who hold treaty reserved rights. I urge you today to take no action and to continue meaningful consultation with the 4 ratified treaty tribes. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Chair. We will go then to Aaron Ashley, and then Jeremy Takala, if I have the name right, and then Ferris Paisano, Alvis Smith. So Aaron Ashley?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Ashley. I am an enrolled member of the Confederated Tribes of the Mitchell Indian Reservation. I am the current vice chair of our governing body, the Board of Trustees. I'm here today to provide testimony in opposition to the current form of the proposed memorandum of agreement between Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Grand Ronde Tribe. This testimony does not constitute government-to-government consultation with us, and we reserve the right to provide further comment to the state of Oregon. The CTUIR is the legal successor in interest to our Treaty of 1855, 12 Statute 945, which explicitly reserves sovereign rights to hunt, fish, and gather off-reservation. This explicit reservation includes the right for our members to take fish at all usual and custom areas throughout the Columbia Basin, including the Willamette, as our people have done since time immemorial. We also have treaty reserve rights to hunt and gather cultural foods throughout our Aboriginal lands. Water, fish, game, roots, and berries are integral components of our lives, longhouse ceremonies, and feasts. It is important that the Commission know and realize that there is a significant body of law around these explicit treaty rights that the Columbia River Treaty Tribes have had to fight in the courts to enforce for over 150 years. We have had to go to court in the state courts, the federal district courts, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and even the United States Supreme Court. This large body of case law, achieved at great personal and organizational costs to our tribe, confirms our rights to go far off reservation to fish and hunt. We have always gone to the lower Columbia River and the Willamette to catch fish and then follow those fish back up the river. Just as we went to what is now Montana and Wyoming to take buffalo, we still go to Montana for buffalo. We are steadfast in our protection of these treaty rights, especially the treaty to right to fish. You should also know that the last traditional platform fishery at Willamette Falls was in the 1990s, and the platforms were built and fished by Columbia River Treaty Tribes. We are also legally recognized co-managers of the fish and wildlife resources of the states of Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. As Chair Brigham's letter to the Commission demonstrates, the CTUIR, along with its sister Columbia River Treaty Tribes and our Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, carry out many restoration, research, and management activities in the lower Columbia and Willamette rivers. I say all this to demonstrate that our interests and rights in the lower river are not remote, and the state of Oregon is risking interference with the proposed MOA before you. This is a much different situation than the prior MOAs that have been put before you. Those MOAs did not involve objections by other tribes concerned about interference with their rights. Indeed, the state of Oregon told those tribes to go talk to the other tribes involved and get their support before it would put the MOA before the commission. And that is what happened with those MOAs. The discussions were had and amendments negotiated where needed. That did not happen here. We have not had substantive discussions in good faith. And the potential that this MOA will cause interference with our rights and lead to increased intertribal and state tribal conflict is real. The geographic scope of this MOA is much broader than any of the others without reason. And the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde does not recognize our rights in the Willamette and Lower Columbia River, so it is easy for them to say it won't interfere with treaty rights. And the MOA is very vague on many aspects. It does not explain how harvest will be negotiated or accounted for. We share the sport fishers' concerns that much more harvest will occur than the state is saying, especially given the broad scope. The MOA also says that Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde enforcement personnel will be on landscape enforcing regulations. That means that the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde enforcement will be harassing our tribal members in their harvest. We have seen this happen before when Grand Ronde tribal members have called the Oregon State Police on our tribal members. Never before has Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife asked the commission to act on an MOA over the objections of other tribes. And never before has such an MOA been presented to you when it has not had full consultation among tribes. If you are being told that consultation happened, that is incorrect. It has just started, and we are asking for it to continue with the good faith of all parties. We have suggestions on how to get through this and make changes to the MOA, and those suggestions need to be heard and discussed. I urge you not to approve the proposed MOA at this time and to direct Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife to continue its consultation with us so that the sovereignty of all tribes affected by the MOA is appropriately addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. The next three people, and maybe I'll read off two more, so if Jeremy can start, but then if Ferris Paisano and Alvis Smith, if you're also in the room, if you could come up all at once, and that will maybe give us, we're running up against the clock a little bit, so I'm trying to.
Could I introduce myself? I'm Alvis Smith, but I want to defer.
Okay.
That's fine. I'll defer my chair people who've been a part of that discussion.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall and commissioners here. For the record, I want to make a correction. My name is Jeremy Takala. I am one of the 14 elected council for the Confederate Tribes and Bands of the Yakama Nation. I serve as our official wildlife chair. I'm also a longtime fisherman, as our ancestors were along the Big River and its tributaries, including unusual and the custom areas. I speak again on behalf of the Confederate Tribes and Bands of the Yakama Nation to express our oppositions to this agreement here. The Yakama Nation, feels that nothing has been offered to the Yakama Nation that alleviates its prior written comments. Yakama Nation respects, Oregon's sovereign status and takes no issue with Oregon's decision to enter into a cooperative management agreement with Indian tribes, but where the underlying terms of such agreements have less than uniform support, and instead give rise to vigorous criticism by groups, both affiliated and unaffiliated alike. The Commission must pause and ensure that all concerns are fully addressed. This requires more than just simple acknowledgement that the criticism has been heard. This requires actual consideration, which includes comprehensive evaluation of any shared concerns, followed by a comprehensive response that incorporates meaningful changes that are fully supported by all interested parties. In our June 14th, 2023 comment, the Yakama Nation encouraged the Commission to request include for public review a legal opinion from the Oregon Department of Justice, speaking on no less than following items. 1, what are the scope and limitations of ODFW's authority to delegate its fish and wildlife management responsibilities over non-trust and off-reservation lands and waters? 2, do the underlying terms of an agreement violate the November 29, 1986 consent decree between Oregon and Grand Ronde? 3, does a geographic scope of agreement have any rational basis for being defined by a set of specious criteria that diverges greatly from similar cooperative management agreements ODFW has negotiated with other Indian tribes? 4, does the geographic scope of the proposed agreement create potential for interferences with areas where the Yakama Nation retains federally affirmed rights? And 5, Grand Ronde, the successor in interest to any treaty affirmed as binding today upon the United States that demands deference by Oregon. It's important that the Commission appreciates the basis for Yakama Nation's opposition. You heard earlier the tribes that were listed off that were consulted. Yakama Nation was never consulted. Yakama Nation was never ever contacted. Siletz did reach out to Yakama Nation to consult with us, and we appreciate them for making that connection. The Commission might be asking why it should even entertain Yakama Nation's opposition at all. Simply put, the Yakama people have fought long and spilled much blood to ensure their voice is not only heard, but that they have a seat at the table on all matters that directly impact the Yakama Nation's sovereign interest and in along the Columbia River. We oppose the aspirations of another Indian tribe, but we find ourselves in an inevitable position of doing so here. This is required of us whenever we are faced by an action such as rulemaking that threatens to diminish the rights reserved by Article 3 of the Treaty with the Yakamas, June 9, 1855, ratified March 8, 1859. The reason that the Yakama Nation has federally affirmed rights to fish and co-management over the fishery resource in the Columbia River Basin is not merely because we are indigenous people. Rather, it's due to the specific language of our treaty. In 1855, our ancestors negotiated with the United States and reserved the right to fish, hunt, and gather at all usual and accustomed places. Today, the Yakama Nation exceeds 11,000 people who rely on these resources, and we will continue to do so. The Yakama Nation is a longstanding and ongoing party of the U.S. v. Oregon and U.S. v. Washington. We are co-managers of this resources working with Washington and Oregon. We meet quarterly with U.S. v. Oregon, with your constituents. Rather, this history is laid before the Commission to demonstrate the sanctity we placed on our treaty reserve rights, the lengths that the Yakama Nation will go to ensure that no law, rule, or regulation is adopted that could diminish our people's ability and opportunity to fish at all usual and accustomed places, free and from interferences. Remarkably, the state authorized rights established by the agreement does just this. It empowers Grand Ronde with a managerial role relative to salmon, steelhead, and lamprey harvest on the Columbia River with Columbia Basin fisheries. Such empowerment is inconsistent with current multi-sovereign co-management agreement reached by the U.S. v. Oregon's continuing jurisdiction, jeopardizing our past decades of co-management efforts and potentially triggering a new chapter in our fight to restore our treaty-reserved resources. The Yakama Nation has concerns with the substance of agreement. It must be stated that the Yakama Nation is not opposed to the general concept of the agreement, but rather its problematic geographic scope and inadequate savings clause. The Yakama Nation submitted a written comment in support of a similar cooperative management, as I mentioned, with the Siletz. The Yakama Nation turns to the Commission and asks that it intercedes on the Yakama Nation's behalf. While the Yakama Nation has no current partnerships with Grand Ronde, the same is not true for ODFW. Together, we co-manage the Columbia River Basin fisheries, which is why we are disturbed by ODFW's apparent decision to wholly ignore Yakama Nation regarding this matter. In closing, with our concerns, along with ODFW's implementation of the rulemaking process, Yakama Nation urges the Commission to take no action on this agreement presented to the Commission for this decision. I want to thank you for your time again, and Yakama Nation is very upset for not hearing from ODFW on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one second before you go next, Ferris. Ashton Picard, Virgil Lewis, and Jennifer Carson Engum are after this gentleman speaks, those are the next three. So go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Ferris Paisano, and the Nez Perce Treaty of 1855, 12 Statute 957, was signed with the U.S. government, but the territorial citizens of Oregon and Washington, not the states. It was with the territory. So if we go back to that, there's some ramifications that I don't think you want to bring up. This I'm gonna scold you. When I was young, my grandma would say, "Lamutitz kapsis." That's well. I'm saying Lamutitz kapsis. That's when I did something I wasn't supposed to do. Then my uncle would say, "Kutsates." Okay. I'm scolding you. We have been here through 3 ice flows, 2 floods. 18,000 years. We traveled from the Pacific Ocean to well past the Mississippi River. We have a trail that goes into California, where we traded horses with people in California. In the Basque Museum in Boise, they state that we traded horses with them in California. We covered an immense area. So when you look at our treaties and how it's been diminished, not by us, what can I say? We have medicines that we use. And the difference between what we see today is that we have science and religion. And when you separate them, you see what's going on, not only in the country, not only in the United States, but in the world, when you divide that. Tribal people knew that, and so that's why we never divided them. They were together in our traditions and ceremonies. I'm not going to read a letter because other people will. You just need to know who we are. In 1877, there was a war. 300 plus Nez Perces ended up in Canada. Why? Because they had trails. They traveled there. It was mentioned that we hunt buffalo in Montana. We had villages in Yellowstone Park. So you're going to hear a lot more about this, but I'm just telling you who we are so you know. Truth will enter your heart and end up hearing reason. We send our children to the universities and we fill their heads with facts. Sometimes it dribbles down to the place where truth is held in our heart. And we emphatically support that you not sign that MOA. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Could I just ask that, I'm having a difficult time sometimes when people are introducing themselves and then hearing which particular tribe.
Nez Perce.
Nez Perce, okay. So just if, and especially when online, that was also difficult. So it's important, we want to hear, so just a little bit more of a like name and tribal affiliation would sure help me. I'm
Right.
taking
I
copious
apologize.
notes up here.
Apologize.
No apologies.
And membership like CritFic and those pieces too. Yeah. So Ashton Picard, Virgil Lewis, and Jennifer Carson Ingham. Okay, then after the two people who are here, the next three are, I think it's Bronsko Jim, Eric Holt, and Ron Supa. So go ahead, if you will, and introduce yourself and your tribe, if you will.
Katsiaya, Tatsaluk, Inahamio, Kalati Wama. Monique Was, Ashton Picard. Hello, good afternoon, family, friends. My name is Ashton Picard. I'm from the Nez Perce tribe. I'm also an elected member of our Nez Perce Tribe Executive Committee, and as such, I sit on the commission with CritFic, which is formed by the Nez Perce, Umatilla, Warm Springs, and Yakima tribes. I come here today in opposition of this MOU. Well, it was being presented, I heard a lot of times there's not going to be an impact, there's not going to be an effect. But the only thing that doesn't have an impact or an effect, is no action at all. As a hunter, fisherman, and gatherer, when I'm out on that landscape, I know that any action I take is going to have an impact. Whether that be that I'm taking foods from certain animals that are going to travel to other areas, in which then they would have to take foods from that area, or the lasting impact of affecting a migration of a certain animal or something. And so thinking of the impacts that even though it's not in a specific area that reaches another, there is impacts that are going to be affecting that area. And I think of if there's hunters from the state that aren't going to be able to hunt in certain areas in which this MOU tribe is going to be hunting at now, they're going to move to other areas which may have an impact on our treaty and reserve rights. I will keep my statements pretty brief and short, and kind of just say that we support the comments and objections to those proposed rules, amendments, and MOA that have been made by our sister tribes, the Umatilla, Warm Springs, and Yakima. Katsiao, Yoklo. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. Thank you for this brief time. I won't take very long. You heard from our chairman of our Fish and Wildlife Committee, Jeremy Takala. He's a young man who has been working for the tribe for a number of years now. Myself, my name is Virgil Lewis Sr. My Indian name is Sluskam. I'm from the Yakima Nation. I served on Yakima Nation Tribal Council for 18 years. I am no longer on the council. I am a member of the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission because of my history. I'm a fisherman on the Columbia River as a kid. I grew up fishing on the Columbia and Yakima River. My father used to take us out on the river and teach us how to lay nets and catch fish, not only on the Columbia, but in the Yakima River system. I caught my very first salmon on the Yakima River. Father used to take us down to the Willamette Falls when we were little to catch eels. We'd go out on a small boat, catch these eels by hand, put them in gunny sacks, bring the boat back and dump them, put them in a tote, bring them back home to hand out to people that needed eels. We had a meeting one time with the Cowlitz tribe. The Cowlitz tribal council member told me, you guys should be getting permits from us to fish on our river. That made me mad. I told him, My father used to bring us down here. We used to go fishing and catch smelt before there ever was a Cowlitz tribe. He didn't have much to say after that. You know, I feel sorry for the tribes that were terminated, what they had to go through, what the effects that had for their tribe, and to come back and get recognized. It's something huge. So, you know, my heart goes out to the Grand Ronde tribe for fighting what they're fighting for. But in reality, we are treaty tribes. We have a treaty with the United States government that was ratified, as you've heard from our council members. You know, I oppose this action being proposed today. My recommendation is that you ask them to consult with us, meet with us, sit down and talk, as tribes used to do in the past. Before, if there was a tribe that would come into our territory, our scouts would watch, and they would know when they were coming to our territory. And the warriors would get together and they would exterminate them, wipe them out for doing what they're doing, invading a territory to where they did not belong. If they came to us and asked us to come to our territory, then it wouldn't have been a problem. There wouldn't be a problem. There are problems because tribes intermarry. And when that happens, then the family from the outside tribe comes in and they can harvest. Now there's actions being made that we used to come here, but they only came because they were invited, because they intermarried, not that they had rights and brought their rights with them from other tribes. So I'll end with that. Thank you very much for this time.
Thank you, sir. Bronsko Jim Jr., Eric Holt, Ron Supa, and then we have two virtual participants, Lisa Wood and Wilbur Slockish. Yes.
Lisa Wood is not in the virtual room.
Okay, so the person after that is Bruce Jim Sr. So if we could go ahead and if you would introduce yourself and any affiliations, that would be great.
Who do you have going first, ma'am?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Katiao, Tatsalach, Hiyum Tamaluk. Next grizzly bear in line is my Indian name. My English name is Eric Holt. I represent the Nez Perce tribe. I'm the chairman of our Nez Perce Tribe Fish and Wildlife Commission. And I want to just give you a brief historical context of, before I read the official letter from the Nez Perce tribe, is that in Salado Falls, you know, the federal government placed the Dalles Dam and inundated one of the most historic fishing sites along the Columbia River. And my grandfather, the late Lewis B. Holt, was signatory to that of the Nez Perce tribe. And I always say this when I think about the impacts, the real world impacts, and what the mitigation measures that were made and promises that were made that were never kept. You know, and to know that my grandfather turns in his grave thinking that we're still fighting the same battles that we fought way back when. And so I'm here today to talk on behalf of that, to know and remember what he stood for and what he signed and those battles that we continue to fight today. You know, and so I say that in humbleness, and I'm honored to present this on behalf of the Nez Perce tribe. So dear Chair Wall, the Nez Perce Tribal Executive Committee, known as NEPTIC, is the governing body of the Nez Perce tribe, officially opposes any agreement between the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde Community of Oregon with regard to fishing interests in Willamette Falls on the Willamette River in Oregon. And the Willamette Falls in Nez Perce means hair wrapped in knots. And it's a play, that's where the Nez Perce used to go and harvest hisu. That's what we call a lamprey in Nimipu Timpt. And so Willamette Falls is a Nez Perce word called hair wrapped in knots. And that meaning has a lot today. Since time immemorial, the Nez Perce has exercised fishing, hunting, and gathering and grazing rights throughout the Northwest, including places along the Columbia River and Willamette Rivers. The Willamette Falls was a seasonal stop for Nez Perce fishers to harvest lamprey, as well as salmon and other fish species. There is ethnographic evidence supporting the Nez Perce use of these areas, as well as acknowledgement by the federal government during the treaty process of the inherent right to fish at all usual and accustomed fishing places in common with the citizens of the territory. Treaty of the Nez Perces, July 11th, 1855, 12 Stat 957. The United States Supreme Court has repeatedly upheld the Nez Perce tribe's treaty rights to fish at usual and accustomed fishing places off reservation, including the right to access private property in order to fish. United States versus Winans 198 U.S. 371, 1905. See also United States versus Oregon and Washington versus Washington State Common Pass Fishing Vessel 443 U.S. 658 in 1978. The treaty, so these are cases that have already been adjudicated and ascertained by the rights of the Nez Perce. The treaty right to fish is an inherent right that the Nez Perce continues to nurture as co-managers of the fisheries resource in many areas of the Pacific Northwest, including the Columbia, Willamette, and Snake River basins. As a co-manager, any impact on this historical fishery is of great significance to the Nez Perce tribe, especially if another entity is proposing new and/or exclusive rights to the Willamette Falls area. Contrary to Nez Perce evidence-based, treaty negotiated and court-confirmed off-reservation fishing rights, the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Round seeks to assert non-existent and non-recognized rights to these same areas fished by the Nez Perce tribe and the other CRITFIC member tribes that have valid treaty fishing rights to the area. Clearly agreeing to add new fishers to the existing tribal fisheries in the area would infringe on the existing lawful rights. And these are considered real-world impacts. So during this well-known Nez Perce right to fish in the Willamette Falls area, the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Round has not attempted to contact the Nez Perce tribe to discuss this proposed fishery. Again, and we oppose any effort by the ODF and W to allow the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Round tribal members to fish in the Willamette Falls area and other area with where the Nez Perce holds usual and accustomed rights to fish. We would be more than happy to discuss our interest in the area and our federally recognized treaty right to fish at Willamette Falls. Please contact me at the address above or the number on the letterhead as presented. Sincerely, Shannon F. Wheeler, Chairman of the Nez Perce Tribal Executive Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bronsko Jim?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Commission, for allowing me the time to testify today on this very important and critical issue. My name is Ron Suppa. I'm a member of the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Off-Reservation Fish and Wildlife Committee. I'm the Treasurer of the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. And I have two statements that I'd like to share. First of all, I support and I concur with the testimony that was offered by Chair Lady Corrine Sam on behalf of the Columbia River Fish Commission. And secondly, I ask that you use option 2, which is no action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We have a name, Bronsko Jim. Is that person in the room?
I'm here, but I'll pass.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Then we'll go to Wilbur Slockish, who is online, and then Bruce Jim Senior, Emerson. I'm not even going to try that second name yet. So go ahead, Wilbur. Do we have?
All right. Good afternoon, all of you, commissioners and directors, however you are. I've been listening and I've been reading what I could of this agreement, and there's a lot of discrepancies in there that can be
We lost your voice. What? Oh, you're muted.
okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. It's a good day, commissioners and
Could you
and,
identify yourself
directors.
and your tribe, please?
Of ODFW. I'm Wilbur Slockish Jr. I'm a member of the Yakima Nation. My tribal identity is a Klickitat Cascade. And that area there, when you mentioned to open the door, and then they mentioned the Bonneville Dam. And there's a lot of stuff in that agreement there that can be interpreted in two ways. I'm not a lawyer, but I know your language because I had to learn it. Because as the first gentleman spoke about fish wars, yeah, I was involved in those. But one of the things here that disturbs me is that the state is trying to instigate a right. The state can't do that. Only the federal government can. And if you really want to know it, they only have a Oregon State fishing privilege by license. So yours should have that amended to fishing privileges by license or similar language. That's the same thing because the tribes have the reserved right. They're only trying to exercise, according to that agreement, a license privilege regulated by the state. And I think there's a lot of things there that in that words that I could see that came up. And I'm disturbed by that words, main stem. And we also utilized that area there at Willamette Falls for the camas beds that were within the area. And my people, the Cascade Klickitat people, we had trade routes that ran through there. So we were there, not only for that, but for different products to trade with the California tribes and the coastal tribes. So when I get told that I don't have anything there, that's not true. And with that, I will close. But remember, you guys can only use a license privilege, and that's what your sportsmen and commercial guys, because they have to buy a license from you. We have the reserved retained rights. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And then we have Bruce Jim Sr. and Emerson, and I believe it's Squeamfin, both from the Warm Springs in the room. And if you'll introduce yourself, both of you, when you get up here.
I have a hard time hearing, so.
Yeah, a lot of us do.
If I may, I'd like to stand up and address God
Okay.
for the first few times.
Are you Bruce? Yes, introduce yourself, please, yeah.
I want to talk to you people, all of you people, you know, on what's happening here and understanding, and make sure that you understand that what you are really trying to do. You know, when the beginning of time, the Creator had set the animals down in front of us and asked each animal what they were going to do for mankind. And each one said what they were going to do: food, clothing, medicine, and etc. As that ended, the Creator turned to the new people and he said, "What is your promise?" Our promise was to protect, honor, and to always have ceremonies in their name. You know, we're straying off of that. We're straying where we're not together anymore. Why? What made us go different ways? You know, you have to understand the laws of this land of the white man and the Indians and their natives that they put together during this treaty. My grandfathers, my uncles from Warm Springs, Yakima, Umatilla, Nez Perce, because we're all related in that area, even as much as Grand Ronde people. People that were, I guess, enrolled in Grand Ronde, but enrolled in Warm Springs, enrolled in Yakima. So we need to be careful the steps that you are trying to do on something that was never held in promise by the government. You gotta learn how to word that, not just step forward and want this or want that, because that does not happen. Our people went through a lot to get these treaties. The government could not afford a war with the tribes in that section. So they made the treaties of 1855 to make sure that we'd all be safe. In that time, there were certain things that were set aside by tribes within these treaties. These treaties that was made by the government, I mean, by the tribes and the people at that time. I want to get back to newer times. You know, when I was sitting there listening, and I started thinking about some old people from Oregon City or and these places down in Willamette Valley. In our language is Tritapash. You know that we were told long ago where we came over to get eels, to get salmon, to get berries, to get roots, to get fibers for certain things to make, and in turn go back. Today, I can still tell you the names of those villages in Oregon City and Clackamas, Eagle Creek. This is history. This is history that I have, that my grandfather showed me. When I was 7 years old, that was the first time I got to go to the falls with the elders, or my uncles also. And that was to help hold the sack open while they put the lamprey in there, and hold the sack open when they put the fish in there and stuff. I can tell you the names of those people, Indian names in Willamette Falls that fished there, that had scaffolds sitting there. One, Warm Spring, Tashkpum. One, Yakima, Culpus. One, Yakima. On that side was his grandfather's Kumchum. So when a person starts coming forward and says, you have no rights there, this is our ground, that's not so. You guys got to remember what history is and why we are here and why you're being told these words. Because it can affect what we have as a treaty of 1855 that we gave our word and what we gave to the white man. Not what was given to us, because there was nothing given to us. Those were retained, those were kept by our people. And that's what you must always remember, the big difference of treaty and of executive order. You know, I was told a story long ago by an old man his name was Mishpia. He was born in 1865. He was half Nez Perce and half Yakima, or mostly Celilo, YM at that time. And he told me all about this, the difference of how our people got separated, and that never should have been. Some were taken as prisoners and put for safekeeping in different areas. Some made a treaty with the government of the United States and to make sure that our elders secured certain rights and usage of all these areas that we have. The difference between the treaty and the executive order, there is no rights guaranteed. There's no fishing rights, no treaty rights, no off-reservation rights. And that's a law. The treaty has these saved. It was set up by our elders, all that. And that's what you have to remember. Remember where these people come from. I wrote down the name of my great-grandmother, Patumwe, Kalapuya Indian, that lived here. In 1920, she left with a bunch of Clackamas people to go over to Warm Springs and live with their relatives. She went down to Celilo, married Tushpum. Tushpum also traveled back and forth within this area.
Sir, excuse me.
You know, that's something that you really have to know. Really watch and think.
Sir, if you could.
Of what you're asking.
I'm just worried about, unfortunately, we have a lot of people.
Well, I ain't done yet.
If you could. Yes, you are. Could you introduce yourself so people know who was just speaking, please? Could you give us your name so we know who was just speaking?
Oh, my name?
Please.
Oh, I thought you just called me.
I did, but we want to make sure, because I got a couple wrong, so if you could
Oh,
introduce
okay.
yourself, and if everybody would, please.
Yeah, my name's Bruce Jim, from Warm Springs, Chairman of the Fish and Wildlife Committee. Also, Commissioner for the Intertribal Fish Commission. And my Indian name is Kayamaluk. Born and raised in Warm Springs and Celilo, plus John Day and Rock Creek and Pine Creek and all those places. Lived my life all over in this area, Eastern Oregon, John Day, you know, showing by my elders the hunting places, the names. This is what this place is called.
Thank you.
That's why I know.
Thank you very much. Emerson, and if you will also introduce yourself and your tribe, and then after you speak, we will have 3 people come up at once, Jonathan Smith, Robert Bruno, and Austin Smith. So if you'll go ahead.
My Indian name is Anachash, and my name is Emerson Skimchen from Warm Springs. And my people, you know, they also come from down Celilo. And as I've learned with my travels with my uncle here, you know, they traveled through John Day, you know, doing their gathering of roots and berries and fishing. And as a young kid, you know, I remember coming down to Oregon City, Willamette Falls. I was about maybe 10 years old. That's when that paper mill used to be there. And we didn't have no use of a boat. We had to go down all them big long steps. And my dad and his uncle Kip, and there was about four of them anyway. I can't remember all of them right now. But they used to pack sacks of eels out of there, going up and down those steps. But, you know, to this day, I always think about that. And, you know, they've never told me of another tribe that fished there, or that had claims to it, or anything like that. You know, I never knew of them until after we helped them get recognized as people, Indian people. Because I remember one of my other uncles, you know, we went down to, they asked us to go down there and show them, how do we cook salmon? How do we cook eels? And my uncle here, you know, he got mad at him for, you know, sharing. But, you know, that's just the way it was, you know. Then he did it. And I never thought anything of it. But as people, you know, claiming all this land, you know, they should have known how, you know. And all the other men, the lady that came up and spoke, you know, I agree with everything they've said, you know, they're talking from their heart. And that's how I talk to you guys today. To everybody. And, you know, I'm very grateful to be here today. First time ever in this office, in this building. I've been on the on-res committee, off-res committee for I don't know how many years now. I've lost track. But, you know, I just asked, you know, when we had our treaty made, you know, there was no state of Oregon. We had no boundaries. You know, we had our own places to go fish, to go hunt, to go gather berries. We did all that. And, you know, that's just the way we were, you know, that was our way of life. Every day, you know, there was something to do. Had no TV, no phone, nothing like that. You had your bow and arrow, rifle, whatever. You had your nets, You had something to do.
Sir, if you could wrap up soon, we have a lot of people who would like.
Okay. And I'd just like to close by saying, you know, I appreciate you guys for having us all here today to listen. And I'm glad you guys are listening and, you know, take it into your heart. Bye.
Thank you. And will the next
Mary?
3 people come up then? And I know that the next 3 people are officers on your tribal council, but if you could keep it within the 3 minutes, that would be terrific. It's got to be really short, so you've really
just
had a lot of
wanna
time.
Thank you for the opportunity and stuff to address this and all of that. I got old timers. Forgot that I was supposed to say that at the beginning.
Okay. But here you said it anyway. Good for you. Okay. If you'll introduce yourselves for the record, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. Jonathan W. Smith, Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs. I'm on our tribal council, just elected last year. I'm serving our community of Warm Springs for the last year now. Member of the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs. I want to introduce myself. Again, I guess it's proper that I introduce who my parents are and where I come from. I'm the son of Janice Smith and William Leonard. Although I was raised by my grandfather, Mylon Smith Sr. and Elizabeth David, my grandfather was the late Andrew David. Our family fished on the Big Island at Sligo Falls. I'm a descendant of Tipsu, who was a signatory of the Treaty of 1855. During my time serving our tribe, I worked in a bunch of different areas, and I've worked up the ladder. In my young days, I learned how to fish. Most people think that you just go on a scaffold and you're a fisherman. Actually, the unwritten law, you have to earn your way onto a scaffold. You have to go out and you have to learn how to, you know, make your tools. You learn how to cut your trees down and make your poles. You learn how to do your own nets. You have to pack the rocks to your scaffold. You gotta learn the safety of the area, these unwritten things that you gotta learn how to do to become a fisherman. So, you know, these things, these are the things that we really don't talk about much, but it's important that you remember that in context of being Native American and what our culture is. I have a written statement I wanted to read too as well. So, again, good afternoon. My name is Jonathan W. Smith. I'm an enrolled member of the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs, Reservation of Oregon. I currently serve as the chairman of Tribal Council. I also serve as a commissioner for the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. I am a Tribal Council delegate, where we work with the other Columbia River Treaty tribes to co-manage each of our treaty-protected fisheries. From 2004 to 2022, I also served on our Fish and Wildlife Committee for our tribe. I'm also a traditional hunter and a ceremonial fisherman. I testified today on behalf of my tribe in opposition of the proposed memorandum of agreement between Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde. I urge you to take no action to approve the proposed MOA because it is premature to do so. ODFW has not resolved serious issues and concerns that we have. Together with the Umatilla tribe, the Yakama Nation, and the Nez Perce, we have raised about the proposed MOA's potential impacts to our federally reserved treaty rights to fish and hunt in certain areas within the geographic scope of the proposed MOA. Our tribe is a legal successor in interest to the Indian signatories of the Treaty of 1855, Middle Oregon, dated June 25th, 1855. The 1855 treaty reserves legally enforceable rights to take fish at all our usual and accustomed areas in common with the citizens of the United States. We also secured the privilege of hunting outside our reservation on unclaimed lands. The geographic scope of the treaty reserved fishing and hunting rights are not limited to the lands ceded by the United States in the 1855 treaty. With respect to treaty reserved fishing rights, the United States Supreme Court has expressly rejected the notion that those rights are limited to our ceded area, but instead extend those areas to where our people have habitually and customarily fished before and since the Treaty of 1855. Before and since the 1855 treaty, our people have habitually and customarily fished and hunted outside of our ceded area. In Western Oregon, we have usual and accustomed treaty fishing locations in Lower Columbia River and its tributaries, including the Willamette River and the Sandy River. Willamette Falls is a particularly important treaty reserved fishery for us. We have similar treaty protected rights to hunt unclaimed lands in Western Oregon, particularly the western slope of the Cascades, as our ancestors have done since time immemorial. Neither the state of Oregon nor the Grand Ronde Tribe have acknowledged the existence of our federally protected treaty reserved fishing and hunting rights in Western Oregon. And the ODFW staff has concluded incorrectly that the proposed MOA does not affect the rights of any other tribe. How did ODFW conclude that proposed MOA does not affect our treaty reserved rights to fish and hunt in Western Oregon? Did ODFW determine that we do not have treaty reserved fishing rights to fish and hunt in Western Oregon? We hope that is not the case, but if it is, we have requested that ODFW should advise us promptly so that we can initiate an immediate consultation with Governor Kotek about the possible need for us to commence federal litigation to judicially establish our treaty-protected fishing and hunting rights in Western Oregon. On the other hand, ODFW may have simply undertaken a private assessment of the proposed MOA's impact on our claimed treaty-protected fishing and hunting rights in Western Oregon without taking a position as to whether those sovereign rights exist. The state, including ODFW, however, has no lawful right to undertake such an administrative determination of our 1855 treaty rights. And when presented with our concerns, ODFW should have recognized its limited sovereign authority and immediately halted any further effort to obtain this commission's approval if the proposed MOA, unless and until our concerns have been appropriately addressed. ODFW, however, did not do so. You have simply been asked to take no action on a proposed MOA in the face of strong objections from us, the Umatilla Tribe, and the Yakima Nation, and the Nez Perce Nation, based on each of our claimed treaty-protected rights to fish and our hunt in Western Oregon. To our collective knowledge, this is unprecedented. Never before has ODFW asked you to approve a tribal memorandum of agreement for off-reservation hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering over the objections of other tribes. To avoid triggering a possible federal litigation, we strongly urge you to take no action on the proposed MOA and to direct ODFW staff to continue consultation with us, the Umatilla Tribe, the Yakima Nation, and the Nez Perce Nation. The consultation should be timely, meaningful, and respectful of our sovereignty, including our off-reservation 1855 treaty protection rights to fish and hunt in Western Oregon. To be clear, we generally support the notion of ODFW entering into an appropriately scoped tribal memoranda of agreement with other Oregon tribes off-reservation hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering. We have been formally supported in writing the agreement ODFW entered in with Siletz Tribe. Our objection here is more limited. We object to ODFW entering into these agreements that, in part, cover specific geographic areas where we have made a sovereign determination that the agreement may impair our treaty reserved rights to hunt and to fish. We have even proposed a geographic amendment to this proposal MOA that would allow it to proceed. The amendment aligns with the geographic scope agreed to by the Siletz Tribe. Unlike the Grand Ronde Tribe, the Siletz Tribe solicited our input early in its negotiations with ODFW. The Siletz Tribe respectfully accommodated our sovereign concerns and expressly excluded the main stem Columbia River and Willamette River from its mouth to the top of the Willamette Falls. Regrettably, in our limited discussions with ODFW and Grand Ronde Tribe, there has now been no meaningful conferral about a similar geographic limitation. Again, we have made the sovereign determination that the geographic scope of this proposed MOA harms our interests. That ought to be enough. We ask that the Commission take no action and direct ODFW to continue its consultation with us and the Grand Ronde Tribe, limiting the geographic scope of the proposed MOA in a manner similar to the agreement ODFW entered into with the Siletz Tribe. We trust that you will understand our concerns and see the wisdom in taking the time to get this done right. That is the time to present an agreement to you for an approval that is respectful of the sovereignty of all tribes affected by the agreement. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you. Go ahead, Austin.
All right, thank you, Commission. Thank you for having us. Good to see you guys again from our previous meetings. I don't want to go on into my background as I presented you guys before. So I'll go with my written testimony now. So good afternoon. My Indian name is Kamayach. My given name is Austin Smith Jr. I am an enrolled member of the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs Reservation of Oregon. I am also the general manager of the tribe's branch of natural resources. I am here today to provide testimony in opposition to the proposed memorandum of agreement between ODFW and the Grand Ronde tribe. This testimony does not constitute government-to-government consultation with us, and we reserve the right to provide further comment to ODFW as the tribe council deems necessary. The tribe is the legal successor in interest to the Indian signatories of the treaty with the tribes of Middle Oregon dated June 25, 1855, which reserves their sovereign rights in the waters, lands, fish, and wildlife in the Pacific Northwest. Our treaty predates the admission of the state of Oregon in the United States, and the state recognizes our sovereignty and co-management resources with us. In our treaty, we reserve the right for our members to take fish at all usual and custom use areas, as our people have done since time immemorial. We also have treaty reserve rights to hunt and gather cultural foods throughout our original lands. Water, fish, game, roots, berries are integral components of our lives, longhouse ceremonies, and feasts. The tribe, through my department, steward these resources in exchange for the cultural, spiritual, and subsistence well-being that they provide. Our treaty reserve rights are not limited to our 1855 ceded territories. They extend to all the areas where our ancestors traditionally fished, hunt, and gathered. This includes areas into western Oregon and southwest Washington, including portions of the geographical area described in the proposed MOA. For example, our tribal members fish at Willamette Falls and in the lower Columbia River, the Sandy River, the Cowlitz River. Our members also regularly go to the High Rock area northwest of Timothy Lake on the Clackamas River drainage, an important location for gathering huckleberries and other traditional foods. ODFW generally does not question us or otherwise object when our members take or gather resources in Western Oregon. Instead, it cooperates with the tribes as a co-manager of these resources. The tribe's branch of natural resources regularly coordinates with ODFW and National Marine Fisheries Service to ensure a sustainable harvest from our fisheries at Willamette Falls and in the Columbia River, the Sandy, and the Cowlitz. When our members are visiting High Rock, my department notifies ODFW of anticipated gathering activities and receives no pushback. We interpret ODFW's behavior as an implicit acknowledgement that our members are exercising rights under the Treaty of 1855. The tribe has never sought a formal determination from a federal court as we possess treaty reserved rights in the areas covered by the MOA. We are confident, however, that we could obtain one if necessary. The proposed MOA is problematic because it ignores the existing co-management framework that I have described today. The MOA is silent on the tribe's fishing, hunting, and gathering practices in Western Oregon. It does not acknowledge ODFW's history of acting as our co-manager in this region. Moreover, despite the potential significant effects that the MOA could have on co-management, ODFW failed to engage in timely and sustainable consultation with us. As a result, we have no sense of how ODFW plans to coordinate with us on co-management of the resource protected by our 1855 treaty following the implementation of the MOA. When the tribe proposed changes to the draft MOA to more accurately reflect the existing framework, our proposals were rejected outright. We expect better from the state of Oregon. I urge you not to approve the proposed MOA and to direct ODFW to continue its consultation with us so that the sovereignty of all tribes affected by the MOA is appropriately addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Robert Bruno, and then after that, we have one person online, Kathy Sampson Cruz, and then we have Chris Mercier, Michael Cherry, and Eric Sabin. So go ahead.
Itakti Wigwa. My Indian name is Shlautia. I'm named after my great-grandfather. My English name is Robert A. Bruno, and most folks know me as Bobby. And so thank you for having us here today and being able to speak to you. I'm an enrolled member of the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs. I currently serve as Secretary Treasurer and CEO for the tribes. For over 30 years, I've worked for the tribes in natural resources, and for over 20 years, I was the General Manager of Natural Resources for the tribes. Based on traditional teachings from our elders and my time as General Manager of the Branch of Natural Resources, I possess extensive knowledge of traditional gathering and foods in Western Oregon. I testified today on behalf of the tribe in opposition to the proposed memorandum of agreement between Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Confederated Tribes of Grand Round. We urge you to take no action to approve the proposed MOA because it is premature to do so. ODF&W has not yet resolved serious concerns that we have raised about the proposal MOA's potential impacts to our federally reserved treaty rights to fish and hunt in certain areas within geographic scope of the proposed MOA. We have heard the chairman, Jonathan Smith, speak about our rights secured by the Treaty of the Tribes in the Middle of Oregon, dated June 25th, 1855. Those federally protected treaty rights include the rights to fish, hunt, gather traditional foods in Western Oregon. You have also heard our current General Manager of Branch of Natural Resources, Austin Smith Jr., describe the fisheries that we currently manage in the lower Columbia River, the Willamette River at Willamette Falls, and the Sandy River. My comments will focus on the agreement that my tribe entered into the state of Oregon in 2018, which addresses our off-reservation treaty hunting under 1855. Unlike the proposed MOA, which derives solely from state authority, the 1855 treaty provides a legal foundation of our hunting agreement and consists with federal law. Geographic scope of our current hunting agreement includes unclaimed lands. In Oregon, within outside of our treaty ceded area that we have habitually and customarily hunted before and since the 1855 treaty. The geographic scope of our hunting agreement, however, does not include unclaimed lands in Western Oregon that we have hunted since time immemorial, despite our wish to have those lands included in our hunting agreement. Now, this next piece that I'm going to read and put into record with you is a piece I want to highlight for you, and I'm not sure how many of you were on the commission in 2018 when we entered into our agreement, but I think this is important for you to hear. We understand that the Grand Round Tribe objected in including our hunting agreement a portion of our treaty protected lands in Western Oregon. We also understand the Grand Round Tribe's objection is the reason the state would not agree to include those lands in the agreement. Now, when faced our objections to the geographic scope of the Grand Round Tribe's proposed MOA, the state will not remove those areas that we object to from the agreement. Indeed, the state will not even have substantive discussion about the amendments. We cannot help but feel that the state is applying a double standard. The state should follow its precedent and remove the objectionable areas from the Grand Round Tribe's proposed MOA as it did with our hunting agreement. So this is the important piece here that I'm highlighting for you that I want you to understand. Finally, I wish to make, and I think I'm going to just end right there.
Thank you. Then we will go to Kathy Sampson Cruz, if she's available online. Thank you, all three of you.
Thank you.
And then Chris Mercier, Michael Cherry.
Kathy is there.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Which way? You hear me?
Yes.
My name is Kathy Sampson Cruzy. I'm a Wallulapum, Walla Walla tribal elder, almost 70 now, from the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. I'm the eldest daughter of the late Chief Yellowbird, Carl Sampson, and my mother, Marion. In me manaimuma, shikuk na shwap, na klausha, mechsenwit, iwa, weasaks, I, kasiaya pusha. Thank you for these words today from so many good people. In the age of global pandemic and catastrophic climate change, severe food and water shortages, raging fires, and false nuclear energy solutions, here we are. We're here amongst ourselves, the 9 treaty tribes. We're here for clarification. We are here for a point in time where we should be unified and not divided. We know that these are sacred places on the mouth of the beautiful Columbia River, the big river. We know that there are sacred sites here from all these peoples that have spoken, sacred waterways. We acknowledge the 9 federally recognized sovereign tribes and how all of our ancestors sacrificed for us to be able to speak and breathe and live here today for our children's children. We are the original stewards and protectors of this land, air, and water. But I must ask why? What has come to this point that we are opposing the people of the Grand Ronde tribe, their inherent right? I look now out at the beautiful Pacific Ocean where I live, and I think of their trail of tears, of their people. I think of their families that have suffered and lost so much along this beautiful coastline. I have to ask myself, if I was sitting at the longhouse, peeling roots, as many of our sisters and brothers have, going up to the mountains and gathering huckleberries. We always had our people, our lands open for harvesting and gathering medicines. There was not squabbling like this. And yet here we are, squabbling with our own people. I just have to take a breath and wonder why. I'm not an elected official. I'm only a kathla, an Allah. My children have relatives at Wormsprings, Wasco Pumps, at Yakima, and up at Nimipu, here in Siletz and Grand Ronde. We cannot impact our own tribal lifeways by fighting amongst ourselves. Enough of that out in the outside world with systematic policies of genocide, environmental racism, and the world is continually making devastating choices as we think about TEPCO. And Japan releasing radioactive that's coming our way. When we know that Hanford and small modular nuclear reactors are coming our way, then what will the fish say? What will the eel say? What will the deer and the elk, the roots and the berries say? I ask you, in your wisdom, from one old Indian woman, let's be civil with each other. Let our brothers and sisters of the Grand Ronde people have the ability to hunt, to fish, to gather like we have done. Ai Katsiaya Pusha. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the commission members, what we have written down is for Kathy Sampson Cruzy is Walla Walla Tribe, Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, enrolled, just for the record. Yeah. Then
Correct.
Chris, thank you. Chris and Michael, go ahead, and if you'll introduce yourselves before you go.
So, good afternoon. I'm Chris Mercier. I am the Vice Chair for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. I'll be honest, I'm in my 18th year of doing this, and I was on the Tribal Council way back in 2007 when we regained our ceremonial hunting and fishing rights, and I don't recall there being that kind of opposition like we're seeing today. Honestly, I was coming here expecting more of a celebratory environment, but you know, people feel the need to speak their piece, and even if it's in opposition to us, I suppose they have the right to do that. I do want to say that I feel like part of my testimony has to be in response to a lot of the things that you've heard here today. First, nothing in this agreement affects any treaty rights. That said, we made additional changes to the agreement to make it clear that there would be no impact to the Columbia River. As to treaty rights, there's been a lot of misinformation, a lot of inaccuracies stated. So I would like to read a letter from 2014 that was addressed to our chairman at that time, Ren Lino, who I believe is in the audience today and who was very active also in 2007. And I'm not going to read the whole letter, I'm just going to read the first paragraph. So, dear Chair Lino, thank you for your recent correspondence regarding fishing downstream of Bonneville Dam by the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, also known as CRITFIC, member tribes. The state of Oregon. The state of Oregon has not taken any action that recognizes treaty fishing rights for the 4 Columbia River Treaty Tribes in this area. The agreements between the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and these tribes clearly state that these agreements do not recognize any such rights. The ODF&W shares the view that there is no treaty right for harvest of fish by the 4 Columbia River Treaty Tribes downstream of Bonneville and has made no agreements to the contrary. So that's dated September 12, 2014. I'm not going to read the whole letter because I'm going to try and respect your time. So final point, we support all tribal agreements such as this. If Warm Springs and Umatilla wish an identical agreement, then we would support that. And just to note, we excluded state lands at Willamette Falls from this agreement. So I've tried to keep this within 3 minutes. I know that's been awfully challenging for you this afternoon, but I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Shushloxon. Hi, Masi, Madam Chair, Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Director Melcher, and Commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Cherry, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm a proud Grand Ronde tribal member, an elected tribal council member, and I was born and raised in Grand Ronde. My father was Lakota Sioux. My mom is a full-blooded native descendant from the Rogue River and Umpqua bands of Indians and a proud member of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, and she served on the first post-restoration tribal council. I was raised to hunt and fish on our reservation. It was not only a way of life for us, but we would have starved living on the reservation without the ability to hunt and fish. And even so, we were taught to never take more than what we needed. We were poor, but not lacking in love, including the support of community. One year in particular that stands out to me was at Christmas time. That was before restoration in 1983. Not a lot of people can say that. We lived right next to the cemetery, a little house right next to the cemetery, and that was the only small parcel of land that we owned at the time, less than 3 acres. My sisters and I had no gifts under the tree that year, 0 gifts. The local church brought us gifts, but because my name was Michael, they thought I was a boy, and they gave me a fishing pole. That fishing pole became a lifeline for me and a close friend of mine. My father taught me how to fish. Whew. It was the best gift that I ever received. And I believe it was no accident. That was no accident. No coincidences, right? I now have 4 tribal children and 4 grandchildren who love to hunt and fish as well. That is their inherent right. As you know, Grand Ronde has been working for years to have its hunting and fishing rights restored after being forced into a consent decree with the state to get our reservation land. My dear mom served on tribal council at that time alongside our current chairwoman who sits here today. And I still recall those feelings at the time, even as a young child. I couldn't tell if it was good news or not. You don't remember things people say, you remember feelings. And I remember the feeling that I wasn't sure that we were celebrating. We were getting some land back, but we weren't celebrating, and that's because it was a no-win situation. We needed our land base, and the only path forward at that time was to sign that consent decree. But we're not only a resilient people, we're also a spiritual people. I'm a spiritual person, and we're a praying people. We believed then, and we believe now, that today will be a step in the right direction. We have the same prayers of our ancestors and all those years ago, and I believe that you'll do the right thing today for the Grand Ronde people, and recognize that you can be a part of this healing journey with us. Please do that. As it has been said many times, this state tribal agreement with the Grand Ronde tribe does not affect or change any treaty rights of any other tribe. And I hope that you hear that loud and clear today. I'm humbly asking you to consider the staff recommendation by approving this MOA today. Haimasi.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for having an interruption as well, so thank you. We'll go ahead then with Eric Sabin and Jack Provost, Ren Leno, and then Anthony Quinnell. So Eric and Jack and Ren, if you could all come up together. And then the next group would be Anthony Quinnell, Kevin McKnight, and Stacia Martin. Whoops, Stacia's virtual, okay.
Anybody else coming up?
I don't see anybody, but
Nobody wants to sit up here with me? Wow.
not sure what that says, but you go right ahead.
I know it. Well, they read that letter from me.
Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and which group you're from?
Ren Leno, Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde. I want to thank you for being here again. I was here in June and testified at that time. I just want to say I do respect, as a past tribal council of 21 years, I totally respect the input from the other tribes who've got concerns on the potential of impacts of the fishing. That is an important part of their lives. But realistically, it's kind of taken us away from what Grand Ronde is here for. They're going to do what they need to do for their people. That's what you do when you sit on council. But I didn't really come here prepared with anything, but I've lived this. I was there at 5 years old when we were terminated. I've lived there at Grand Ronde all my life. My dad and my mom were both tribal, so there's no question. I lived this on both sides of my family. And I thought, what would I say here today? But you actually gave me the input to say when I look at that writing on the wall, because it says to protect and enhance Oregon fish and wildlife. That is exactly what this issue is for Grand Ronde. It's to spread the hunting, because we have got so much pressure in the Trask area, which our small little reservation of 10,000 acres sits in, that it is unreal. And I would invite any of the tribal members or leaders from any other tribes, come there on opening day. You will think you are in Portland on a Friday afternoon. You've got more chances to be in an accident than killing a deer. And I'm not lying. It is horrible. And why? Because we have effectively managed our forests, which we log, so hunters feel that they can come there and hunt and be successful. We sit and border John Hampton's property, who is still logging a lot, so that even enhances more people to come there and hunt, but we are limited to hunt the north side of the highway that runs through Grand Ronde. It's been a sore point for this tribe ever since, and like I said, I grew up and lived this. My dad, them hated. They felt they had more rights during termination than they had during restoration. Why? Because they just kept hunting. They didn't care whether the government said we were tribal or we weren't. They just kept hunting. They were hunting both sides. My dad was born across the river, across the highway where we can't hunt. He was born across the river. He didn't cross the river during the winter time to kill deer to put food on the table. He would hunt up behind his house. We can't hunt there anymore. My grandkids can't hunt there anymore. We cannot hunt. We can resolve that today, but here's what was created in June. You have we'll say on opening morning, here's the best way to describe this. On opening morning, you have a Select member standing on one side of the highway. You have a Grand Ronde member standing on the other side of the highway. On opening morning, and we do have areas within the highway where we can hunt fairly close. My granddaughter killed one of her first deer close to where we're at. That Select member can come over and hunt in our Trask area. Our Grand Ronde member can't cross and hunt our historical and culturally hunting grounds yet, unless we can change that today. And that's one of the biggest issues here for us, is to allow us to reach out and be able to hunt in more area, take the hunting piece pressure off of the Trask area. That's what it says up there. And the piece about the future generations, ain't that really what we do? I mean, is it gonna impact the deer populations right out deer today? Probably not. But hopefully it would for that future generation. So that's the issue, and if the council is gonna have to deal with that issue. We got a lot of hunters out here today. If they can't cross that highway on opening day, what is our leadership gonna say? What would you, if you were our tribal council, what would be your answer to our hunters? You know what, you can't, it's just so unfair. You've done it for 4 tribes. We're only one more. They talk about potential of impacts. This is happening today. And we've got an opportunity to change that. We've got an opportunity for Grand Ronde to move forward. This is sovereignty. This is solely not about hunting and fishing. This is sovereignty in its best acts right here, a potential to retain. This shouldn't be considered being given to us. This should be considered being returned to us.
Thank you, sir.
I'll answer any of your questions.
I don't see questions, so we'll go ahead with the next group if we could.
Okay.
Thank you. Anthony Quinnell, Kevin McKnight, and John George, and it looks like Stacia Martin is also not available anymore. After the 3 whose names...
Stacia's in the room.
Oh, I thought she said she wasn't. Oh, okay. Stacia, come on up.
No, she doesn't want to testify, apparently. Okay.
Anthony Quinnell, Kevin McKnight, John George.
All right.
You're on your own.
Now I know how Ren feels.
Yeah.
Shush Laksan, John George, Nikenim, Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde Tribal Council member. And I just want to take this day, Chair Wall and the commission, I raise my hands to you and for your good work that you've always done for Grand Ronde. So I'm here today to appeal to you also. But I also want to do, because of our respect as tribal people, to respect the other tribes here too. And I also want to know that our prayers are with Chair Kat Brigham today too. And we wish her healing today. Grand Ronde is a caring people. We care for many things. We care for each other. We care for our membership. We care about our relationships that we have here. We care for the other tribes here in Oregon, too. We're only 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon, in a large state. We build those relationships on having open hearts and open ears and open ears. And we believe today that you as the commission and ODF&W will hear today. We come here respectfully, and we continue to wish blessings upon our tribal people that are here today, but also all our the tribes that are here today too. We believe that we conduct ourselves fairly, honestly, and caring. We don't come here to bully you. We don't come here to intimidate you. And we don't come here to be threatening. We see what we have today, and you've heard the ask from our tribal members, our tribal councils, except too, that we do work together. And as one of the gentlemen said today too, that we see where our world is going today. And I think that through global warming, tremendous fires, and all of those that we see today, that we see that our lands are being lost. But the importance of that as we talk about, as we know is a value of tribal people, is to steward those lands and to take care of those lands and the water, our fish, and our wildlife. And I think today, that all of us as Native people need each other too. We need to be together. We need to fight for the things that we are fighting for, but we need to do it together. We talk about our histories, and we have histories too that we know in our own stories and our own histories of Grand Ronde, that the people came to Willamette Falls. We're not going to deny that, but we get comments about putting a fence around Willamette Falls. We're an open people. We're caring people. Our history that never got mentioned today was that Cheryl's great-grandfather, Chief John Bacino, that oversaw the falls, because it was the largest commerce area in the area west of the Mississippi before settlement. They came, their historical protocol was that they came and asked permission to fish at the falls. But they weren't denied. We asked the same thing today. They made fun of our platform that's there today. We asked them if they wanted to come and fish with us. So we're not a selfish people. And so we continue to wanting to build those relationships from that. I had a call with Chair Kat Brigham, and that's why I pray for her wellness today. That she said she didn't want to fight with Grand Ronde. I said, we don't either. She was concerned of the US v. Oregon, of that ODF&W would be doing something wrong, but about not having fisheries below Bonneville Dam. But Grand Ronde is not part of that US v. Oregon. And so today, we talk about the struggles that we had. We didn't ask to be force-marched away from our tribal area from there and put on Grand Ronde Reservation 2 hours away by car, but by walking. We were marched from Table Rock, our ancestral lands in southern Oregon. So we were marched from the Columbia area in southwest Washington to the Grand Ronde Reservation. Our chief signers died in the process of signing that. We have friends of Chief Tumult, who was hung in the Columbia River, that never even got to come to Grand Ronde. But we love their people. Today, I appeal to you today, as good people too, and knowing how much our hunting and fishing rights mean to us. You've heard it, and you will continue to hear it. But also our continued relationship and friendship with ODF&W. To do that, I got to be the first tribal council person to wish Kurt Melcher into his position. Gosh, probably back 2012, I think. So
14.
These are the things that we do because we do respect each other, but we talk from our heart, and we talk because we care. So I thank you today, and please allow us to continue to be those good stewards of the lands that we're asking for today to continue our hunting and fishing and to expand it. Hayumasi.
Thank you, John. We'll go to Jesse Paone, Cecil Neeland, and Duke Kimsey. Are those three people in the room? One of them is. What about Justin Martin and Brian Langley? Could you introduce yourself so we know which person you are?
Sure. My name is Jesse Pione.
Go ahead and identify your tribe too, if you will.
All right.
Looks like you're about to.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jesse Pione III, and I'm the son of Jesse Pione, and as you might guess, I'm the grandson of Jesse Pione Sr. I'm a local business owner, a community leader, a brother, a son, and a proud citizen of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. I come before you today to ask you to approve the Memorandum of Agreement for hunting, fishing, and trapping activities for our tribe, the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. Hunting and fishing are ingrained in our culture and our way of life. I myself have served as a ceremonial hunter for my tribe, where we hunt and fish for weddings, funerals, and celebrations. My family hunts and fishes to put food on the table, and we use it as a way to break bread and bring our community closer together. These lands have always provided for our people in tens of thousands of years before strangers showed up and told us where to live, how to hunt, and how to live. Or as Theodore Roosevelt put it, kill the Indian, save the man. This agreement would be another step in the right direction. This will allow us to hunt outside of the Trask unit, as our people have done for tens of thousands of years. It will give more tribal citizens access to resources for subsistence and ceremonial needs. It will provide our tribes the ability to contribute positive outcomes for fish and wildlife in the state of Oregon, which we have already proven committed to doing. You have seen us reinvest in our state, our wildlife, and in our local communities throughout the state. Some of the opposition was right. This will have an impact. Our tribe has a strong history of having a positive impact on the environment around us, whether it's helping the state restore woodlands, managing our forest lands well, engaging in habitat restoration, trying to clean up the Willamette Falls, and so much more. We have a strong history of taking our environmental stewardship seriously and have always been a good partner with the state, ODFW, and our sister tribes. I would also like to note that our tribe's ability to hunt and fish on our ancestral lands still allows other tribes to hunt and fish on their ancestral lands. No one's losing their rights here. I believe that our people have just as much right to hunt and fish on our ancestral lands as anyone else. This agreement does not affect the number of hunting tags given to other tribes, affect or change treaty rights of any other tribe, allow us to implement any commercial harvesting opportunities, and there's already precedent for you approving this for several other tribes, such as the tribes of the Coos, Lower Umpqua, the Confederated Tribes of Siletz, and the Silesia Indians. All we are asking for is the same rights to hunt and fish the lands where our people have lived for tens of thousands of years. I dream of a world where all of our tribes can instead collaborate and work together to protect our culture, fight for our land, and build a future for future generations. When I listen to Chairwoman Cheryl Kennedy, council members, and other leaders from within my tribe, I hear the voices of those who have spent their lives fighting so that way I can have an opportunity to speak to you today. Now it's my job to ensure that when I have kids and grandkids, that our culture and way of life still exists. So I ask you to move forward and sign this memorandum. Thank you for your time. Masi.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Chair Wall, Director Melcher, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to be able to provide testimony today on this historic agreement between the state of Oregon and the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. My name is Brian Langley, and I'm an enrolled member of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, and I currently serve as the Secretary for the Tribal Fish and Wildlife Committee. Before I served in this capacity, my dad, Tribal Elder Dale Langley, served on the committee for over 20 years. Dad's vision was always to expand the hunting and fishing opportunities for our tribal members. Dad would often tell stories about hunting and fishing in Grand Ronde area, including hunting the area south of Highway 18, which has become off limits since signing the consent decree, even though that was a part of the original reservation in our historical ceded lands. Dad passed away before he could see the fruits of his labors, and I know that he would have been excited to be here today to see something that he worked for so long come to fruition. So I want to thank you today for doing something that should have been done a long time ago. The tribe and the state have had a great working relationship over the years, and we both have the best interests of our citizens in mind as we manage our natural resources, and this MOA only serves as a tool that will further strengthen this relationship. We are, and we have always been, good stewards of our lands, and we will continue to be good stewards as we work together in managing these expanded areas together. In closing, I support the signing of this MOA between the state of Oregon and the Grand Ronde Tribe, and I look forward to continuing our work together as we manage our natural resources for the benefit of our tribal citizens and the citizens of Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Justin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee and staff. My name is Justin Martin. I am a government relations consultant with the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, which is a fancy word for lobbyist. I've been in that role for 27 years and was able to serve when my grandfather, Leon Chips Tom, was part of tribal council, as well as my aunt, and also my mother and my aunt in the days of restoration, when, for the first 14 years of my life, my tribe did not exist in the eyes of the federal government. I'm here today not to filibuster. I'm not here today to rewrite history, and I'm not here today to threaten litigation. What I am here to talk about is some of the positive things that we have been able to do with the state of Oregon. Not just the Grand Ronde Tribe, but all of my colleagues working for the other 9 federally recognized tribes here in Oregon. 22 years ago, we passed the government-to-government legislation, which got us all to the table with tribal agencies and state agencies, got us talking, introduced communication protocols. How do we work together to better tribal government as well as state government? We were able to delete offensive language from Oregon Geographic Board names. We were able to pass a tribal police bill in which our tribal officers are certified by the state to provide protection, to put more boots on the ground, to do great things in Oregon, protect all of our citizens. We were able to pass a tribal fuel tax exemption, all of us together, all 9 of us, so we could maintain our roads and work on construction in and around those areas. We've done stuff with Indian Child Welfare Act together as the 9 tribes in Oregon. And then finally, we passed Representative Sanchez's consultation bill this last session and Representative Hartman's bill dealing with training specifically for commissions and boards to understand where tribes come from, create those protocols, and to be able to do that. We've done tremendous things together, and I want to emphasize how positive it has been, the state's relationship and with our 9 federally recognized tribes. Where I do have concerns is when we get into dealing with this policy, if we start having the ability to have a veto with each other. So instead of the consultation, just showing up and saying no. Unfortunately, we see the federal delegation. Sometimes we see our state delegation. Sometimes we see our commissioners say, wait a minute, you go work it out. Unfortunately, as we all know, some things run deep, especially when it comes to government relationships. I'm sure Commissioner Labhart remembers being at Tillamook County, not so much agreeing with Multnomah County all the time, or Clatsop or Columbia County. We have those differences, but we can work those out together. I do not want to get in a situation where we create hurdles for each other by creating a blanket veto through this government-to-government process. And I will close with this. Much like Councilman George said, you won't see Grand Ronde east of Bonneville protesting or opposing something in Umatilla County. You won't see us in Deschutes County protesting a natural resource issue. And you won't see us outside of our areas making those oppositions or those protests for two reasons. One, it's not the right thing to do. But two, we have full faith in those other tribal governments and the tribal people that elected their leaders to go and fight on their behalf for their interests. We know that those people made the right decisions, and we honor and respect those decisions that they make within their own tribal governments, within their own communities, that ultimately benefit the state of Oregon for all. So with that, I ask for your support on this agreement today. Things will be fine going forward. We will continue to see success here in Oregon, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it, all three of you. The next three people are David Harrelson, Delia Sanchez, and Lorena Rivera, and then Lisa Leno. So if, Leno, got it. Are the three people I called here David Harrelson? Yep. Delia Sanchez and Lorena Rivera? Then could we have one other person come up right now, which is Lisa?
Lisa Leno's coming.
She's gone?
No, she's coming.
Coming. Yay. Go ahead. Who wants to start? And if you'll introduce yourself, please.
Hi, thank you, Commission, for giving us the opportunity to be here today and testify. My name is Delia Sanchez. I'm a member of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. I'm Chinook, Umpqua, and Klamath. I'm here today to fight for my children's future. You know, right now in this world, it's scary times for us. We look at our food systems and what we have left as Indian people. A lot of us tribes here in the valley were wiped out. We were wiped out so that the valley can exist as it does today, as the cities that are here, Portland, Vancouver, Eugene, Salem. My people, the Multnomah Chinooks, are from the Columbia River, from where Portland Airport set in Savi's Island. That was where the village site that my people come from, that I direct descend from. I'm the 7th generation of the chiefs that ran that land. And I don't have rights to fish there. I don't have rights to feed my children off the river and off the land here. My grandpa was Bud Parazu, Chinook and Klamath, and Umpqua. And our people have fought for these rights for a long time. He went to the government back with the first Bush administration and petitioned to be recognized, as the Chinook Nation, not the Wallapa Bay, but the TCHINOOK, Chinook Nation, right here out of Portland, Vancouver. And it was told that, your people, we got a letter back saying your people were recognized at Grand Ronde. That's where your people were sent, and that's where you'll be recognized. So my family went to Grand Ronde, and that's where we've been ever since the 80s, because there was no Indians here left. The 150 that survived Fort Vancouver, that's where my family's from, we were all sent to Grand Ronde. So we need rights to be able to fish and hunt to feed our children from these places. And I brought my little sonny boy back there, and he's over there sleeping on the floor, and he's named after his grandpa, who is Charles Kimball. And his grandpa is the one who reaffirmed the hunting and fishing rights for the Klamath tribes during the termination of the Klamath tribes, that reaffirmed their rights to hunt and fish on 22 million acres of the Wainema National Forest. And my son, he's enrolled here at Grand Ronde also with us, and we don't have rights to hunt and fish over here. I see all these intertribal politics, but what I see in my own personal family is that we are all related. My son, I'm Klamath Chinook. My son's brothers are Wallahies from Yakima, and his other brothers are enrolled Grand Ronde, and he's one of 11 siblings, 7 brothers, who are from all over Indian country, and it's always been that way. We've always been related. We've always been connected. That just like the rest of the tribes have their histories going to California, so do we. We have a long history of slave trade on the Cascades, Klamath and Modoc, Pitt Rivers. That's what we did, and we've had a long history of traveling up here to the gorge and trading with the Columbia River tribes right there at the Cascade Locks where the Pacific Crest Trail came in. All the tribes utilized those trails, Ted. It wasn't just a few tribes, it was all of us. You know, and I wish that for my son's future, that what his grandpa fought for, his right to eat and live off the land, I wish that for all my sons. And their brothers, their Yakima brothers will be there fishing with them, right, by their sides and teaching their brothers how to fish. That's the way that we are, and that's the way that it will be. So I just wanted to thank you guys for, you know, giving us the opportunity to speak here today, and you know, just keep this in mind that, you know, all of our food systems have been affected. Everybody, all of us, including you all, have been removed from your ancestral foods, the foods that your people lived off where you were, whether you're Scottish or Ireland, or those people were fish people too. Those were salmon people. And this is what we're asking for, is the right to be recognized as indigenous peoples and be able to utilize our food sources like that. You know, as women, when we carry life, when we have these children, what we ate, what my grandmothers ate, and when my mom was in the womb, is what I'm made of. I'm composed of locusts. I'm composed of fish. I'm composed of roots. I'm composed of that deer and elk. I'm composed of all that, and the water that ran through these soils as was in my grandmother's, is now in me, and that's the way it will forever be. And so as you know, Indian people, we have to remember, like, so much has been taken from us. That's what all the state looks like, is checkerboard, like that. Agricultural lands full of monocropped, pesticide-laced foods. And what's left of our deer and elk competing over what the cows are eating is not much left for Indian people. And so we need to be able to, you know, practice my rights. My rights are from here, from that mouth of that Columbia River right there, all the way down to Klamath country. And no one will tell me different. So thank you.
Thank you. David.
Thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioners. My name is David Harrelson. I'm a Grand Round tribal member, and I am the Cultural Resources Department Manager for the Grand Round Tribe, as well as the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer. I was born in the Willamette Valley, as hundreds of generations of my ancestors before me have. I'm Kalapuya. My ancestor, Joseph Shangretta, signed the Willamette Valley Treaty of 1855. That treaty overlays the MOU area. My people and I have retained rights for 7 ratified treaties of Western Oregon. Regardless, these aren't applicable to the conversation today because it's not a part of this agreement. Treaties are rights. I know my history. I know things like the reason why we don't have reserved rights in the treaties for Western Oregon is because a man named George Gibbs wasn't a part of the Treaty Commission. But every Isaac Stevens treaty and the treaties that have reserved rights that have those had a man named George Gibbs there. I'm a historian. These are things that are a part of that historical record that need to be known. We have retained rights. I don't expect you all to understand treaty law. I don't think it's a requirement of the position. I think that I would really encourage you to speak with your legal counsel when you go into executive session and ask about the previous studies that have been done by Oregon DOJ and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. If that's a factor for you in making this determination or concern of litigation, talk with your counsel about that. Ultimately, I wanted to share also that I've sat somewhat in your seat. I've served as a commissioner. I was a former member of the State Historic Preservation Office, the Committee for State Historic Preservation, where there's a lot of controversial matters. I also currently am an Oregon Arts Commissioner, and so I commend you for your volunteerism, for your service in the work that you do. I want to mention, somewhat in response to some of the things that I heard today, which are concerning to me, and that's just sharing that there's stories of oppression that my ancestors before me and me as a person today have experienced. And those come from settlers, they've come from the U.S. government, from the state of Oregon. But there's a certain part of me that's sad today because regardless of the outcome, the tribes that are in opposition to this are seeking to be oppressors of us. And I'm asking you to not let them. I am asking you to be a part of healing. Some of you may ask, why don't we just diminish the size of our MOA? And to that, I want to speak to the significance of the SANIAM unit and why it needs to be included. Well, that ancestor that I said, Joseph Shengretta, he was SANIAM Kalapuya. He signed the treaty for that land. That's land that's in our treaty. Those are our homelands. We are of that place. We're the political successors to that through the treaty that we have. Not only that, but the SANIAM River that runs through that place. That's the place where the first fish in our stories that ascended Willamette Falls went, and teaches all the other fish that that's the best place to go for spawning habitat in the whole valley. It's the reason why we've acquired hundreds of acres of land along the lower SANIAM so that we can do restoration activity there. The SANIAM is crucial for our historic as well as ongoing practices, both in the lowlands as well as the uplands for our traditional gathering. It's our homelands. And ultimately, I think the last thing I'll leave you with is there's really no credible reason to believe that upriver tribes in opposition to this MOU will negotiate any further changes to this MOU in good faith if this action is delayed. These people seek to be our oppressors on our land, the land of us that we're from. So maybe the other part to leave you with is just you have great staff. And as somebody who's served in a capacity to make decisions, I've looked to staff and asked those questions. And I just want to affirm through the process that our staff has worked with yours. They're good staff, and they're making this recommendation today. And with that, I'd say trust their capability and their capacities. They're experts. Please support this MOU.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Lisa Lino, and I'm a tribal council member for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. As I sit here today, I see many faces that I know and love. Many of them are my relatives and friends from Grand Ronde, and the rest are people I love and respect from our neighboring tribes. We have a history of working well together. These last couple of weeks, we have traveled together on canoe journey, and many of us have returned today to be here in support of this agreement. More often than not, our people come together to show support for one another. Our elders grew up together, our people have eaten and laughed together, and our children are learning together. Today my heart aches. I am saddened by some of the comments we've heard here today. We deserve to be a people of our own lands. We deserve the same opportunities afforded to others. We will not cause harm. We are simply asking that others allow us to take a step forward so we can work collaboratively with partners to heal some of the traumas of our past. Our children deserve to live and experience what our ancestors did and what so many of us could not. As a young man, my dad, David Lino, grew up hunting in the very areas that are outlined in this proposed MOU. He speaks with pride and joy of hunting and providing food for both his family and many elders in our community, as well as any visitors stopping by our family home. This is important to us. I ask that you approve this agreement. Allow us to participate in hunting and fishing as others are with the passage of previous agreements. Please allow us to provide for our people. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. Hi, Amasi.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. We'll move to the next two people then, Jade Unger and Michael Langley. And then we have 4 people for the last panel to come up. So Jade Unger and Michael Langley. And then we'll move to Kathleen George, Bobby Mercer, Greg Archuleta, and Cheryl Kennedy, Chair. So go ahead, and if you'll introduce yourself, please.
I'd like to start off by greeting you in a traditional way, putting my hands up to you. Say Slahaim, Kanuish Laksta, Jade Unger, Nikanim, Slush, Dumdum Nik, Pusmisli Ikwaka, Vishawash, Ili, P. Slush, Dumdum Nika, Pusnanich, Nsika Telach, and Mikwa. I'm just saying that my name is Jade Unger. I'm very happy to be here in my heart, to be on the ceded land of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde here in Salem, and to see all of these native people here and our relatives from other tribes that came to speak here today. I'd like to put my hands up to all of you, those few people that stayed behind to hear what we have to say. Seems like the room kind of cleared out, and I wish that everybody would have stayed and given that same respect and consideration for hearing what we have to say about this issue. But I understand people need to leave, and that's not a criticism in a sense of trying to talk bad about them. I just really had hoped that, you know, everybody would be heard today, and the people that aren't hearing what the rest of us have to say are missing part of the story and only taking back what they already came here to say. And I think it's unfortunate that the other tribes oppose this, and I think that there's a lot of things that were left out of what was said today, so I'd like to touch on a couple of those items. There's some notion that, you know, the so-called or self-proclaimed treaty tribes are the only people that bear or that have the honor of holding a treaty, and that is not true. We have our own treaties, and that was touched on by some of the other folks that have spoken, so I won't go too deep into that. But my ancestor was Chief Tumult. He signed the Willamette Valley Treaty for the Cascade Chinook, the Watlala Band. That's one of the tribes and bands of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, but some of my ancestors did go to Yakima, to Warm Springs, even Cowlitz, bless them. You know, so we are all truly interrelated, and I, for one, am one of the people that only want to see us find ways to work together. And it's been very clear that this agreement will not infringe on any of the rights of our relatives from these other tribes. And we, you know, I personally, speaking for myself as a Grand Ronde tribal member, I want nothing more than to lift those people up. When we hold our hands up to you, that is, in a sense, to diminish ourselves and put you above ourselves. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart to this whole commission and to all the people that are in this room that are looking at their phones and maybe not really hearing what the words are being said here today. But when we say l'chaim, that word that we say is hello, you know, the easy translation of it, it also has a meaning of diminishing ourselves, of saying how pitiful we are. Not as a like a woe is me kind of depiction of that word, but that we do that to put ourselves below you, that is our custom, is to lift up the people that we encounter, that we host in our land, and that come and, you know, traditionally would have asked permission to come and do things at places like Willamette Falls from those chiefs and those people that were taken to Grand Ronde. You know, and I see heads shaking when that kind of thing is said in the audience, like maybe not wanting to acknowledge that part of history, but, you know, some of those, you know, like the Critfic tribes and Critfic itself seems like they want to claim ownership of the entire Columbia River below Bonneville Dam. And that's not the case. That's not what the law says. And the fact that that part of the discussion is conveniently left out is something to consider. You know, it seems like cherry picking to me, and that even on Critfic's own website, it says that, Zone 6, that's the exclusive right. And nobody's saying that those tribes don't have a right to come into other places in their usual and custom ways, but the reality is that they're trying to look at us and say we shouldn't have that opportunity or have that right or anything to do with the places that our ancestors ceded in those treaties. The Willamette Valley Treaty was referenced specifically by the executive order that created the Grand Ronde Reservation. It said, pursuant to the Willamette Valley Treaty, that the Grand Ronde Reservation was created. And I know this because I've done a lot of research on my own family and on my own tribe. So we do have treaties, and I see my time's expired. I'll be very brief to finish up to say that when Grand Ronde was restored, the Restoration Act specifically calls out those treaties and specifically says that those treaties are the supreme law of the land. It's not even an issue with what we're considering here today, but everything that's been said here today, I feel like that needs to be brought out and to be said, because those are the facts that are being left out of what people have been saying, trying to say that we're not real Indians, or because we were terminated and restored, we should have somehow some kind of less than, or not have an ability to move forward and to do things that are important to our people and that are within our rights and our, you know, influence that we should have as one of the 9 recognized tribes in Oregon. And I would also like to shout out to the Chinook Indian Nation, because they are an unrecognized tribe. And all those villages that have been talked about today, up and down the Columbia River and the Willamette River were Chinookan villages. And those Chinookan peoples were split to all these other tribes. And the Lower Chinook is also a tribe that is unrecognized and that should be recognized. And that I hope all the tribes in this room and all the people in the state of Oregon will eventually get behind that. And I'll just end it with that, because I see I'm going over and I have a million other things to say. And I just thank you, and I acknowledge the time that you're spending up here in the bathroom break that I imagine you desperately needed. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Go ahead, and if you'll introduce yourself, please.
Okay, well, I was here for the last testimony in June, and I promise I won't speak as long as I did last time. I'll try to maintain the 3 minutes. My name is Michael Langley, and I'm a Grand Ronde Tribal Council Secretary. I'm Umpqua, Chinook. I'm also Klickitat, Wasco, and my grandmother Delia, who the young lady who spoke up here earlier is named after my grandma. She didn't mention that she is from the Shoshone-Bannock tribe, so I will mention it for her, because I am as well. It's good to see her testifying today. I'm in this pairing of my grandfather, Roy Langley, who was also former tribal council secretary from our first constitutional days in the 1930s. Came about because of the Civilian Conservation Corps had an Indian unit at the time, and that is how it was an Indian from west of the Cascades found a partner way over yonder in the lands of the Shoshone, Bannock, and Ute tribes of Idaho. But participation in our hunting and fishing, shellfish, and other gathering activities is an exercise of culture, to be sure. It really is. However, it's also a tribal family time. It's a time of bonding through those activities and a sharing of stories, some stories that waited their turn in the telling for just those moments. Some are old stories about the times before the reservation era, some are from the reservation era, and some are the telling of the blending of our families as those folks who were not native entered our lives and joined us in our efforts. Our family members who had become urban Indians through the relocation efforts that promised jobs and a better life always point to these times as some of the best times of their lives. It was and is still today. Grandpa was very troubled when our restoration efforts ran into the snag of the consent decree. While some wanted a more militant approach, Grandpa Roy, ever the pragmatic, talked of not letting this be the final say. He would say, just because we are forced to accept this now does not mean we accept it as an act of justice. We will keep working with justice on our side. He witnessed the decline of our salmon runs in his time, and he knew it would only get worse. He always envisioned a time much like we are finding ourselves today, co-managers showing up in a time when our salmon need us most. I hear salmon's pleas to stand for them, and to me it should be more exciting to see that there's better hope when there's more of our tribal nations involved in these type of agreements. We as a tribal people have always demonstrated we can be partners with the state of Oregon, not just in co-managing our lands, but as Justin Martin said earlier, through a lot of existing agreements. The agreement before you reflects pragmatism and compromise, as our red lines demonstrate, including some of the geographical areas outlined. We have been explicit in saying that this agreement does not impinge on any other treaty rights. However, we will not accept something that forces us to deny who we are as a confederation of tribes removed from some of the most valuable lands in the world and thrown together on a reservation. While I've heard it mentioned often that the Siletz conceded some of the areas in their own agreement, it is important to understand the difference between us and them. About 90% of the people from those areas came to Grand Ronde, and only about 10% made it to the Siletz reservation. While I can't speak to their reasoning, however, I think it's important that this also speaks to the difference in the strength of our connections to the area. I know I still went over my time as much as I tried not to, but for me, I know this is why and what my grandfather imagined, knowing he would not live to see it happen. And that is why I'm asking for approval of this MOA. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could, I think I didn't do a good job of introducing myself. I just wanted to say again, my name is Jade Unger. I'm a Grand Ronde tribal member, number 2999. I'm on the ceremonial hunting board for the tribe. I'm on the Fish and Wildlife Committee for the tribe. I sit as the Clark County Community Representative for the Lower Columbia Fish Recovery Board. Avid hunter, fisherman for subsistence to feed my family, and just urge you to approve this MOU today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jade. Then Kathleen George, Bobby Mercer, Greg Archuleta, Chair Kennedy. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Kathleen George, Tribal Councilwoman for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. Commissioners, I do not envy you today. As a commissioner on the Environmental Quality Commission for the state of Oregon, I have had days when decisions that don't seem like they should be controversial somehow become that way. And you know that whatever decision you make is going to make one group of people very upset. I'm sorry for that. And I'm sorry for you and for all the people with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife who have worked really hard for a very long time on an agreement that can do some pretty great things. This is a co-management agreement, very like all the ones you have recently adopted, one that could help write a dark and unfair chapter in Oregon's history with tribes. Today, you've also been told that this collaborative agreement between Oregon and our tribe is a veiled attack on the treaty rights of East Side tribes. To add to that, you've been threatened that if you don't give in to giving the East Side tribes veto power over co-management agreements between Oregon and our tribe, that they may sue in retaliation. That's a hard day for citizen volunteers. I expect, however, that you have actually read the agreement, and you can trust your reading of it. You can trust your own eyes as well as the recommendation of your hardworking staff and the Department of Justice that this is what it says it is, a co-management agreement. Any treaty rights of any tribe that exists could not be reduced by this agreement, and in no way has that authority or scope or intent. The Department of Fish and Wildlife understands this, the DOJ understands this, and the governor does too. Unfortunately, most of the objections and accusations raised today are simply not at all in this agreement. Sadly, it seems that some of the respected elders who traveled so far from their homes have been misinformed about what this agreement is about. Then there's the threat of litigation if the East Side tribes aren't given veto power over this proposal. But the simple truth is, neither our tribe nor the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife is harming in any way any other tribe. There just isn't any injury. If you set the precedent for approving an agreement with the state of Oregon as something like, despite the lack of any actual or intended harm to another tribe, we allow some tribes to veto the agreements of the state if they threaten litigation, then we go down a road where it will become impossible to simply improve our work together through beneficial agreements. And our work together has accomplished so much. The simple idea that Grand Ronde tribal members would fish and hunt in our own ceded lands under tribal co-management sadly has been twisted into imagined threat because sadly there is an unrelated agenda that is trying to be forced onto this agreement. We heard today many unrelated issues that just aren't in this agreement at all. I urge you to allow our proven partnership with ODF&W to continue through an approved agreement today. I ask you to believe the actual words on the pages of the agreement, because that is what this is about. And believe your staff, who have worked long and hard to do a good thing. Today, this is an opportunity to be on the right side of history, and we ask you to join us there. Hayumasi, thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Sahayam Conway Tillicum. Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to share my support for this agreement today. I am an enrolled member of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. My tribal families include the Willamette, Tumwater, Clackamas, Chinook, Lala or Cascades, and the Santiam Kalapuya. I am a direct descendant of Levick, also known as Oregon City John, who signed the ratified Willamette Valley Treaty of 1855 on behalf of the Willamette Tumwaters. I am also, on the other side of my family, a direct descendant of Chief Wachino, who signed the treaty on behalf of the Clackamas Chinook people. Growing up, I remember the collection cans in stores that said, "Save a salmon, kill an Indian." It was pretty much all my life seeing those kinds of things and the fears that people had about tribes and their rights and wanting to be able to fish and hunt as their ancestors did. As the tribe regained federal recognition in 1983 and worked on returning the former reservation lands, the false fears of tribal fishing and hunting continued and resulted in the consent decree, which the tribe lives with today. The anti-Indian fishing and hunting movement adversely impacted our hunting and fishing for ceremonial and subsistence purposes. The approval of this agreement before you today can help correct that wrong. Our tribes have specific ancestral connection to the places identified in this agreement. For instance, the Molalla have old stories we call Econom of the creation of the world, including Nifty Yongut, Mount Hood. We have stories of how the mountains got there, got their characteristics in a battle between them. This includes Mount Jefferson and the Three Sisters. The Columbia and Willamette rivers are where our ancestors lived day to day, not as visitors, but as permanent residents. Growing up, my family fished many of these areas along the Columbia River, below Bonneville Dam, Cape Horn, Government Island, Salvies Island, and many other places, including on the lower Willamette, camping and fishing on the Brighton Bush and Santiam rivers. I spent much time on the Clackamas River and, of course, at Eagle Creek, where the Wachino village was. Yesterday, I was out on the reservoir with some of our tribal families gathering tule, a reed that grows in shallow water used for making mats and other items. It was great to see one of our young ladies, 9 years old. She was helping to gather the tule with her grandmother. And how excited she was, looking forward to making a tule mat. Meanwhile, her brothers were playing in the water and got excited seeing a fish fry. There are interrelationships between the tule, water, fish, and people that are important to our cultural way of living. This agreement will help bring these relationships closer together. I greatly appreciate the partnership and trust the ODFW and your commissioners have had with our tribe. Your approval of this agreement today will help in the trauma we have endured. Hayu Masi, many thanks.
Thank you, Greg. And just for the record, Greg Archuleta was who just spoke. I think you introduced yourself, but didn't say
Greg
your actual
Archuleta,
name.
member of the
Say-
Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde.
Thank you. Okay, Bobby, you're next.
Meoxlach, I am Conway Sloxta, Bobby Mercier, Nakayakwo, Be na Chago Kabashawa Shili, Be Ukana Khilamas, Be na Hayumuk Iskam, Conway and San Mouch, Be Muak Busan Sa Tolhum. That my name is Bobby Mercier. I am from the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. My mother and father are both from there, and that I work for the tribe. And I'm also one of the ceremonial hunters and the fishers for the tribe. And I only am able to do that because I grew up hunting with my father. And from the time I could keep up with him in the hills to knowing all of our surrounding areas and seeing how much it has changed, and to now taking my own children in the woods and showing them how we're supposed to hunt. You know, listening to a lot of people here and especially Ren and how he talked about how it's overpopulated in our area. I know those roads. I could drive them blindfolded. I know those areas, all of our valleys out there. And seeing how much it is overpopulated. Our reservation is not closed like a lot of these other reservations. It's open to the public. You go up there and it's just car after car after car. You see people standing out there in all of their orange hunter safety gear on every single little knob. And you don't even want to go out, afraid of getting shot at. We were shot at last year chasing elk up a hill, just not even too far from home. So we just turned around and went back home. The things that we're asking for today, you know, people see our population. Yeah, we have about 5,600 members, but there's only about 300 of us that hunt. There's not a lot of us that go out and hunt. But there's also a lot of people that can't make it out to Grand Round to come and hunt. But everybody from the city comes out there to hunt. I ran into a guy the other day, clear up in Seattle, that said, "Oh, I used to hunt up Agency." And I was like, "Oh, that's right on." Pretty scary. You know, but we're not asking for, I don't think we're asking for anything more, anything less than to be able to hunt outside. And that would spread it out. That would spread it out a lot more. Yeah, there's a lot of us, but there's not a lot of people that hunt and fish. But there's a bunch of us that hunt and fish for our families and for everybody at the tribe that we can, for our elders. I don't know, I'm not gonna go down a history list for you guys of what we all have usual and custom areas. And some of us have ceded territories. There's a difference. And so I thank you guys for your ears today. Joe.
Thank you. Chair Kennedy.
I want to thank the commission for hearing us, for listening to the members of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. And I would ask that all of our people from Grand Ronde please stand, including staff. My hands are raised to you. Hayumasi. This is an important time for us. It's been, I was alive before we were terminated. I lived through termination, so-called, wasn't supposed to be an Indian. Been an Indian all my life. Helped with restoration. Came through to this point today. So we can, through the state of Oregon, be able to expand the region where we hunt. It's not, we're not making Oregon any bigger or any less. Again, we're not diminishing any rights of any tribes. We're here to ask that you pass the MOA so that we can subsistence, hunt and fish and gather for our people. My hands are raised to you. Masi.
That's it. Thank you. Commissioners, I think that we now can go to exec session. Unless you have any immediate questions, otherwise we'll go to exec session and then we will come back and do questions. Then I will do the thing with the script for executive session. The commission will now meet in executive session. This executive session is to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection as authorized by ORS 1926602F, as well as to consult with legal counsel concerning legal rights and duties regarding current litigation or litigation likely to be filed as authorized by ORS 1926602H. Under Oregon state law, executive sessions are closed to the public. Representatives of the news media are allowed to attend. Reporters are directed not to report on the discussions during executive session except to state the general subject. No decisions will be made in executive session. So the general meeting is adjourned until we get back, and then we will come back into session. Thank you, everyone, for holding in with us. We'll keep this moving. Good afternoon. We are back in session for the August 4, 2023 Fish and Wildlife Commission meeting. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. If this has been one of our harder days, I can only imagine what it's been for everybody in the audience. So thank you. We are in a position where we have three choices in front of us. We can accept and adopt the staff recommendation, we can do nothing, or we can look at altered geography or some other hybrid. And what I'd like to do, if I could, is get some sense from the commission of which of those options you'd like to go with, so that I'll stop there, because let's hear if anyone is ready to talk about which of those options it would be the sense of the commission you want to go with. So, looks like a couple people are getting ready to talk. Is anybody ready to put up a card? Otherwise, I will. I think we all should just talk a bit about which option we would like.
Here we go, people. I'm just throwing myself under the bus here as we try to figure out what to do. I guess I'd just like to make a couple of comments first of that I'm sad right now. I think we have a situation here where, you know, maybe I'll just blame my own family first. Part of the reason, you know, my family were some of the settlers that were down in the Umpqua area when the original, you know, some of, you know, people were, Grand Ronde people were being rounded up from way down in the Rogue Valley and all the way up. And I feel so much sadness about that history that my family was part of, right? I mean, I think we were, I don't know. So I think how I've felt as a commissioner as we've tried to do these agreements with tribes. Since I've been on the commission, I have felt like there was a statement somebody made. I've typed pages and pages of notes here, but you know, we're making an attempt from Oregon, the state of Oregon, which is small consultation Oregon, small c, not big federal C consultation, small c, to make some amends and try to do something right. And then, I mean, I've deeply come to believe that tribes are the foundational caretakers. And we can talk about Oregon, we could talk about Washington, we could talk about, the United States plus Canada plus everyone else. I mean, this is the original. You all are the original caretakers. You all are the foundation. And when you all can't get along, it makes me so sad. So I just needed to say that. I think that there are some alternatives. I think I have questions around whether or not this agreement was ripe, whether there was enough time with people coming together in actual good faith with one another between these tribes, because I will tell you that these relationships between you all matter deeply to Fish and Wildlife and communities. So maybe this wasn't ripe because there wasn't time for enough thoughtful conversation between you all. So we're in a position right now where it's really hard to win here. We can either shrink the geography from the conflict area. We can decide we don't want to do this at all. We could punt it back for people to make a better good faith attempt with one another. But I guess the place I'm in right now, Chair Wall, is to say that these other agreements that we have passed, there has not been this much discontent between tribes as this one. And there's just this sense of discontent here. Even though it's a small C consultation. It's not federal treaty rights.
Thank you.
So that's my thought.
Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, I'm going to join her under the bus. So I had 3 pages worth of notes that I was taking while you were all testifying, but I'm only going to go to the summary in order to save time, so you should say thank
Keep
me
it
for
short.
that. So, and then I'm going to propose something, let's see if it works.
We do want to hear from the other commissioners.
Yep, so I'll go quick. In summary, there should have been an earlier and more often discussion among the tribes potentially affected by the MOA. I think I would concur with that. At our Mount Hood meeting, there was a request by the other tribes to postpone this decision so more talk could occur. Since then, there has been more talk, several tribes meeting since to see if an agreement could be reached. The Grand Ronde tribe went back, made 5 concessions or modifications to this draft since our last meeting that we postponed. Tribal staff from the Grand Ronde had indicated that they would not object to a similar state agreement with other tribes. Major contention appears to be the geographic scope of the MOA, and in particular to the Columbia River and Willamette River portions of this agreement that appears to be in contention. Another major contention in this is that the MOA will impede other tribes' federal treaty rights because off-reservation hunting and fishing will be by the Grand Ronde members, will be imposed upon them. I talked about that earlier, and this is not the intent of the MOA as now written. It does not say any tribal member or any tribal rights over any tribal rights to hunt, fish, or on any ceremonial geographic area. The other tribes continue to hunt and fish as they always have. No one is saying you don't have or are being restricted treaty rights. Will postponing our decision to a further date result in more compromises? I don't know. Some say yes, some say no. How far do you compromise, I ask? One of the speakers said, we are not together anymore. I'm hopeful that we can come together and reach a consensus among the Oregon tribes on this very important issue to all tribes in Oregon. I will be very disappointed if we don't reach some form of agreement related to this MOA. I'm hopeful that we can come together. This MOA does not have to be perfect. It just has to be something that the tribes say they can live with, even though it may not be perfect. So option is approve the agreement. Option 2 is don't approve the agreement. Or option 3, which I would see if there's a consensus among the commission, is that we still have about an hour of this meeting to go because we have 2 more agenda items. We asked staff, the director, and Davia to go back in this hour and see if there's some kind of a consensus agreement that we can reach on the geographic and come back to us in an hour. And if that doesn't occur, then the commission would make another decision. So let's give it one more shot, folks, to see if we can reach some kind of an agreement in the next hour. If not, there will be another decision that will be made. So we're going to give it one more shot. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Khalil and then Commissioner King.
Yeah, I don't have so much new to say besides what Becky so heartfeltly put. You know, I recognize the emotional connection that you have knowing that your parents or your ancestors were settlers here. I have the opposite, where my parents, I'm the first person to be born in the United States in my family, right? But I come from a part of the world, this is not on. I come from a part of the world with an entirely different but very resonant conflict that I've been thinking about this entire time. And, you know, my inclination is option 3 for the Hail Mary, but I also know that, like in that other part of the world that I've been thinking about, sometimes that Hail Mary just chips away at, you know, that third option just chips away until there's nothing left. So I don't know. I mean, I want to give it a try because I want to give it a try, but I also understand the need to make a decision soon and not leave people hanging, because so many people have been giving their hearts to this day so fully. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner King, and then Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Thank you, Chair Wall, and thanks to all of you. This is so hard. I mean, I'm not native, except I guess they could do gene studies and probably figure out that I was, because, you know, my grandfather lived where the Trail of Tears went by and all that. But I am from fellow aggrieved people, and I get this. I get this at my core, and so much of it is, instead of fighting over the crumbs underneath the table, realize that you have the whole table. This intertribal fight that the commission has kind of become embroiled in is not where we belong. It's just not where we belong. It's not what we want to do. We don't want to vote for one tribe and not the other. We don't want lawsuits. We don't want fighting over fish or a road or any of it. We just don't want it. We want to sign MOAs. We've done 4 other ones. We want to do a 5th one. And I'm from Portland, and I will say out loud, I know what the elephant in the room is. It's Willamette Falls. I get it. So if we can come to some agreement about Willamette Falls, or if that's what it takes, you know, what we're talking about, this Hail Mary, but could we stop this fighting and everybody being against everybody? I don't want to be there. That's not why I'm a commissioner. I would like to see a way forward. I am willing to give this a go, this 3rd option, and see if we can come up with something today. But if we cannot, could you guys please get your meetings together, however, if it takes a year, I don't care, but come back to us when you're not fighting and putting us in it. So that's where I am with this. I'm willing to give it a go, but I understand that still might not be enough.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's move to Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of in the limbo part of, I hate to hear people threaten litigation over territory, and when there's lots of fish going over the Willamette Falls, there's lots of fish coming in the river, mostly hatchery fish, but it seems like that there's plenty to divide among all the people who want to have fish, both tribal, Indian, and the rest of Oregon. I would hate to disappoint the expectations of the Grand Ronde tribe. I live not too far away from Grand Ronde, and they've been very good community for Yamhill Carlton area and the Yamhill County. But at the same time, we have to also make sure that there's not some sort of negative thing created by this conflict over fishing, and in particular, it seems like it's fishing in a couple areas that have been designated as your traditional areas, which I accept that they're traditional areas. I've read, you know, history on this. I've read Lewis and Clark journals, and I know there was a lot of coordination going on and a lot of fighting back then too. I mean, there was people who were very territorial about buffalo too. So, but you know, we're not in that age anymore. And so I'm willing to examine or present an alternative, but then if that doesn't work, then I think I'm willing to go ahead and make another decision.
Thank you.
Did you have
Commissioner Spilrink, would you like to speak, or want me to go first and then you talk, or what do you?
Go ahead. No, I was just going to mention also, I guess I would favor the option 3 also. Like say if we deny it or we approve it, just outright, someone's going to go away real upset. I guess one of the things I would maybe like people, if they're going to discuss this during we go on some other business, would be just in the MOA excluding the Willamette up to the falls and in the geographic area, and just see if that would be at all acceptable to, as a compromise to both sides.
Thank you. This isn't a case, I think, of there's a right answer and a wrong answer. There are several right answers or several wrong answers. And where I end up is right back where I started, which is the issue today is co-management. And so I end up at co-management. That's what we're looking for. That's how we get to the position where we can do more talking, do more work, because ultimately the issue isn't so much litigation over territory and that sort of thing. We're at an urgent time for habitat and these fish resources, and that's what we all, and including the people who are not in the room anymore, that's what we need to be doing. And when I look at this, co-management is important, and I think if no other sense comes through today, what does come through is that these things are so deeply held, and there's nobody is taking this lightly. Whatever is the absolute opposite, polar opposite of taking this lightly, this is deeply important, deeply held, and I don't look so much at the treaty issues, because those are treaty issues and everybody has treaties. All of the tribes have different treaties, and as somebody pointed out quite clearly, we don't have all the history on it. A lot of us have read about that for years. You just heard from Commissioner Zarnowitz. Others on this group have read about that for years, have been in meetings about it for years. But again, what I come back to is the issue in front of us is co-management, so that's where I would move, so that we can move on to all working together. If I had my flat-out choice, that would be where I would end up. It sounds like we don't have a clear sense, but we have several people who would at least consider changed geography if we can't get one of the others. Is that, and if any of, because sense of the commission shouldn't be just my view of it, does anybody else look differently at it? Because I want, let's get it on.
Okay, so I think I'm agreeing with you. So give it an hour. Director Melcher and Davia go back, talk to the parties in the next hour, see if there's some kind of an agreement that can be reached. I'm more open to whatever Bob's proposing geography, but if there's other agreement that we can come back together and say it's not perfect, but we can live with it. If that doesn't happen, then we're going to vote one way or another. We're either we're going to vote to say don't do anything, or we're going to vote to pass it. It's going to go one way or the other, and somebody's going to be disappointed. We're trying to get the groups together in the next hour to reach some kind of a consensus that you can say it's not perfect, but we can live with it. That's the intent.
Commissioner Hatfield.
To break, I do think there is a fourth option, which is we do punt today. If you can't get to agreement,
That's what I'm saying.
But the punt could mean that the parties then have more time to work with one another in the future.
Yeah,
and when the tribes are able to find alignment with one another, they, come back. So that is also an option, right?
Yeah.
That's option two, is to punt and have them discuss it later.
Punt, yeah, but it's not punt like punt to never ever land.
Oh,
It's
okay.
punt to,
I see what you're saying.
yeah,
Yeah.
right?
We don't expect it to go away.
Yeah.
In which case, we would either have agreement or continued non-agreement. That might come back to us, correct? That's you're anticipating.
Yes,
Because it might not result in.
Yeah, because the people that are the foundation of the natural resources, which is sitting in this room right now, all of you all, it's a sovereign to sovereign issue. And for us to try to pretend like that's not what's happening is dumb. I mean,
And frankly, for us to decide for you. I just, yeah.
I would turn then to, if I may, to Davia and to Kurt Melcher and say, that gives you an hour to think about other things and do something while we go on with these other two issues.
Yes.
Does
Chair
that give
Wall,
you any
thank
kind
you,
of, huh?
for the opportunity to, I heard from Commissioner Spellbring, that's not what I meant. The opportunity to talk right now. Commissioner Spellbrink referenced excluding Willamette Falls, or Willamette River up to Willamette Falls. Commissioner Zarnowitz, you referenced fish and fishing being the issue. Are there other particular things that the commission would like the parties to consider right now?
Well, I don't think I wasn't saying that we were, or that the issue is fishing, or them reducing fishing or anything like that.
Okay.
Everybody's got to fish.
Oh, no.
Can I just mention one thing that?
Actually.
Due to our sovereign policy positions, we can't do this within an hour. So we have to individually go back to our tribes and approach our policy people in order for us to make a decision.
We understand that. We can't take more testimony. We've had our testimony, I'm afraid. So let's go ahead with what we just talked about, and we will move on to our, thank you. We will move on to our other agenda item and be back in an hour. I think I will. Huh? Oh, wait.
Chair Wall.
We can.
Oh, good to go.
I think we'll, perhaps after this item, we'll go back.
Chair Wall. For the record, Mike Govan, Recreational Fisheries Program Manager for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And we're here today to talk about the 2024-2025 sport fishing regulations. And part of the presentation, I'll jump it over to John Seaborn, and we'll kind of skip through this a little bit quickly, if you guys don't mind.
That would be good. And sorry to put you in a position of, we're not uninterested in this one, actually. so.
But I'm just trying to get the slide to advance. Give me a second. Where's our?
Yeah. And, things that we actually can make decisions on. Imagine that.
It's not advancing.
Oh, it is advancing, I see, there it goes, okay. Sorry about that, I think there's a little bit of a delay. So we have two issues before you today regarding the sport fishing regulations. First off, like always, oh, I'll use this one? Oh, okay, thanks. The first part of it is the public involvement in the process. Like always, we've solicited input through email, phone calls, and local meetings. We posted the proposed changes to our website back in early June that shows the attachment 4, so all the regulations are available for the public to see. I'm not sure now, but there's oftentimes testimony here at the commission meeting. And there was certainly a fair amount of written testimony that had come in through our email address.
Any public testimony on this?
I'm going to jump it over to John Seaborn.
We'll check.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is John Seaborn. I am the operations manager for the Fish Division, and I'm going to run through kind of our proposed Oregon administrative rule restructuring. So the last 10 years, we've had an increase in the number of temp rules. We used to average about 75 a year. We've gone up to about 150 per year now in filings. It used to be the majority was Columbia River, but we've seen more activity from the district level. Most of that's due to some of the climate issues that we've been experiencing. So our districts share a single rule number within their zone, and when we have multiple filings throughout the year, we tend to have these overlapping end dates, which requires us to refile that rule again to extend it out. So the proposal here today is try to reduce the number of refiles that we do throughout the year, and also to try to reduce the amount of scrutiny that we have with these rules to try to avoid any errors. As you're familiar, when you look at our rules, you see that we kind of combine all those districts into one big rule number, and it can get a little busy to kind of look through. So the proposal here is to try to split that out. There's no public impact, although the public will have an opportunity to review the rules within the areas that they're most interested in without having to sift through a bunch of other rules from other districts. Here on this slide, you can kind of see our proposal for restructuring the rules. So currently, our rules are set up for within the zones. We're proposing to break out the districts within that zone so that if we have a zone-wide rule, we'd still use the same zone rule number that we use now. But if we have something that's more specific to a river or a district, we would use that district new rule number that we'd be planning for. And that way, things are a little more organized for us. We're kind of setting this up for the future so that if we start to see some additional climate-related issues that require the use of temporary rules, we have a better organizational structure in which to use. Also, not seen here on this slide is the Columbia River and Snake Zone. Those are two zones that are currently combined together in one rule number. We're proposing to separate those two zones into their own rule number. We've seen a little uptick in some of the Snake River rules, particularly with the hatchery fish returning below the dam. So we just want to kind of separate those two zones into their own number. And that's all I have today.
Thanks, John. Moving on to the second issue for the sport fishing regulations. One thing that staff is proposing is that we move the current process that we go through approving the sport fishing regulations on an annual basis to a 2-year basis. Now, this is something that we've been working on behind the scenes for about the last 10 years. We went through angling regulation simplification. One of our goals was to try to get to a 2-year book. And we kind of feel that we're kind of at that juncture now. A lot of our fisheries, our trout fisheries, are very stable. They don't change a whole bunch. Our warm water fisheries, as we've changed those regulations over the past few years, are pretty stable and don't change very much. But what we do have is a lot of dynamic fisheries that are occurring on our salmon and steelhead. And so what we're proposing to do on a lot of those dynamic fisheries is either do those through additional commission rulemaking, through the temporary rule process, and then put in our regulation book like where people can find the most accurate information. Because what happens is now is because things have been changing so much over the past few years, by the time our book gets printed, it's totally out of date and it's totally confusing for the public. So we're looking at a couple of different ways to make that more simple for people to understand. In the long term, we do feel that this will help us reduce our carbon footprint. We do hope to be able to print less frequently, maybe a few more regulations, but less frequently. It certainly will reduce a little bit of workload on staff as well, because every year we go through this process with all of our staff across the entire state. And honestly, we don't feel that it'll reduce the public's ability at all to provide input and recommend changes. It'll just change that frequency. Instead of doing it every year, we do it every couple of years. And in fact, in some cases, it'll give us time to work through some complicated changes that may be recommended by the public. I'm going to skip through these. So this year, as our districts developed these proposals, we came up with 32 proposed changes, but they looked at it under the lens of what changes would you like to make over the next 2 years. Okay, so and that's kind of what we've been seeing over the past few years, is really about a dozen to 15 regulations a year, versus before simplification we'd have 60. So it's really kind of gotten to a place, I think, where we're in that sweet spot now. I'm going to skip over a couple of slides for the sake of time. All the regulations are shown in attachment 4 that we're proposing. So if there's any questions at the end, we can go to any of those. We'll see a theme through a lot of these proposed changes is that we've had a lot of regulations that have been adopted by temporary rule. So sort of in concert with what John's talking about, we could actually move a lot of these now from a temporary rule process to a permanent rule process. So the one up here is the Umpqua River. So you guys are familiar with this one. For the last few seasons, we've been having these bubble closures in the tributaries of the Umpqua River due to high water and fish caking up in these areas and anglers targeting those. This has been very effective. There's support from OSP, there's support from the public to move down this permanent rule path so people have assurances as to what is going to happen year to year instead of waiting for these regulations to kind of come out. And again, this has happened for the last 3 years. This will go into a permanent rule, and there's a lot of support for that. We'll skip over. There's only one regulation change in the Willamette zone. Basically in Willamina Creek, again, temporary rule the past couple of years. Fish have been caking up below the falls and low water events. So we're modifying it so that it's closed at certain times of the year so the steelhead aren't impacted, and then spelling out exactly what the trout seasons will be in that area. And that is the only change for the next 2 years that's been proposed in the Willamette, just for example. In the central zone, a few changes there. A lot of them are around kokanee fisheries. A lot of public support on these, and these three lakes, Crescent, East, and Paulina Lake. There's a proposal to increase the additional kokanee bonus bag that we have in many of these Central Oregon lakes. So this will allow anglers to catch an additional 5 kokanee. Supported heavily by local angling groups, Kokanee Power. In the northeast, a couple of changes there. Again, this common theme here, temporary rules. In the northeast zone, the Grand Ronde River, we've had strong returns from this fishery introduction program that we began in 2017, the Lostine River. And we've been opening this fishery the last 3 seasons under temporary rule. This is basically allowing for a season from September through November for 2 adult coho per day. And the local staff there work closely with the Nez Perce tribe, and they're supportive of this proposal. The district bios in the southeast zone where Klamath Falls and the Klamath Dam removals are going on. Thought ahead, and we're putting some proposed changes in for the Klamath. This one here is wanting to continue to provide opportunity for rainbow trout harvest in the Klamath, but also wanting to protect out-migrating smolts and returning adults. So I wanted to point this one out because there's only one other place in the state that we have a slot limit for trout, and that's on the Deschutes. So we're proposing a slot limit here so that we're protecting, again, the juveniles and the adults in their return, but still allowing some harvest in that middle zone there, even though it's a narrow window. And again, I think the public feedback on this has been positive, just because they don't want to lose opportunity with those dams coming out. They want to make sure they're still maintaining some fishing opportunity, and that gets us there. Another one in the southeast zone was the temporary rule that you guys just passed today, and this is a request that came in from the Klamath tribe to close angling in this area called Hagelstein Park, which is just off of Klamath Lake. And you can see in the picture here, there's a bunch of little ponds on this park, and there's a whole bunch of suckers that live in there. So all those suckers are already closed in the zone for harvest. This is providing some additional protection for the suckers because people are in there catching them by bycatch, and they're very culturally important to the tribe. So they asked us to go ahead and make that change, and we did that by temp, and now we're proposing to do it permanent for next year. Let's see, snake zone, another one of these temporary rules going to permanent. So you guys have seen this through the temporary rule process for the last 14 years. This has been adopted by temporary rule. And this is a fishery for hatchery Chinook salmon above the Doug Bar boat ramp to Hell's Canyon. So this is above where the Salmon River comes in. This is a terminal fishery. Once it's all hatchery fish, once the fish get up there, there's no place for them to go. So that's why you see the 4 hatchery Chinook per day, which is a fairly high bag limit. But once the fish go up there, there's no place for them to go. They're past the hatchery. They're not going anywhere except to that spot. So it's a good opportunity for people to harvest them. And again, we've been adopting this for the last 14 years since, up in that area. The marine zone, there are 6 new management areas that have been adopted by the Territorial Sea Plan. These changes have been adopted by the Department of Land Conservation and Development, the DLCD, and just this week, actually, they were accepted by the Secretary of State. These new areas include marine education area at Chapman Point and 5 marine conservation areas at Ecola Point, Cape Lookout, Fogarty Creek, Cape Fallweather, and Block Lock Point. And if there's any questions on those, or just want to let you know that we're going to make some changes, adding maps to specify exactly where these new marine locations are. And Scott Groth is here in the audience if you guys have any questions specifically on those marine areas. The other change that we want to make this year kind of goes back to what I talked about earlier about some of our salmon regulations being out of date as soon as the book gets printed. So one of the proposed changes is just a cleanup, really, where we see these aggregate bag limits that we have in the northwest and southwest zones. Those have been changing a lot, and changing rapidly year to year. They're actually not accurate. So we're proposing to remove all the language in the book regarding the salmon aggregate bag limits in those areas, replacing it basically with information telling the public of where to go to find the most current information so they know exactly what they're fishing for. We actually already have a fall coastal salmon management webpage set up, and we're proposing to also probably add a QR code. Our QR code's about 8 hours ago.
Yeah.
A QR code here so people can directly link into where this information is, because it oftentimes is hard to find the information on our website. We're totally aware of that. So looking again, just to try to make this a little more user-friendly for the public. And the last slide really is staff recommendation is to accept the changes shown in attachment 3, which basically you'll see all of John's proposed changes for the rule revisions, and then all the proposed changes that we see in attachment 4. And then, as always, ask that you authorize staff to update any necessary calendar dates, formatting changes, and correct any spelling or redress any inconsistencies as we see them. And that's all that I have.
We have some questions already. That should not surprise you too much. I'm not sure whose was up first, but maybe we start at Commissioner King.
Sure,
Go with
thank
your
you.
question first, and we'll work this way.
It sounds fine. Thank you, Chairwell, and thank you, Mike. I really like the decreased carbon footprint, because what I wonder, like, for example, it seems like there's always extras. like when you go into wherever, Sportsman's or Bi-Mart or whatever, and they take out the old and replace with the new, it seems like there's always a whole pile of them sitting there. So it seems to me to make a lot more sense to kind of have them biannually. And I think you partially answered my question in terms of, again, people are on smartphones, over 70% use ELS. You know, when you're out there and you're trying to find out this updated fishing reg, how do you find it on our really dense, difficult website? So does the QR code, will that lead you to like latest changes? Like what exactly, how are we helping people like get through this?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, yeah, I mean, you're totally right. I mean, we have our e-regulations that are out there that are fairly friendly and searchable, that the company that produces our regulations for us provides that service to us as well. But still, there's things out there that are hard to find. And so we have to do a better job of doing that. So the QR code piece for these dynamic fisheries, trying to get people to the recreation report, trying to get people to these fisheries that are really important to them, that's what we're going to be working on trying to do and incorporating that into the regulations. So as they're flipping through, instead of just saying, hey, go to the website, we go to the website and or scan this, and they'll take you right there. So it's easy for us, fairly easy for us to do. And it doesn't take up a lot of space in the book, which is another, we don't want to make it too messy either. We want to make it very clear as to what that QR code's doing for you.
Right, and also I guess you could put them on, I've seen them on signage and like as you enter the marina or whatever that is applicable and appropriate.
And yes, absolutely. We actually been doing those webinars that we've done this year for like the Deschutes steelhead and the fall Chinook salmon. We've actually had QR codes that people could scan as they're going through our PowerPoint presentations and go right to those web pages for all the additional information. So we're using that as a fairly powerful tool in different scenarios.
And I imagine it would be also great for all the shellfish that seems to be ever changing with all the red tides, et cetera, to kind of keep people up to date, because we just got alerts today that something just opened or shut or something. Will be doing that as well?
Yeah, and actually there's a request that came in from OSP, Marine Board, and not Marine Board, OSP and OHA, OHA, Oregon Health Authority, to kind of help us direct people more to those shellfish closures and those alerts. So that's one of the requests that they have made to me, is to add the QR code right into that shellfish piece, so we can scan that and get it right to the information. Because that's even more important than being confusing. That can be, can make people sick, right? If they have domoic acid outbreak or something and people don't know what's going on. So yeah, we're working on all that.
Thank you.
You bet.
Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, it's a question for Captain Thomas in the back, if you'll turn your mic on. So has OSP seen this? This is a pretty major change in some of the areas. Does OSP have any concerns or questions, or are you supportive of what's being proposed? Well, make it quick if you can.
I think he just said supportive.
You're supportive? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you for the report. I don't see other questions, so I'm going to ask one question, and then I'd like to have a proposal that I put on the table. The question is, with Coquille River, is this like the abalone where we're shutting it down because there are no fish right now, and we have all the problems that we've all heard lots about, and with the abalone we said maybe it'll reopen in 30 years. When do you anticipate, do you have any anticipation for when the Coquille might reopen?
Chair Wall, that's a tough question to answer.
I know.
Honestly. I don't have a good answer for that, but what I do know from a regulation perspective is that we've been closing it every year because we're concerned about it. And so we'll certainly be tracking it closely and open it as soon as we can. But yeah, as you all know, the situations that are going on down there are difficult, and I don't have a clear answer exactly how, as when. I wish I did.
Don't we all?
Yeah, we do.
Then we do have, well, two more, and then I have a proposal. So go ahead, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, just quick observation. I mean, if 30,000 salmon showed up in the Coquille, you could open it with emergency regulation or a temporary regulation. So
that's correct.
Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
So I seem to remember that there was going to be I don't want to call it a bounty, but for the
Bass?
the bass. So is that part of these regs?
Chair Wall.
In the Coquille, or was it the Umpqua? I
Yeah,
can't remember which.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarno, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, no, that's definitely not part of this. There was some legislation that was out there about a whole bunch of different things this year. Those, as Debbie kind of reported earlier in the day, through discussions, those things have modified to the current changes that are coming out to allow some more flexibility in some of our tournaments that we're doing. But as far as bounty programs, that's definitely not part of any of this. That's going to take legislative action and, quite frankly, a lot of money to implement something like that. So that's definitely not on the table at all.
So that didn't pass, I wasn't.
That did not pass the legislature. no.
Okay,
No,
thanks.
get through.
I'd like to present something to the commission and just see what you think about it. When I read these, the rule changes make perfect sense to me. It's where you've been headed with simplification for a while, except the part about every 2 years. And the reason that every 2 years was of concern is what the staff report talks about is declining populations. Climate change will probably make more of we'll be doing these with temporary rules because climate change keeps coming at us. Biodiversity loss keeps coming at us. And you talked about harvest pressure, or the pressure, there's more pressure for fish to catch, and there are all of these things coming at us. So rather than interfere with the rules, because the rule package makes a lot of sense to me, what does also make sense is that those things are the things we should be talking about. Populations, where are they headed? What's the pressure? What are the climate change impacts? And where do temperature and flow fit with all of this? So what makes sense to me is pass the rule package and ask that this come back as a report, as an agenda item, so that we can have other people talking about if we have increasing pressure and decreasing populations, and we have these rivers like the Coquille and the Umpqua and the others that are closed often, and we have more of this coming at us, let's have that annual fisheries and climate change report and have it be an agenda item where we can ask people, what about this pressure if we have these declining populations? That's what I would like to do. So I would, just any pushback or other thoughts?
Well, couldn't we do both? I mean, couldn't we pass it for 2 years because it's making it more efficient, but also ask them to come back, and if it needs to be modified, we can modify it?
We could. I don't want to conflate the issue, because I think we can ask them to come back in 2 years or whatever. We passed these rules, but I do think that this group needs to be talking about the fisheries and climate change issue and more often than every 2 years or every 5 years. I think that we should have that come back and say it's an agenda item. We talk about climate change impacts, the pressure, temperature and flow, and the increasing pressure for harvest.
So what I understand that you're saying is, she did say, pass the rule, but then the commission give direction that the Fish Division comes back once a year, and we're having these climate change presentations, and as part of that for Fish Division is what the populations are doing and related to climate change and what the effects are of climate change.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I just need a translator, that's all.
This late, Dave.
I'm still on the MOAs.
Commissioner Khalil.
I support that. I just want to caution us that the effects of climate change are not going to be visible year by year necessarily. And so I don't want us to make reactionary, I want us to have the information, but not necessarily be under the expectation that we'll make decisions year by year based on those data, because
I couldn't agree more with that. I think that we need this information and this conversation, though, so that, because we have decisions all the time, and it actually consolidates the information so that every year we hear this, so that we're making, yeah. So, do you want a motion, or do you want that as a? a sense of the direction, or a sense of the commission at this point.
That aspect.
I'll move.
Yeah, but you do on the regs, though.
Yes,
Oh,
we
on the
do on the
regs,
regs, definitely. Go ahead.
If we're ready to move the
Yeah.
rules, I can do that.
Yes.
I move to amend OAR Chapter 635, Divisions 011, 013, 014, 016, 017, 018, 019, 021, 023, 024, and 039, as proposed by staff in Attachment 3. I move to adopt modifications to regulations proposed by staff as described in Attachment 4. I also authorize staff to update necessary calendar dates and make formatting changes to correct spelling or grammatic errors and address inadvertent inconsistencies to improve readability.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend OAR Chapter 635 with the various divisions read into the record. Let's do a voice vote on this one.
Khalil?
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde?
Yes.
Spellbrink?
Yes.
Labhart?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Zarnowitz?
Yes.
Wall?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for putting up with our end of the day work, or not. Exhibit E, commercial Dungeness crab fisheries, and so could John North come up for that one, and Troy Buell? Okay, Troy and Kelly Corbett, if I have.
Yep,
And
thanks,
you
Chair.
have enough.
Chair Wall, I just wanted to update the commission that I received an update from Davia and Aaron, and they will not have alternative geographic language for you here
Yeah.
today. So
We'll bring that up
Yeah.
as soon as this one's over
that
then.
yeah, either now or at the end of this, either way.
Let's get this one going.
That was totally predictable.
Go ahead.
Well, good evening, I guess it is. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioners, and Director Meltzer. For the record, my name's John North, Fish Division and Deputy Administrator for Marine and Columbia Programs. And with me today is Troy Buell, the State Marine Fishery Manager, and Kelly Corbett, Crab Fishery Project Leader. And considering the time, we have tried to shorten our presentation today as much as possible. Hopefully, we didn't carve too much out of it. Let's see. Oh, boy.
You skipped the
too
part where
far.
we see Bob's boat.
I went too far.
There's
Oh,
Bob's
there,
boat.
good. So the commercial Dungeness crab fishery is the largest and typically the most valuable single-species commercial fishery in Oregon. Over the past 5 seasons, the fishery has averaged about 319 active vessels per year, with 18 million pounds landed annually and an average ex-vessel value of around $73 million. The management authority for this fishery is delegated to the West Coast states, since the fishery operates in both state and federal waters. The state management of the fishery must comply with federal laws, including the Marine Mammal Protection Act and the Endangered Species Act. And the conservation plan for this fishery that we have been drafting and we have briefed the commission on the past few years is needed to secure approval of an incidental take permit under Section 10 of the Endangered Species Act. Now, entanglements in the West Coast crab gear began increasing in 2014 and peaked around 2016 and have since decreased. However, entanglements remain elevated over historic levels. And the increase is primarily due to humpback whale entanglement or encounters, which remain the most entangled whale species on the West Coast. And recent changes in ocean conditions have likely contributed to the increase of these entanglements due to shifts in distribution and abundance of whale prey species, changes in the humpback foraging areas, and shifts in crab distribution and the corresponding fishing effort. So these factors have likely increased the overlap in time and space of whales and the crab fishery, although some changes seem to be region-specific and there's ongoing research. Public awareness about the entanglements is also on the increase, and targeted outreach has likely contributed to the increase in confirmed entanglements due to additional reporting. And in addition, the abundance of humpback whales in the California Current along our coast has been increasing. This graph we've included here shows the estimated annual abundance of the collective Oregon and California humpback whale population from 3 different studies, and then these studies indicate that the average growth rate is about 7.5% for this aggregate population, and that's that smooth line with the arrow pointing at it. And so this means there are more humpback whales off of the West Coast. However, there are also multiple distinct population segments within that aggregate humpback population, and estimates for those subpopulations that are exposed to the West Coast crab fisheries are less certain. So we have conducted extensive outreach and with stakeholders on this issue and looking at ways to address it. Outreach has included crab industry participants, whale experts, non-governmental organizations and gear experts and industry groups, and the general public through a variety of public meetings, 2 standing advisory committees, public notices, surveys, and an annual fishery newsletter. And staff has also reported to this commission on the entanglement issues through 3 briefings and 3 regulatory packages to date. So ODFW staff have been addressing the challenging issue of these entanglements in crab fishing gear for over a decade, learning more about the problem through research and monitoring, followed by enhancement of fleet and public awareness, then working with our stakeholders that I mentioned previously to discuss and develop options to reduce risk. So in 2020, we implemented our main risk reduction measures that were adopted by the Commission, which included a 3-year sunset provision to allow for an evaluation of their effectiveness. And today we are presenting our evaluation of these measures and our recommended and recommendations to adopt these risk reduction measures, as well as 2 additional measures as our agency's main strategy to reduce entanglement risk. The primary risk reduction measures that were adopted in 2020 included an annual 20% pot limit reduction and gear restricted to less than 40 fathoms. Both of those rules effective May 1 annually. And also we had a late season buoy tag requirement was also part of that regulation. And the purpose of these regulations was to reduce the co-occurrence or overlap of the marine life and the crab fishery during that what we refer to as late season, which is May 1 through the end of the season in mid-August. So to evaluate the effectiveness of those rules adopted in 2020, we compared metrics, a variety of metrics, and compared them for an 8-year average baseline period that ran from 2012 through the 1920 season to our 2 complete seasons that are post-implementation of the rules, and we looked at 4 main areas. These included assessments of the entanglement record, amount of entanglement risk, reduction, fishery impacts, and regulation compliance. So to look at the entanglement record or the confirmed events, we assessed the annual rate of entanglements, which species were entangled, the timing of those entanglement reports, and the estimated gear set depths pre and post implementation of the rules. The confirmed whale entanglements involving Oregon crab gear have remained stable at, and they've only ranged from 0 to 2 events annually since 2013, and 82% of the 11 total entanglements since 2003 have involved humpback whales. And so in those 8 baseline seasons, 9 whales were confirmed entangled that included 7 humpbacks, 1 gray, and 1 minke whale. And then since implementation of the reduction measures, we have had 2 confirmed entanglements. Both of those occurred in 2022, and they have both involved humpback whales. And we didn't have any entanglements in the 2021 late season, and so far this year, we've had none confirmed either. So this equates to an annual average entanglement rate of 1.125 whales during the pre-implementation baseline and 1.0 for the 2 post-implementation seasons. And those rates are very similar, although the post-implementation is slightly lower. The low total of number of events just renders any rate analysis inconclusive at this time. So based on this information, we conclude that the entanglement rate has remained stable despite fluctuating environmental conditions that varied throughout the pre and post time periods. For example, the baseline period included the major marine heat wave known as a blob, which new research now shows likely led to a reduced whale abundance off Oregon and therefore reduced exposure to the Oregon crab year during some of those baseline years. So to evaluate the entanglement risk reduction, we looked at 3 metrics, including the line days, which I'll get into more detail here. And then that represents the soak time of pots or lines in the water. Basically, one pot line for one day is one line day. We also looked at fishing depth and the number of active permits. And the graph to the right here on this slide shows the cumulative line days progressing over time from May through the end of the season. And I'll have to walk you through this, but the finer solid lines are specific to each of the post-implementation seasons, and the dashed blue line represents the average line days during that baseline period, the average for 8 years. And what we see is that the late season risk measures performed as intended to reduce the late season line days, especially or only during those first 2 post-implementation seasons, and those are represented by the 2 fine lines at the bottom of the graph, and they're almost identical curves. And basically what those measures did was reduce the amount of line days by approximately 35% compared to the baseline for those first 2 seasons. But this year's been an unusual year, and we wanted to present the preliminary results for this year also, since it's been quite unique, and we've had significantly delayed openings, a low price per pound throughout the season, and high crab abundance, which has kept fishermen out longer than maybe normal. In fact, just to note, this year's landings are now the 2nd highest ever that we've recorded for Oregon. So because of these factors, the line days and the catch during the current late season have actually exceeded the average baseline. So that's that top fine gray line. So we actually saw more effort or line days this year than we did in the baseline period. However, when you combine those 3 years together, all 3 post-implementation, you get the yellow dashed line, and that shows about a 20% average risk reduction on average for the 3 years. So 2 much lower, 1 higher, average of 21. We also looked at fishing depth from logbooks, and which showed that fishing effort outside of 40 fathoms in the May through August time period averaged 4.1% in the baseline period and decreased to a little over 0.25% in that first post-implementation year, and that's the only year we have logbook data summarized for. But that indicates that the risk outside, basically all that gear that used to be out there has now been brought in. So the risk outside of 40 fathoms is negligible. So based on this review, we conclude that the measures have reduced risk in months and areas of high whale abundance. The third main part of our evaluation focused on how these risk reduction measures have impacted the fishery, which we found was difficult to calculate because there are a lot of significant variables moving around, such as crab abundance, season opening delays, and the price of crab that can, greatly affect the seasonal performance. But that being said, we did try to compare changes in harvest and effort pre and post implementation across the entire fishery, and also for a subset of fishers that have a history of participating in the late season. And we also looked at a variety of other measures that I won't go into because they're included in the agenda item summary. So in this graph, we're just trying to show an example of some of the fishery metrics that we looked at. And this graph depicts the difference in pounds landed for late season fishers from the initial 2 post-implementation seasons compared to their baseline. So over half of the participants in the fishery, and they're represented by the left side of this graph, left of the dashed line, they made less money than they did in the baseline seasons, averaging about 960 pounds less during the first year and about 1,700 pounds less the second year. And then some permit holders actually landed more crab post-implementation of our rules, and that's those folks on the right side of that dashed vertical line. However, the losses outweighed the gains, so overall there was a net loss to the fishery. So based on these fishery metrics, we conclude that the measures have resulted in fairly limited economic impacts on the collective crab fishery, but they may be much more significant for for some fishers who are active throughout the late season of part of the crab fishery. And we also conducted extensive outreach with our stakeholders when we developed the regulations in recent years, and we've heard some general support for the current measures since they seem to reduce risk as intended. The main concern within the fishery continues to be that that negative impact, economic impact that we just discussed for those people that fish late season. We've also heard concerns that the measures don't go far enough at reducing risk, and there's support for staff to look at a range of alternatives rather than the single recommendation we bring in you here today. However, a new range of alternatives would be based on the same baseline data that's the only baseline data we have, so we chose not to redo that work here today. So based on this feedback and our analysis, we feel continuation of the risk reduction measures adopted in 2020 as permanent regulations going forward strikes a balance between the risk to marine life and the impacts to the fishery. Since the measures have done their job to reduce risk, there have been no unanticipated consequences, and we do need more years to determine the effects on the entanglement record because of the rarity of these events. You need a little longer time to see what's happening. And furthermore, the National Marine Fisheries Service will be evaluating the sufficiency of these measures through the conservation plan and the incidental take permit process, and ODFW staff will collect additional information in the coming years and can take additional action if these measures aren't sufficient. We're getting close to the end. So in addition to the risk reduction part of this, we are also proposing in addition to our primary measures adopted in 2020, we're also proposing to enhance that package of risk reduction by including 2 additional measures, the first of which would be to reduce the amount of line allowed on the surface, which includes the buoys and lines used to mark the crab pots. As shown in this figure, the regulation would limit the amount of line on the surface gear to a maximum of 36 feet that could be used from the front of the main buoy to the front end of the final trailer buoy. Also, no more than 2 trailer buoys would be allowed in addition to the main buoy. And this package, this additional measure has been supported by stakeholders. The other risk reduction measure we're proposing is aimed at incentivizing removal of derelict gear, which benefits both marine life and the industry by reducing entanglement risk. This allowance would remove the prohibitions, any prohibitions how do I say that? Right now, current regulations prohibit crab retention from derelict gear recovered after April 30th, outside of 40 fathoms, or without late season tags, or both. So this would allow, remove those prohibitions, and it's expected to provide additional incentive to recover that derelict gear, and it's received strong support. And just to wrap up, we do continue work on completing our draft conservation plan for the fishery, which is a key step towards securing the incidental take permit. Once our application with that conservation plan is submitted to the National Marine Fisheries Service, that'll trigger a formal evaluation, which will include a full National Environmental Policy Act review. It'll likely take multiple years, and there is potential for a National Marine Fisheries Service to require additional measures. We also plan to recommend both line marking and electronic monitoring requirements for the fishery in the future. And before we wrap up, we have one last slide describing 2 new regulation changes that are intended to increase the operational efficiency of the fishery in certain situations and have been requested and supported by industry. The first proposal would allow for switching and attaching of buoy tags at sea under a waiver. This would allow permittees to switch buoy tags on gear already deployed, switch out already deployed gear with different gear, and attach those buoy tags at sea, or have another vessel attach the late season tags. The second proposal is it's a specific exemption for landing crab after April 30th by multi-state permittees that fish crab gear only in another state, but want to land that crab into the ports of Astoria or Brookings, Oregon, so on the extreme north and south of the state. Staff recommends this action to increase the efficiency and decrease costs for those vessels, since they don't have any crab gear in Oregon waters for tag attachment. So our final slide with our staff recommendations, that we summarize those here. And we propose the marine life entanglement risk reduction measures that I've gone over, 2 of which, or the first 2 would be extended from what we adopted in 2020, and then the last 2 there on the risk reduction are new, and then we have those operational efficiency measures. Overall, we think that these measures will reduce the risk of entanglement and balance that risk with an economically viable crab fishery, and the 2 can coexist. So thank you for your time today, and we welcome any questions you may have.
So Commissioners, we'll take a couple questions, and then we do have 2 people who would like to speak. They're online. So Commissioner Spellbrink and then Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
And there's a bunch of Thank you, Joel. Hey, John. Earlier, I asked you for, estimate of the population, the whale population, and I think was that humpbacks you were talking about when what did you say, frequenting Oregon waters was like 5,000 or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, maybe, I couldn't remember, Troy, I asked you, did I, or, anyway, it was around 5,000? And was that just humpbacks?
Excuse me, yes, Commissioner Spellbrink, yes, that's the most current population estimate from that graph that John showed of humpbacks that are occurring in Oregon and California waters.
So how many gray whales approximately do we have transiting our area? Most of them are just transiting, is that right? But is there any estimate of those?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, I think the report I looked at it said about 1,800 gray whales.
18,000.
Yeah, so the population estimate I'm aware of for gray whales is for the entire eastern North Pacific population, not just off Oregon or California, and that is close to 15,000 whales right now. Gray whales are undergoing an unusual mortality event, mostly due to loss of sea ice in the Arctic and climate change, and changes in their prey field. And so that population has been declining in recent years, but they're also have thought to have been at or near their carrying capacity. And so you kind of expect populations to go near a carrying capacity to go up and down. But climate change may be changing what that carrying capacity is as well. That's the most kind of recent info we have on gray whales.
Yeah, how many of those, or any estimate how many of those transit through our waters here? Is there?
I do not have numbers on that today, sorry.
It's in the thousands though probably, or is it, or do you have an idea?
I don't know that number.
Then Commissioners, we have 2 people who are online, and we have 11 who are in the room. So I'm going to ask that people keep it to 2 minutes rather than 3 minutes, and I'm going to, given the hour, we're going to have to try to keep to that. So we'll plan on 2 minutes. Thank you, staff. Sorry it's at the end of the day and you have to rush this. So let's go to Leonard Krug and Colleen Weiler online. Are they there? Yes. Michelle? And if you can keep it to 2 minutes, please, just because of the hour. And the first three people in the room, Michael Pettis, Jim Lagnon, Sean Cutting, and then Jeff Fletcher, Joe Mulkey, and Rex Leach. So we'll ask the people to come up 3 at a time and keep it to 2 minutes. So let's do the 2 online people. Leonard?
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I'm here.
Go
Good
ahead.
evening, Commissioners. My name is Leonard Krug, and I'd like to let you know that the Oregon Anglers Alliance has an extremely high appreciation for all of God's creatures, especially.
Leonard, did you hit the mute button?
No, it froze. He froze.
Is Colleen Weiler?
Colleen is there, yes.
We'll go to Colleen and come back to Leonard. Colleen, can you go ahead?
Yes. Hi, good evening, Chair Wall, Commission members, and Director Melcher. My name is Colleen Weiler. I am here today on behalf of Whale and Dolphin Conservation, which is a global nonprofit dedicated to the protection of whales and dolphins. We hold a conservation seat on the Atlantic Large Whale Take Reduction Team, and I am a member of the Oregon Entanglement Advisory Committee. And we strongly support science-based management that protects whales and dolphins and enables sustainable fisheries. Unfortunately, these proposed regulations are not based in the best available science, nor have they been effective at reducing entanglements. Opting to extend these measures that were set in 2020 does not incorporate the new information on the presence and distribution of large whales off the Oregon coast, and does not consider the confirmed entanglements of humpback whales in Oregon gear that have occurred since these measures were put into place. Those entanglements likely occurred before the May 1st regulation start date, and the recent data on whale presence off Oregon indicates that peak exposure of whales to fishing gear occurs in April. So these regulations must be updated to reflect that information and reduce risk before that May 1st start date. I will just reiterate quickly the recommendations submitted last month by WDC and our conservation colleagues, and to create stronger measures to reduce risk, to enact now and enable review periods to continually assess the effectiveness and incorporate new information on whale presence, distribution, and behavior off the coast. That includes a start date no later than April 15th, which should be refined when more fine-scale analysis of whale distribution is available, a 28-fathom depth limit to align with the federally designated critical habitat for humpback whales, a 40% pot limit reduction to increase risk reduction by removing vertical line from the water, a specific timeline for enacting those new gear marking requirements, establishing those review periods to incorporate new information and assess effectiveness, and emergency management mechanisms, including possible closures if a highly endangered species is confirmed to be entangled. We appreciate the proactive measures by the state of Oregon to address this serious threat. However, the management decisions must reflect the science and information that the department has invested in to ensure that these measures are effective. And we respectfully ask the Commission to consider our recommendations to strengthen these regulations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Colleen. Leonard, are you there?
He's not back yet, but I
Okay.
will let you know when he's back on.
Michael Pettis. And if you could-
Director Melcher, Chair Wall, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Pettis, and I have been crab fishing in Oregon for 46 years. The first 3 as a deckhand and the last 43 as an owner-operator. During most of those years, my wife and I have owned more than one fishing vessel licensed for crab, and we currently have 3 vessels licensed for crab. All total, I have over 100 boat seasons in the crab fishery, including all of my personal experience and that of all of my hired captains over the years. We have seen one entangled whale. It happened at the start of the 03-04 season when the pots were full of crab. I was driving the FV Heidi Sue, and even though the boat was earning about $100 per minute, we spent 40 minutes untangling the whale. We did it because it was the right thing to do and because no one on the boat wanted to see that whale entangled. Crab fishermen do care about whales. They are awesome animals. On years when crab biomass is mainly offshore, the late season crab and depth restrictions create a hardship in the crab fishery. On years like this, With no salmon fishery and the crabs offshore, the late season restrictions create an especially difficult hardship for the small boat crab fleet. Many crab fishermen have changed their gear to sinking crab line. It's more expensive, but it's less likely to entangle a whale. Studies show that whale populations across the board are increasing, and whale entanglements are, for the most part, a rare occurrence. If the ODFW staff and commission feel that the late season temporary restrictions should be made permanent, then please let that be enough. Further restrictions could cause business failures, especially in the small boat crab fleet, who are more dependent on the spring crab fishery. Crab fishermen don't want to entangle whales, they just want to make a living. Are there any questions?
None. I see no hands up, so thank you and for keeping within your time, appreciate it. Go ahead.
I just want to say that I am a small boat owner with very limited capability, and right now to bring 60 pots in, I have to start like second week April. I have to have flat, calm weather. I can haul 30 pots. I can't work gear at the same time, so I lose every day that I'm bringing that gear in. If we increase that, I'm going to lose more days fishing time. I don't make enough money. I can't keep crew. It will end my career in crab. That's pretty much it.
Could you give your name just for the record?
Oh, Jim Gagnon, sorry.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Sean Cutting. 50 years on the ocean, 55, started when I was 5 years old. Fourth generation, fifth generation sitting back there. So, 2,300,000 square feet of ocean from Brookings to Astoria, Oregon. It's 20 miles offshore, all the way up there. If every boat dumps their gear in the ocean right now, we would take up 0.0005. That's 0.0005. So I think that we're getting off the case here, and we're dealing with not the actual subject, but what's happening. You guys are getting sued. The state of Oregon gets sued by whale entanglement to do something. Listen, there's no better stewards of the ocean than these guys right here. We spend our life out there. Not somebody sitting in a chair that's never been out on the ocean. We spend our whole life out there. I have a granddaughter that wants to fish. I named my boat after her. So by cutting, we just keep cutting to satisfy needs along there. But it's not the truth of what's happening. You asked somebody right up here, the guys were sitting there, how many whales come through here? They had zero answer. They like, well, we don't know what the population, we don't know how many whales are. Let's use the science, okay? You're gonna force us to do different pot tags and different colored ropes and things like that. It's ridiculous. There's other ways to do it. Let's come to an agreement. If you wanna do things, you can tag a salmon with one, and you can tell where he spent almost all of his life. We can do that in a pot tag. We don't need to change colored rope. It's just expensive for us. So, I don't mean to seem angry to you guys, but it's dear to my heart. It's very dear to my heart, So when I argue this, I have a hard time. I shake, and I get mad about this, and I'm sorry about that, but there's so many other ways to do it. Let's just deal with the science. If the science says that's what it is, we got all the stewards in the world right here. Everybody's right here. We agree. We'll agree. But let's not do it off of a lawsuit. We don't want to pay a lawsuit because of whale entanglement people want to do it. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Sean. We're going to keep going just because there are a lot of people who want to testify, and I skipped two people that were at the top of the list, and never mind why. Tara Brock and Ben and Ticknab, are you both here? And then we will go to Jeff Fletcher, Joe Mulkey, and Rex Leach as the next three. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, commissioners. For the record, my name is Tara Brock. I'm with the conservation organization Oceana. I'm our Pacific Council. As you heard from department staff, the risk reduction measures in front of you today are all in service of the state's drafting a conservation plan to support issuance of an incidental take permit under the Endangered Species Act and the Marine Mammal Protection Act. The Endangered Species Act prohibits the unauthorized take of listed species and does not allow for activities that jeopardize the continued existence of imperiled species, meaning that those activities may not reduce the likelihood of the survival and recovery of an endangered or threatened species in the wild. The Marine Mammal Protection Act further imposes a zero mortality rate goal that requires the serious injury and mortality of marine mammals in commercial fishing operations be reduced to insignificant levels approaching zero. Currently, Oregon does not have a permit to take endangered species and marine mammals for the authorization of the Dungeness crab fishery. Each entanglement in Dungeness crab gear of a humpback whale violates the Endangered Species Act, and the state is liable for these entanglements because it authorizes and manages the fishery. So that's why we're here today, is to make sure that we are complying with these laws and can continue to permit the Dungeness crab fishery. So the state must obtain an incidental take permit. And recently, the National Marine Fisheries Service's approval and issuance of an incidental take permit in the federal sablepot fishery was found to be unlawful because it was not based on recent science on humpback whales and failed to consider the growing whale entanglement threat. And we have serious concerns about the ability of the risk reduction measures in front of you today to meet the requirements of the law because they are not taking into account recent data and science. Dungeness crab are undoubtedly an iconic and important species off our coast. We know that, we all agree with that. We want to keep the fishery fishing. But so are the whales that migrate along our coast and call our waters home. So we need to find a path forward that works for both. As you heard this morning, wildlife viewing is a huge industry in our state, and that includes whale watching, and that helps drive some of our coastal communities' economies. So it's imperative that the Commission adopt measures that further reduce the risk of entanglements to ensure that Oregon complies with federal law and can continue to provide Oregonians with local seafood. And we're here today to provide some data-driven and science-based recommendations, which I'm happy to turn over to my colleague or answer questions if you have any.
I don't see questions, so we'll go right into what you have to say, Ben. And if you can keep it to 2 minutes, that's great.
Thank you, Chair Wall, members of the Commission. I'm Ben Enticknap, representing Oceana. Entanglement in commercial fishing gear is a primary threat impeding the recovery of threatened and endangered whales and sea turtles. An example of that is the endangered Central American humpback whale population that migrates to and feeds off of our coast, where fishing impacts are exceeding sustainable levels. The Oregon Dungeness crab fishery contributes to those impacts. It's part of the overall problem of entanglements off of the West Coast. And this is an ongoing issue, and it's going to continue to be an ongoing issue without a really concerted effort by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and this commission to help chart a path forward to solve this. The current set of risk reduction measures, as we see it, did not reduce that risk. We saw 2 humpback whales entangled in 2022, despite the current set of risk reduction measures. And we know that many more entanglements occur or are unreported because it's so rare that that these events are actually observed. So we are urging you to adopt a stronger set of risk reduction measures now at this meeting. Our colleague with Whale and Dolphin Conservation spelled those out. They're in the written comments that we've submitted to you. Just real quick on the April 15th, we're recommending no later this late season, no later than April 15th. And that's based on new science showing this peak exposure between the humpback whales and the commercial fishery in April. So that's new information that should be considered. We included that scientific study in our public comments. Also, align the depth-based closure with the science-based 28 fathoms limit for the humpback whale critical habitat. So align with that and encourage the use of pop-up gear. Ultimately, that's going to be the best way to have a whale-safe crab fishery. And is this pop-up gear. So we need to encourage that use and testing going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see questions, so we're going to go right to the next 3 people. Jeff Fletcher, if you will come up, and Joe Mulkey and Rex Leach. And then the next 3, Bob, I think it's Eder. Jared Reeves and Cecil Nealand. So go ahead. Whoops, somebody's not here. That's right. Go ahead and introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Joe Mulkey. You might remember me from the squid things a few months ago. I'm here representing 3 vessels, 2 that are actively fishing, the fishing vessel Pearl J and the Pacific Merit. And over the last few years, I've been building another vessel for myself, which will hopefully be participating quite soon, the fishing vessel Pacific Challenger. The building of the new boat and is part of is what really saddens me. Several years ago, the future of fisheries in general looked really good to me. I thought, you know, my dad built a boat and gave me the opportunity to run it and continue in this industry, and I was hoping to do the same for my kids. It's starting to become hard to believe that we are going to have a future the way things are going. With the pot reductions the way they sit, we see a reduction of up to $5,000 every week that we fish, that we run our gear, and obviously there's a big trickle down effect of that on our local economy. The main point that I wanted to make is we've looked at the last 3 years with the reduction to 20%, or the 20% reduction in the fishing inside 40 fathoms. And this most recent year in particular, we've seen a higher participation in the springtime fishery than I've ever seen in my life. And with that higher participation, we have not seen a entanglement. So when we all talk about science, the science says to me that the 20% reduction is not necessary because we're not seeing entanglements with the higher volume of pots around. The one thing that I would stress, if possible, is whatever decision you make, please don't make it permanent. Let's look at this again in 3 or 4 years, and if we don't have any issues, maybe we can have something back that we've lost. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Jeff Fletcher. I've been fishing probably 40 years. I've never seen an entangled whale in my life. And we have 3 boats, mostly all smaller boats that make the money in the springtime. And we've taken this 20% pot reduction, which has cost us a ton of money for starters, because that's when we make our money. The price usually goes up. You know, last year was $5 starting, this year's $2. Then it went back up to 4 or 5. So that's when we make or break it a lot of times compared to larger boats. And hearing these people say they want to take 40% and then make us fish 28 fathoms, you know, what we got's working. There's whales. We should go out there and you might not see a whale, and there's whales now. I mean, there's whales. Just to hear him talk that they might take 40% when he's building a boat, $1 million. He's worked his butt off, and there's, like you said, it's scary for the future, and it's scary for my kids. You know, I'd like to get my kid on a little bigger boat, but do you go spend $200,000 when they're talking about taking 20 more percent? It's impossible to feel good about it. My one kid just got out of fishing because he's like, it's going away, and you can't keep a crew. It's really hard to keep a crew, and it's just really scary. And this scares the hell out of me. That's what I got.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, good evening. I'm Bob Etter, commercial crabber based in Newport, a 50-year participant, 48 years as an owner-operator. Beyond involvement as a producer, I serve on the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commodity Commission. I I've served on the Tri-State Crab Steering Committee since its inception in 1989. I'm on the Crab Advisory Committee and the Entanglement Advisory Committee. I love this fishery, and I'm committed to it. At this point, that means I'm also committed to constructively addressing this issue. I figure that over these 50 years, I've witnessed somewhere around 1 million traps pulled. I've never seen an entangled whale. This is what we're up against. Sample sizes are so low that it's difficult to measure success or failure, especially when factoring in critical environmental effects within our rapidly changing climate. Some key aspects of this issue are not emphasized enough. Southern humpback populations from Mexico and Central American breeding grounds have been steadily growing at an outstanding rate. We're not talking about the North Atlantic right whale, where there really is a crisis. Our populations are burgeoning. I maintain that we are successful in minimizing entanglements right now. We ask where the goalposts are. What population levels will trigger downlisting or delisting? There is no answer. There are no goalposts. Crab has become the keystone fishery of our state, both economically and culturally. It is of critical importance. Its management is a 100-year-plus success story. Handle with care. Whales, they don't call them charismatic megafauna for nothing. Whether it's a politician, a pop star, or a species, charisma elicits response. My concern is that we not overreact in this response. I support the staff recommendations on this agenda item.
Thank you. I don't see questions for the three of you, so I will move on to the others. Cecil Nealand, Ty Cutting, Jeff Mulkey. And then commissioners, I think that's it. I'm going to double check the list, but I think that's it. And then we will have staff come back up for questions.
I think there's one more, Jared Reeves. I don't know if you see that.
You said Jeff Mulkey twice.
Jared
didn't he?
Reeves. It's a good thing you were listening.
Do you want him to come out?
Go ahead. And Jared, you were supposed to be first, so go
Oh,
ahead.
I was? Okay. Well, first, I'd like to thank everybody involved with the whale risk management group from ODF&W. I think they've tried really hard, and I think that they're up against a fight that's very unconventional and very difficult. But I'd like everybody to recognize that we all have developed this trade over a lot of years, and a lot of people. I don't want to be racially bad, but I think of my people as a European group that has came in here and learned the trade and developed a lot of family values and worked hard to develop spring fisheries and all fisheries altogether. And I'd like us to consider that we run into the whale, situation. We have a lot of empathy for that group, and I don't really think that we do entangle as many whales as there is brought up forward. But I'd like the commission to reconsider these things that we have done. I want our 20% back. It's cost me upwards of almost $250,000 this year, and that's May. And my daughter was born 5/1/14. I had a lot of troubles before that, and I took the spring to make sure that my family got through. And that whole spring right there was my whole world. It made my family survive, and it made my family be successful in this whole coastal community. And I'd like everybody to consider that, and I think that the measures we took should be reconsidered. I think they've worked hard. I think that we all have empathy for that, but I think everybody should slow down a little bit and just make everything temporary instead of permanent. And I would like to see that 20% given back to the whole fleet. I think it's really an awkward situation, and I don't know, I think you guys need to reconsider that whole thing. that's my speech, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jeff Mulkey. I've got over 40 years of crab fisheries. My son Joe, I have another boy, Jorgen, in the fishery. I just want to speak on not only do we support employees, but we support a lot of businesses other places. I mean, like today I bought things in Eugene, Newburgh, for the boats. There's a lot of people out there that we talk to, or I talk to, that have a hard time believing what we are going through with this. So I'm kind of the slow down way to listen. I want to make this all work for everybody, but we don't need to throw a lot of stuff and a lot of money that doesn't need to be spent and in this, like the rope colors and things like that. It's not going to save a whale. So anyway, I'll make it short. So that's enough for me.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Ty Cutting. I'm a fifth generation fisherman. My father talked to you earlier. We have, between my grandmother and my father, we have 7 boats. Just from the 3 boats that my grandmother owns, we have 19 people employed in the state of Oregon just off of the 3 boats. Not only are we crabbers, but we're bottom fishermen, and we catch Jordanian shrimp. The big point I want to make here is not only do we want there not to be any catch or any whales caught here, but we are environmentalists. When we go bottom trawling, we have an observer on the boat. So we have a federal cop to catch everything that we bring up in the net. Not only that, but the fishermen overall are the best humans. We don't want to catch there's no whales. We don't want to catch no whales. We would never want to catch any in there. And I tell you what, if we were to catch one, there'd be anything my crew would do. They would do anything in their power to make sure there wasn't. There's not a bad bone in these people's bodies. We're trying to out there make a living. I spend over 200 days a year on the ocean. I give everything I can to provide for my crew. And I don't know the last several years on the prices that we've gotten, it's been really tough. And my crew would give anything to give back to the ocean on that, whether it's a whale or any of that. There was a gentleman here that talked about sea turtles. I had never heard of a sea turtle getting caught on the West Coast. I did a quick Google search, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I could not find one in the last 15 years of a sea turtle getting caught up in in Oregon crab pots on that. My big point on the whole thing is these guys give everything they can, and the last thing I want to do is catch a whale, and my crew would give almost their life to make sure that didn't happen, and I truly mean that. And the 20% on that would be huge, significant for not only my family, but we would give everything for those whales as well. And that is the last thing that we want, and we give it all to provide for our families, but it's a tough life. It really is. I don't think you guys get to see that side, and my guys would give everything. That's all I have to say.
It goes for everybody.
In everybody's crew here, they truly would give anything for everything in this ocean. So I want to thank you guys for your time, but I want you to know that we are human beings overall. Whether we go out there and produce and we bring product to your guys' table, we truly do have a big heart, and we do care deeply about our future and our longevity of this. So I hope you guys understand that, and thank you.
People do, and they do hear what you're saying, so you do know that. Yes. Yeah. We have. Could we thank you, and we'll bring staff back up in case Commissioner Sepp. Oh, wait a minute. We have a question.
Yeah, actually for any of the crab fishermen. So you're restricted from having 2 pots on one line by law?
That's correct.
Say that again?
2 pots per one line, yes.
I brought this up with John North, but he said that he wasn't sure that if you folks would put 2 pots on one line if it was allowed. Would that be possible?
I long line crab pots, 50 to the pot, a line. We have in these meetings with the staff at different times brought up that we should bring that back, especially outside of 50 fathoms. There's a lot of line reduction there.
That would, like, if everybody
so-
could put 2 pots on one line, you'd have
It is a very
50% line. Yeah, 50%.
2's kind of hard, more would be better.
Yeah, well, whatever, possible
In the
more.
right neighborhood, for sure.
And then they're connected down at the bottom, right? They're not up floating around in the water.
Exactly.
Right, but we deal with smaller boats. We got boats that are 28 feet that can't do that. And then we have boats that are 80, 100 feet that can do that. And, again, to my point, we have 2,330,000 square miles, or square feet of ocean. We take up, if everybody puts a line down, 0.0005. Not 1%. We're not talking 1% of that area. So at some point, you have to take in consideration that we're talking in zeros. We're not even talking 1/10 of 1% of the ocean. So when we're reducing a line, then we're going to go to 0.0.04999. So the reducing of 1 pot out there in that is not the problem. Do you see what I'm saying? We're taking an area and
But I just want to get to her question, and we heard your point, and it was a great point. We just need to answer this question, though.
so would you rather have a whale tangled in 1 pot or 2 pots?
Well, usually they're not.
Well, no pots, of
They're not
course.
connected to the pots anymore. They're
Right, but
tangled
I
up.
understand that, but if you have one come into there, and it would be wrapped around 2 pots. The pots weigh anywhere from about 150 pounds.
Yeah, well, from my understanding, they usually break the line. So, because the pots are so heavy. But, that's probably not in all cases. But I'm trying to find a way to reduce the amount of lines in the water, because it's the lines that are the issue.
Perfect,
So-
and I understand what you're saying, but we're reducing such a
I've heard.
small-
I know.
Well, I know, but you actually said the words, right? You want to reduce the lines. We're talking about the small. So it would be like running one piece.
We understand that.
But she is
Please under-
saying, I understand that, but she is saying reduce the lines. We're talking about putting a piece of dental floss in here. That wouldn't even be 1/10 of what this whole thing.
My dog would find it and eat it.
I have a quick
Very quickly,
consideration.
please, because it's really getting late, so
Okay,
what's
I
your?
just have a quick consideration. If you guys do want to reduce the risk of this, there has been a lot of talk about a buyout in this situation, okay, where we do reduce the amount of pots in here. And funding has been the problem, okay? Not all of us know where that comes from. Not all of us know how to do that. It's been done in the past. But in order to reduce the amount of pots in the water and rope in the water, we need to seriously consider that, okay? And there's a lot of that topic going on here. And not a lot of the people, the biologists in the room, or any of us know how we start that process. But we could potentially take care of a lot of problems with that if we can all work together to find that kind of financing. So, just a thought.
It's good though, thanks. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Can I make a quick comment on your 2-pot?
Please do it really quickly, and then staff, will you be ready to come right back up, please?
So the easy part to your question is yes, you can do that. The caveat to that question is obviously for us to make a living, we have to get through the gear in an efficient manner. And going to 1 line, 2 pots would really significantly decrease our ability to get through gear. That was why my dad made a comment of more pots, as in, 50 pots. You can set and haul 50 pots on a long line very quickly, whereas it would really decrease the efficiency, which would obviously hurt our overall take. But
I just
the
thought
short
of-
answer is
yeah.
yes, you could do that.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Wall, Leonard Crude contacted me. He has having internet connection he wanted to, for me to pass along that Oregon Anglers Alliance is in support of this staff recommendation.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Commissioner,
Waiting for staff to come back.
oh, come back up, please. Well, they're coming up. Did you have a
Okay,
question
well,
to them?
it's mainly just to summarize. First, I just want to say, and I know we're short on time, so I actually had 3 pages worth of comments, but I got it down to a summary again. So I want to thank the Oceana folks for talking to me about an hour on the phone. Appreciate that. And I want to thank staff for spending about an hour with me on Zoom talking about all this. I better understand the crab issues now, not like Commissioner Spellbrink, who's done this for. So I want to thank you all for that. So in summary, I believe I was going to go to a whole bunch of points, but so this, I'm sorry to do that. But in summary, I believe we should make sure that the Whale Entanglement Working Group meets more than twice a year, and that there be important dialogue around the issues important to the species we are trying to protect from entanglement, and having a viable commercial crabbing industry that all parties continue to look for options to reduce the risk that the parties can live with. So I heard several comments about the Whale Entanglement Group needs to meet more than twice a year, and it needs to have some more discussions going on, because the crabbers are saying the same thing. We don't want entanglements. Oceana's saying the same thing, and when the groups can get together and talk this out. In my opinion, I agree with staff, and particularly what John said, that we need to give the current proposed risk reduction measures, and it's a dial. We're turning the dial, and we turned the dial 2 years ago, some more, but I think we need to, for only 2 years, and we saw, changes, and we can debate what that is, but the numbers are still fairly low. So in my opinion, we need to give the current proposed reduction measures that we already put in place 2 years ago some more time to see if they are still working, because we have experienced low entanglements in Oregon since we put them in place. I agree, any entanglement's bad, but I think that they're fairly low. I'm willing to hear other commissioners, though, on thoughts and recommendations on this matter.
Commissioner Khalil.
And here I thought, going into today, that this would be the one that we would talk about for like hours and hours. But I think this issue gives me a lot of hope, because what I heard the crab fishermen say was that they want a solution because nobody wants whales to die, right? And that is huge. I think we should appreciate that, because we don't get that in every conflict scenario, that really, really, like, we all want these animals to survive. Someone brought up the North Atlantic right whale. I just want to say really quickly that issue is being solved because of alternatives. And whether or not these parameters are enough, we really need to be looking more at alternatives to the gear and incentivization for moving towards those alternatives, because we definitely don't want to get into the scenario we're at right now with the North Atlantic right whale, trust me. And so, yeah, that's, and my last point is that I agree with the need for this not to be permanent. This is continual assessment, I think, is necessary, because ocean conditions are changing, as we just talked about, with needing more climatic updates. And we don't have enough, I don't think we have enough data currently on post evaluation metrics as far as whale entanglement. The end.
Thank you. Anybody else have questions, or?
Well,
Go ahead.
I do want to make a comment that there was a recent study that did show that we have cold water off the coast, and that's causing, that's probably going to be attracting more whales, or has attracted more whales. And it stayed there longer than anybody thought it would with the El Nino that we have. But it's great for the fish life and the whales. So as long as it stays there, that's